Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the YouTube APAC Invitational. I'm ZP, joined by that lovely man over there in Ubershouts, and we are here on day 2 of this 4-team tournament. Going to be starting out today with Swede Time versus Detonator.
Yeah, g'day ZP. Thanks for having me, mate. It's 7 a.m. here in Germany, so I really don't know if I'm going to get run out of town by my neighbours. But look, we've got some sick teams here. You pointed it out already. Swede Time versus Detonator. I actually saw a lot of Detonator in APAC at the APAC Premier in Shanghai. They actually showed up for that tournament and were bundled out pretty quickly in the group stage, if I'm honest with you. Obviously, one of the 2 Japanese representative teams there. But they are probably still considered by most to be the top Japanese side amongst others like Green Leaves and maybe Unsold Stuff Gaming. So we should hope to see a little bit more from them than we had already yesterday.
Absolutely. And Detonator, they're interesting. I know a lot of their players go really far back to the original closed beta, and they've been around, even though they haven't quite had the beta success. We did see them in early weeklies on NA back when that was more possible with the netcode. And one thing I would note about them is that they're a creative team where they did come out with some really cool looks. Didn't necessarily work, but anytime someone comes out with a comp that has 3 DPS, only 1 support, and involves a Pharah with no mercy, just for the chaos alone, I'm pretty impressed. Now, on the other side of the coin, we have the one and only team known as Swede Time, which is basically, in most respects, the old Overwatch World Cup team Thailand, minus Mickey.
Yeah, that's it. So Mickey being brought in there as well. Depending on where you check, the substitute player has a different name. I think he's called something ridiculous like cigarettes on League Liquipedia, should I say. But yeah, obviously Swede Time had to make adjustments after Mickey left there as well. I know there was no bad blood when he went because they realized what a big opportunity it was for him to be able to move on towards Envious. I'm sure we can all agree that that was the case. But I mean, even back at the World Cup, ZP, this was also a team who were prone to doing some weird stuff. They had a very strange capitulation on the final day during the tiebreakers. And they were actually a team who, in my opinion, should have gotten out of that particular group, but they fell flat right at the end.
Yeah, that was a brutal group there where, of course, Thailand had won everyone over by probably being the most enthusiastic bunch of guys you could ever ask for in Overwatch. Right. Even just Mickey's addition to Envious, it feels like has just really lifted their team morale where he's never mad. He's always excited. But that goes for the rest of the team, Thailand team, where I just remember we were sitting in the back, hearing them cheer and yell, and everyone was pretty much converted. So definitely a cool bunch of guys there. Wasn't fortunate they didn't get to the full BlizzCon weekend, but they definitely impressed a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's a big thing for this team. They're very momentum-based. That's kind of what they use to set themselves forward. And I do think Mickey was a bigger aspect of that as well and a big motivator for them to play like that. But I don't think it'll change too much when you've got cheeky monkeys like Opito on that team. You've got Zalfix, KOKFC. They're all very, very upbeat kind of guys. And this is a live event. This is a LAN event, of course, I believe being held in Shanghai. So, you know, they actually had to make the trip over to play at this one, which I find very interesting as well. They're actually getting a few more miles under their belt. But their opponents, as if you were talking a lot about Swede Time, but Detonator have actually been around for a long time. This was actually Team Japan way back when. Back when Japan only had maybe one top recognized Overwatch team, they were actually always used to play against the old AHQ team at the time, which we're now calling Subscribe for $4.99, which, by the way, was their old name before they got picked up. Because what AHQ did, this is quite interesting, they picked up this team, of course, that was sent to the World Cup as Chinese Taipei. Then they picked up their Valiant Arms squad, obviously from a different game here. And the remaining members of Subscribe for $4.99, or at the time HQ, they left the org, and Danny also left the roster there as well, and they had some changes. So, I mean, all these teams are really interesting, and there's changes to talk about here as well. But, yeah, Swede Time versus Detonator. God help me, ZP. I never thought I'd cast this team in its fullness. But, of course, this is a loser's bracket game now as well, as both had a little bit of a shaky day one.
They did. Swede Time actually came out really strong against Sub 499 in the very first map. It was looking like, all right, this is the Team Thailand, remember. We're expecting good things. And then actually Sub 499 turned it back around on them, came back very strong. It was very close to the very end. The entire series went the distance. It was a 3-2 series. But I kind of expected Swede Time to do a little bit better than they ended up doing, but they are a team where we saw that they could be a little bit volatile, even going back to the Overwatch World Cup. So I'm excited to see what they come out with here today.
Yeah, we can expect to see a lot of aggression, actually, from both of these teams. In my opinion, I kind of felt like their opponents, Detonator, were not super aggressive. They were quite unconfident when we first saw them actually sort of represent up on the stage here as well. But obviously at the venue now. We're casting from a clean feed, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're wondering why you're still looking at our faces, it's because we're sort of waiting on sort of any sort of confirmation or to whether the game's going on. But the new player is nearly got ninth for Thailand here as well. So that's what he's calling himself in terms of this event. I'm pretty sure I saw Lilgo actually on the caster desk here for the APAC Invitational at the venue itself. So obviously he was a part of the team subscribed for 499. But of course, we're looking at players like Oputo as well, ZP, who is an incredibly good. He's a weird player because he's incredibly good at things like McCree in the hit scan spectrum, and then turns around and has a completely brutal Genji. That duality, I guess, of role as a hit scan and a projectile player is actually often seen in the Western world. A player that can play both schools of offense heroes so effectively.
There's only one player that I can think of, really. I mean, there's probably a handful, but the player that comes to mind most in the Western world that sort of has that same skill set would be Surefour, where Surefour, of course, can go from Genji and McCree back and forth, both his signature heroes, but he's actually gotten a little bit away from Genji in recent times. Not that he doesn't play it. He does play it from time to time, but significantly less than he used to back in the day.
And of course, NZNR and Kurlos were very much mainstays of this particular roster back when we saw them at the Overwatch World Cup here as well. And Tito at V2 coming in here as well for Thailand. So it's not just the one man that they've changed. I guess they've got a couple of mix-ups in this roster following the event. I mean, it was quite interesting to see how Sweet Time, I guess at the time, actually built their team, because they picked up one of the players that played with them over at the World Cup and had him join their team for the longer run there as well. He actually came in and sort of joined the roster when they went back home, and whether that was the pure convenience of having him there playing with them or whatever it was, it looks like they ran with that extra player for a while. I guess that was KOKFC, as I don't actually see him in this particular roster here as well. So a couple changes here for Sweet Time.
Yeah, there's a few changes. I do believe you're right. KOKFC no longer with them at this point. And
that is Lil on the desk. Yeah, I recognize him. He was the one with the good English actually on Team Chinese Taipei, the one with the very dry sense of humor.
Yes. Yeah, and I remember that now. I was saying there was like, all right, I'm pretty sure I knew that. Yeah. Of course, one of the coolest thing about the event in general is that we actually had time to sit back and talk with the different teams before everything went on. It was a huge help to casting. It also just helped us get to know the variety of different people from these different teams where, of course, me and Uber historically have an NA and EU focus, but it was really good to broaden our horizons a bit.
Yeah, I mean, definitely very much an NA-EU focus across us. I probably got a little bit deeper into Chinese, yes. I guess, Overwatch for quite some time, given that I spent a bit of time over in Shanghai here, but Detonator as well. A team that's not had too many changes, I guess, if you don't really count departure of XQ, who we saw in Shanghai. Delay's just given me a ninja sign when they're introducing him on stage, so I don't know what's going on there. Obviously, he was present with that team back in Shanghai as well. I'm using, obviously, a lot of that as a reference to their previous performances, because this is not a team that's actually competed in a premier or even major tier event since that particular event. So Siorin actually in the roster now as well, who I don't believe we actually saw him at APAC Premier. I believe he actually spent a little bit more of the time on the bench than actually in game, or at least with a different name, as well as a lot of these guys do change them up here as well. I think their best player, in my opinion, was probably XQ at the time, who played a whole bunch of really weird different things, including Bastion and one of the few Mei players who was actually really playing it out of the Japanese teams at that time. So I find it's a really interesting team. They've just been around for so long, ZP, and they haven't really achieved the big results that they've been looking for. So I don't really know.
Well, the interesting thing to me is that there isn't as much of an Overwatch presence in Japan as some of the other regions, where what can you do if, I don't know the actual power rankings in Japan, but I do wonder if there's a case where they're one of the top teams, if not the top team in the region. Then you sort of have the situation where how do you improve and otherwise? And NA and EU, of course, it's sort of a mixer where you have a whole bunch of different teams, and it's certainly getting that way in Korea and a whole lot of other areas in APAC. But Japan, it feels like, has a smaller core, and it very similar actually, I think, to Australia, where Australia has a rough time really coming in and making a whole bunch of different teams just because they don't have quite as many players to work with.
They have like 5 in my understanding. So obviously Detonator, Green Leaves is a team that you maybe should know, as that's where XQ from this roster actually went off to. Rascal Jester has a team in Japan. We saw Unsold Stuff Gaming. I'm not even sure if they're still together anymore. And then a team called Crest Gaming Blitz. So 4 out of those 5 teams actually competed at the JCG Masters, which is, my understanding, the premier Overwatch tournament in Japan. And that was actually won out a while, and that was a while ago. That was back in August as well. But that was won out by Detonator in the grand final, and they grabbed themselves about 2.2k in that one before they went off to the APAC Premier here as well. So outside of that, in the Japanese scene, there's a lot of show matches that they organize, and that the audience seating area at this venue looks very interesting. Everyone's just crossing their legs, quite happily sat on the floor there. So
yes.
Must be happy with that. I'm not sure.
Sometimes chairs are overrated, okay? Sometimes you might think that you'd put your audience in chairs. No, you don't need that. Just get around, just sit on the floor. It actually brings back memories of elementary school where I feel like there's plenty of events. Yeah, good. There's no chairs, just,
That's fine, you know what I mean? I mean, to experience some quality Overwatch, I don't mind having dead leg for a little bit while there as well. But, I mean, look, these are our 2 teams, ZP, and looking between the 2 of them there as well, I definitely feel as if when it comes to pure aggression, it's going to be Sweet Time that should be the more proactive out of the 2 of these. My experience with Unsold Stuff, with Detonator, should I say, they had a lot of problems with teams like AF Blue over at the APAC as well. They were pressured really heavily by the Genji, especially of Ahan, and he even brought out the Bastion in that particular game as well, because they went to Nepal and Lijiangtao. That's all they played really was those maps. And Detonator only took 1 stage out of 2 King of the Hill maps against AF Blue. Now my mind is carrying me back a long way, and I think I was on Nepal there as well. So AF Blue were definitely too much for them. And then what's maybe even more concerning in terms of my building up a better prediction about this team is that they lost to All Strike Gaming, who I felt was one of the weakest Chinese teams at that event, and they struggled in a big way. They full held on Numbani, and then had a very lackluster performance on the King of the Hill map after that as well. So I don't know what their pool looks like now. I don't know what they play like in this meta at all. Purely giving us an idea, I guess, of what we used to see from these guys.
Well, the interesting thing, too, is that Overwatch in general has had a lot of just crazy upsets as well. Even the best laid predictions can be shattered on any given day. I don't know. I know you just woke up, so you probably didn't see some of the stuff that was going on earlier at the NGE tournament, but Selfless defeated C9.
Right.
And then Complexity beat NRG, which might have been expected from the 2 teams, but then Complexity went and lost to the new Kangarna team, sort of out of nowhere. So the finals was Kangarna versus Kingdom. So there's been a lot of just interesting upsets as of late. Certainly, I think, not to draw too much to NA scene, but you don't expect Selfless to come in and just take out C9 on any given day. But if that can happen, then you take a look at tournaments like this all around the Overwatch world, no team is safe.
No, I mean, and even more so in this region, I really want to point that out as well, as I find that the Asia Pacific region, for me, just because it hasn't settled so much in teams that really have a good read on each other, is even more so like that. I think we've seen that over the multitude of Chinese and APAC tournaments that we've had as well. Even Australian teams have actually managed to make some deep runs in online tournaments. Jam Gaming or Just a Minute Gaming is a good example of that. One has actually had a decent performance in recent times and actually won out a APAC tournament that we saw against some pretty decent teams from that region there as well. So I think it was a Los Muertos Cup, actually, they played in. It was a weekly cup, but they still ran all the way through that one pretty comfortably, actually. I don't even think they dropped a map. But Nepal, it's going to be ZP. Jumping into that one in just a moment here. And this is, honestly, this is good, because this is one of the few maps I actually have, working experience of Detonator on. Unfortunately, it's not that good.
Yeah, Detonator, I mean, it's interesting. They're definitely a team that, again, it's a nostalgia factor for me, where anytime I see a team that I recognize from so far back, you kind of want to root for them, because there's not too many teams like that in Overwatch that have had a core that's been together for a long time. I think the one that actually comes to mind more than anything else nowadays for that would probably be NIP from the EU scene, where they've been together for a billion years, and probably, I guess, the core on Envious with 4 supports and tanks. But either way, it is interesting to see how things go. But it does look like we're getting into our first map here. Going to be Nepal, heading right your way.
Yeah, so we're going to see on the blue side, of course, it's going to be Swede time here. At the moment, their picks, I mean, no surprises here. It's going to be Nearly God being the player that steps into the diva role here. And obviously a team that used to house Mickey, Swede time kind of know how important it is to have one of those on their side here. Obviously on the red side, it's going to be Detonator. Delave is going to be on that Soldier 76 here. It's Japan versus Thailand. We'll see the point tested just to kick things off here as Delave wants to break some shields.
And this is what we've been seeing a lot out of the meta here, where you have Reinhardt, D.Va, Roadhog working to win that shield v shield battle, but with Kurlos getting the kill on the opposing Reinhardt to start things off here. Here comes Sweet Time, 2 quick kills, and now Delave not gonna have a lot to work with. D.Va in his face, has to run back, losing teammates left, right, and center, so Sweet Time off of those early picks, able to go in and take firm control of this point.
So both teams playing triple tank setup here as well. So it's nothing, it's not a matter of rocket science looking between interactions between these two rosters here. The Roadhogs are going to be important. You can see Opito now not playing, I guess, just a standard offense hero in this day and age of Overwatch. But Delave now wants to flank around this point there. I did hear a hook come in now. It looks like Nearly God got desuited, then hooked in pretty much quickly. It was Zalfix actually to go down there to the Roadhog, and Sensei making quick work of that one here. Detonator trying to actually make a bit of a two-pronged assault on this point of work around the sides. So far it's working out as Titawat does fall down to Sioran.
It's absolutely working out. The early hook on the Lucio set the stage, and an Earth Shatter just to make sure. At the very end, Detonator going to be clean sweeping at Sweet Time there, and that's sort of the power of Roadhog in this meta right now. Not only is he good at cracking shields, but if he gets around and maybe gets a chance for a hook on someone that's not paying attention, he's going to pull them in, get a quick pick, and it also makes it difficult to win 65 when you're running stuff that's this tanky.
Oh, Yoshiharu getting very close up, though. Going to be desuited fairly early on, and one has to wonder if that was really worth it. He has bought his team some time and at least able to take shots at Sweet Time as they come across their periphery, but Delave going to be forced off the point immediately. You can see how much he respects the proximity of these big tanks, and it's going to be Kerlos coming through. He's got himself a nano visor. Very hard to run away from that one. Dotalov is going to fall as well. Sidiana going down. Yoshiharu desuited. And the combo there working out quite nicely for Sweet Time. It's a big Soldier 76 to do most of the damage.
So we talked earlier how Detonator gets creative and they like trying new and unknown things. I'm not sure the Diva flank there is exactly what you want to go for. At least not when you don't have ultimate. If you could have thrown down a self-destruct towards the end, maybe it at least zones people out. But there was nothing really to go for that. He just lost his mech early on, and that effectively gives a pretty easy 6v5 for Sweet Time as they roll into a point. But Detonator, they do have 3 ultimates up here. They will be able to engage here with the sound barrier. We'll see how Sweet Times deals with it. A lot's going to come down to what Nearly God does here.
Yeah,
he gets a good...
They've got a Earth Shatter here as well with a self-destruct if they want to use it, so that could be interesting, but both teams going to use those. Sound barriers also for both sides now, when DLF trying to work in off the side. Sensei gets hooked in, a lot of damage onto him. Kerlos gets the extra damage in to take him down, and Nearly God also going to be finding the opposition. Anna, that's Dotalov out of the picture here. A big advantage for Sweet Time moving on towards this point, but now they need to keep it up. It's going to be Titawat to fall. Sioran hoping to try and stand up for the rest of his team. He's not being focused right now, but he realizes there's a reason for that. A lot of the priority targets are being focused down as we speak.
And this is really good for Sweet Time. Detonator stayed in there fighting for a while, and something that they're not really going to win just a moment. But there's the Earth Shatter coming in. Sioran knocks down 2, gonna charge deep in. I don't know if he has the follow-up from the rest of his team for this, though. He sort of went in on his own, ends up getting charged by the other Reinhardt, 1 HP, going to fall. And that was a little bit over-aggressive there, just given his team wasn't with him. And now we could see Sweet Time bring this back. They're at 97%, so if they win this fight, that's going to be it for this round.
That's right. Still holding Delave now, going to try and save the situation. Tackvisor comes in, 1 down, 2 down. It's NZR and Zalfix. Both supports a nice little pulse rocket to deal with Kerlos there, or a helix rocket, should I say. 3 kills for him, but the question is, will it be enough? It does seem to be the case, as Nearly God also gets desuited after a Roadhog cook comes in and is forced to look on and try and fire with a Bunny Blaster to charge up his mech.
So situation now for Sweet Time, they're going to have about 2 pushes left here in this game. They do have sound barrier up for the next fight, but still Detonator as well. So probably going to see both sound barriers get traded off. Law's going to get down here with Titawat. Titawat had some really nice Earth Shatters in the series yesterday, and new addition to the Sweet Time team, but trying to do his best to fill the role that Mickey used to fill. So he's going to be coming in here, holding onside Earth Shatter, diving into backline. No opportunities for it just yet.
Sound barrier being forced down here from Detonator now, and Titawat is trying to make inroads, but he's essentially on his own. I don't really know where the rest of his teammates went. I think they pushed the left side there, and possibly a miscommunication as a Reinhardt on his own is of no value whatsoever. With NZR finding Sensei now, and Sioran forced to move off the point and look for the rest here. Sweet Time have good positioning. Earth Shatter comes in, misses both of them in field goals, and Earth Shatter's EP. I can't believe it. He does get the charge on NZR. I don't think it's going to be enough now, as that shield is being pushed on down. He backs away. Yoshiharu actually came in for the rescue here, and 96 to 99. This could be a close finish.
I just love the term field goals. I'm just imagining the ref there holding up his arms. But here we go. Last fight underway. Delave picks off Wonderland. Titawat is down. And every kill right now going the way of Detonator. They will be cleaning out Sweet Time, and they turn it back around. Sweet Time was in a great position, but they weren't able to get a good fight in the last 3 fights. And that's it.
Oh my lord, the Japanese team starting up pretty strong here, considering that they had to desperately switch the point back. And if you do recall, they put a lot of the focus on their Soldier 76 player there to break through. He got himself a 3-man tack visor. It was Delave, of course, the man to the rescue. And Sweet Time, when you're in a position like that, you have a good 2 pushes, and you technically should have ult advantage in that situation. But of course, if you don't execute correctly on that, then you are going to lose out. It can be a very weird time to have the point flip back against you.
Certainly can. And now we'll see how this works out here on the Sanctum. It's worth noting that Sweet Time definitely felt pretty comfortable on control maps in the past, although yesterday they weren't as strong on it as expected. And again, it's hard to say how much that is just things evolving over time or perhaps still adjusting to the loss of Mickey. But either way, both teams heading out here. Detonator coming out with D.Va, Reinhardt, Roadhog, and on the other side for Sweet Time, what do we see but D.Va, Reinhardt, Roadhog? So both teams still going to be running this composition that really focuses on having a strong front line and taking out the opposing Reinhardt shield.
Yeah, we can discuss that later, ZP, talking about that the three tanks and why we're only seeing those three. But for now, a fight on the left side is what you generally expect to see. Yoshiharu gets desuited first here, so does need to be careful as his team aren't going to have the defensive matrix to help set them up and stop a lot of that damage forthcoming. And this is going to force Detonator onto the point. They realize they're not going to win that fight if they drag it out and have a protracted battle. So now they're giving a bit of ground here. Tita goes very aggressive, and Delave's trying to get behind his shield, but look at that Tita keeping that stood up there. And Kurlos getting a quick double. That will be Detonator shoved off here. Not able to make too much happen after Yoshiharu did get desuited first. And again, that D.Va fight is almost as important as the Reinhardt shield fight sometimes, ZP.
Absolutely. I mean, both, right now, what we're seeing the meta is where you have your 3-tank combo and they all have incredible synergy with each other. Early hook coming out here onto D.Va, and that's going to force her back. Even if she gets out, she's still going to be desuited here. Not going to get what she's wanting. But Detonator, Sensei coming in from the backline, looking for a hook. But down to Lucio, this is really risky. It's pretty much all or nothing at this point as he looks for the hook. But while he's getting nothing, Oputo is getting everything, just savaging the backline. And Detonator going to have to regroup.
Yeah, I don't want to see a Roadhog standing in the backline. I think... I'm pretty sure Sensei spent about 60% of that fight actually trying to get in position and try and go for a flanking hook. When there's a Reinhardt in play, yes, you need to respect the shield, you need to work around it, you need to break it. But the fact that he's trying to be a ninja hog just to try and get a hook from behind that shield doesn't really make sense to me. And his team need him to be in that fight, even just as a big body, if nothing else. But now Delave coming in, Tac Visor, and now, of course, the Nano Boost coming through here, but he's shut down there by Defense Matrix and Kurlos.
The Har Blue spreads long and far here, but right now both teams trading off in the front. Detonator picking off too to start things off. Yoshiharu still in a really good position. He cracked the shield, and oh no, does not get thrown in the pit, but it was awfully close. Picks another kill in the Tita, so Detonator, nothing too flashy there, push through. They pick up a few kills, and it leads to a few more as they are going to get back in this point. They are going to retake it, and 18% to 63%, not the worst position to be in, but they are going to have to win at least a few fights here where they'll probably be at an ult disadvantage.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, good job by WeTime to back away from Yoshiharu there as well. He got lucky. I think he didn't realize that he'd pushed a bit too far and didn't have his boosters on cooldown, but managed to get back up. So Delave actually on the Tracer here, which I don't terribly mind against this team. He still needs to respect the Roadhog hook, though. That is still a big threat for him. And it's a bit of chaotic stuff here inside the Atrium, but the most part that you need to know is that Tita gets caught out there by a self-destruct from Yoshiharu, and Delave as well. I'm not sure what this particular camera view is, but it should illustrate at least to you that he's trying to stay out of the fight, trying to flank, but from this position it's very hard to do. So we should be backing away with this team and wait until we see an extension from Sweet Time.
Absolutely, and it's worth noting too right now, they lost to Reinhardt early on in the fight, and anytime you lose a Reinhardt early on, in this meta in particular, it's really rough. You're just not going to win any sort of poke war. You have to hope that you're in the process of getting a kill or two of your own as that goes down, or it's not going away. But Sweet Time, they do get back in the point, they get a few kills they need, Roadhog getting hooked in towards the very end, so pretty much all even between the two. For Detonator, though, it probably will come down to this next fight, given where both teams are on ult percentage. And neither team really packing too much in terms of power here. Sioran will have the opportunity to go for a big Earth Shatter, but again, it's easier said than done right now in the meta, where teams do play pretty defensively around that and do focus the other Reinhardt pretty heavily.
Yeah, okay, I think the Nano Visor could be pretty big in this fight here. It really depends. They're going to try and desuit Yoshiharu before they send the 76 in. That should be the way to go. And you can see that Delave's trying to assassinate Sensei, but he's having none of it now. Tita finds space, self-destruct in the Atrium, and here it is. Kurlos now got to come in, knew there was a D.Va not close enough to really interact with this fight, and Sweet Time had the ultimates to hold off for just long enough. Here's the thing, CP. Trace is fine. I don't mind Tracer at all in flanking situations, but she often doesn't really give you the stopping power to get a 6v5 situation immediately, right? We're not talking one-hit kill potential, so while Delave is trying to look and try and get a kill against the 76, which is never easy to do, the rest of his team are trying to fight essentially 5v6 into that situation where they're up against 3 tanks the same as they have and actually don't have a damage player with them.
Actually, when it comes to Tracer, I somewhat disagree, but it depends on who you have playing the Tracer. When you took a look at what Misfits was doing back at DreamHack with Soon, he was able to go in and find 76s repeatedly and all the rest, and it's part of the benefit.
Pulse bombs from him as well. He was always hitting pulse bombs.
No, and he hit pulse bombs at a rate that almost no other tracer does, so it's a bit of an anomaly. I think in theory, you can definitely do that, especially as teams aren't running the Zarya. But for Delave, he has to play at a very, very high level and find that perfect opportunity, which is easier said than done. But here we go. Both teams getting into it here on the top. See what happens.
All right, well, Sensei already jumping into the backline here, trying to isolate the tanks, and he's done so fairly well, I think. Delave has a lot of freedom here. You can see that he's got a lot of space to work. Now finally gets shut down by NZNR. He gets his second known as an Ana player, and then is a very proficient one at that. Yoshiharu able to get very, very charged up here, and there's not a whole lot can really be done by Nearly God to actually prevent that damage from coming through, so he'll have to back away still. As the rest of Detonator were isolated, you'll notice that Sweet Time had Titawat standing in that doorway, even though the tank line of the Japanese squad had already jumped over him. He himself managed to split the team 3 and 3.
Anytime you get that level of split, that's what you need to win these fights. But you take a look at where Sweet Time is right now. They're in over the top. They're not really interested in going anywhere else. And how Detonator can approach this, they're either going to come at the top and try and challenge that top v top fight, or some teams we've seen are more than willing to just go in through the bottom and make the top team come down. But there's the hook from Puto early on to start this out. Lucio is down immediately, and that sets up Detonator on completely the wrong foot.
Yeah, and Sensei tries to follow up and try and at least get a 1-for-1 trade for his Lucio, but he's up against a Roadhog and he almost died himself there. This is just going to be a one fight from pretty much the very beginning here as well by Sweet Time. Very comfortable opening there. And they just had Obito in my opinion, one of my favorite Winston and Roadhog positions on this map. Very easy to get a clear view of the enemy team as they file in. And I'd say Detonator would want to be very careful of taking the front door next time.
Well, that's interesting. Delave almost had Pulse Bomb up, swaps the same 6. Not the most impactful ult to immediately throw away, but he's not feeling the Tracer anymore as Detonator. They're going to go for more Brute Force, coming in over the top once more. They get the early hook, but immediately striking back is Kurlos. Tac Visor in play, grabs 2 with the aid of Nano Boost, and they're just going to power through this fight.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive there as well. I mean, some ultimates were drawn out there. You can see the Earth Shadow was even drawn out there from the side of Sweet Time, but when you have a whole hog ticking, right, and then Reinhardt's being knocked around, he can't shield his team from the Nano Visor, which is invariably going to come from the 76. So that one thing that you really have to defend yourselves alongside of the defense matrix, they're both being nullified to a degree.
Absolutely, and now 80% left here. This is going to be the final attempt here for Detonator. The switch is back in their favor. They have a Nano Boost up. They might get a Graviton in the middle of this fight. They're pretty close. And Sensei getting lucky there. Gets hooked to the top. Does not come in over the top. No magic wall this time. So he's going to stay alive here as Detonator gets onto the point. And for now, this is a decent last push, but it's Boostio time, ladies and gentlemen.
That is the one thing Detonator did not need in this fight. They really needed a bit of extra damage here, so having space nano boosted is less than ideal here. Sensei's done great work in this fight in general, though, I have to say. 2 for him already, on with that left click, getting healing as well for himself, and you notice that his Ana is also helping him out with the Bardic Grenade there, making that take a breather much more effective. Please don't get... oh no. The Sleep Dart comes in. I was hoping that Diva would actually get him with a Bunny Blaster here, but NZNR does ultimately fall. Detonator will be able to flip it back in their favor, but there are a couple ultimates here for Sweet Time to be going on with.
For Sweet Time, they have everything going in their favor here. I mean, 99% to 17%. All they have to do is just bank ults for a little bit, throw in a few junk rushes, and they will absolutely be able to give themselves a fight that they're extremely favored to win. Now, whether or not they play it that cerebrally, we'll have to see. Sweet Time, though, they're coming in together, going in through that middle archway, and they're not taking the side ground fight, as Delave going to go to the back line and look for that key pulse bomb.
Yeah, needs it here, and he doesn't find it. He sticks it to the alcove, or the corner at least of the door jam, and that's what you need to do with this Tracer. Otherwise, don't play it. It's just not going to be worth it for you here, in my opinion. However, Delave able to try and make hay while the sun shines here. Kurlos does have attack visor, but he's been covered up by Yoshiharu's defense matrix. Still gets a lot of damage across. You can see he's definitely forced Dotal off right on off the point, and this is dangerous for Detonator. They've got one more ultimate to work with here, and that's it. And it's just a nano boost. There's no time anyway. Sweet Time win that fight out. Switch it up 2-1 here. Managed to take control on this Nepal map.
And for Sweet Time, perhaps a little bit of a return to form. I wouldn't necessarily say this has been dominant in their favor, but they definitely feel like they're playing a little bit better than what we saw from them yesterday when they went up against Sub 499. Although it could be misleading because against Sub 499 they started out the day really well, and then Sub 489 they made some adjustments, and it just from there on out it was close. But Sub 499 stayed in the driver's seat. So even if Sweet Time comes out looking really strong on map number 1, you can't always expect it to stay that way for the rest of the series.
The core of that team, remember, was the team that actually showed some awesome stuff against South Korea at the World Cup and then lost to Australia in their last game. So Consistency definitely is something you might level at them as a bit of a weakness here, but Sweet Time, okay, back in control now. This is interesting. NZNR on the Junkrat. It's not the first time we've seen him on this map. We see him more so on Dorado defense nowadays. Can be devastating if not addressed. He won't do much though to the Pharah, but I tell you what, who can? Kurlos on the Ana now switching over. He can give that Pharah a lot more trouble, I guess.
I really do like seeing the Junkrat here on Sanctum. There's a point where it was Northern Gaming that used to run it all the time with Mangachu on it, and it was actually pretty effective. I think they had won on the stage more often than not just by using the spam to push teams back and win these shield fights. But we do see D.Va going down pretty early here for Detonator, and that's going to let Sweet Time be a little bit more aggressive here. They don't have to worry about D.Va eating shots, and Pharah, while good in certain situations, isn't really going to be powering people back from those situations. He's much better at diving in than just crazy pokes. So Detonator at somewhat of a disadvantage right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like their picks in terms of DPS heroes right now, ZP. We'll talk about it later here. I mean, Sensei obviously going quite low, can be threatened quite easily by a D.Va. This is what we saw Rogue struggle with a heck of a lot, actually. Mickey gave players like Tavik and co a lot of problems in that regard, but NZNR gets a quick double there. Riptide did come out, hard to hear the Q, and Sensei has a barrage remaining. This could be devastating, but again, they're just going to dodge out the way. The defense matrix was used there just in case. A nano boosted D.Va there, making it very hard for Sensei to break through, and yeah, eventually he's going to be cut down by the miniguns and shrapnel throwing in this direction.
So Sweet Time hanging on here, not holding on in a super decisive way, but still getting the trades they need to restabilize, and actually even more trades going their way towards the very end. So they're going to fully push back down there. They're going to get here on the doorway, and they'll even have a self-destruct up here in just a moment. So for now, they're holding position they need to hold. Detonator really going to need either this push or the next to go through, or they might be seeing this map just slip away from them.
Really interesting. Detonator switch off a Mercy that pretty much had Resurrect ready to go there. So not trusting in that one, going straight towards the Ana now with the Tracer also being picked up. Look at that, that's massive. Nearly got 9. Gets himself a 3-man self-destruct. It's not supposed to happen, not on a map like this here, but it seems as if Detonator were all held in place. Titawat got the Earth Shatter down, which is likely what kept the entirety of Detonator stationary for that ulti hit. That's filthy.
And teams have been getting so much better at comboing one of the tank ults that has a disable with D.Va Self-Destruct. Earth Shatter, Graviton, all fair game for giving you maximum value off that D.Va ultimate. EMP is pretty good with that too, as we've seen from Plexi, but no Sombras inside here. But here comes the Lave. Attack Visor up and down the way. Didn't get bounced and juggled here by Junkrat. Does make him pay the price. Comes down the flank. No one dealing with him right now. Reinhardt even turning around. And it's 2 kills from Detonator as they try and pierce through.
Yeah, Kurlos, they're forced just to go in for the Hail Mary play there, but it's going to be too late there as well. Enough time was bought by Sweet Time, and they're going to take away the entire map there, ZP. Taking the third away, they bring the Junkrat into play, which is very interesting. And to be fair, was essentially untouched. NZNR was given so much space to do damage, and that's not a good thing as Detonator. I mean, Pharah is very, very good against Junkrat in general, but it wasn't able to pressure him enough, and yeah, this was the combo. You can see that Titawat and Opito actually both let their ultimates go at that time, at least from what I can hear on the sound cues there. So yeah, pretty nasty stuff.
I will say that somewhere out there, Hex is almost certainly crying because he loves Pharah perhaps more than any man should love Pharah, and it's been a bad last month or so for Pharah.
Yeah.
Teams do experiment with her from time to time, but the amount of times it's actually worked out, less frequent than you might otherwise think.
Okay, so look, there definitely is an argument for playing Pharah on some of these maps here. Sanctum probably the least of those, purely because you're gated in terms of how high up you can get. And I mean, so obviously now that Pharah can get an extra 35% out of her rocket jumps, or at least her jump packs there, you know, and you put yourself in a situation where you've got a ceiling there, you're a little bit forced into some sort of areas where maybe it's not quite safe. And as an Ana player on the opposite team, it's going to be a little bit easier to pick off that Pharah because she's always going to be a little bit closer to your team as well. It's going to be harder for her to get away. And of course, we talked about McCree being a good shutdown. Sometimes just a good Ana is enough in itself to cause that Pharah all sorts of problems.
Absolutely. And although it is interesting because I think there is a trade-off there where even if your Ana can go in after the Pharah, sometimes that's actually okay because your team is used to having the Ana really throwing tons of healing behind, say, your Roadhog or Reinhardt. Yeah. If the Ana's sitting there on Pharah duty, suddenly your team doesn't have that incredible source of healing for those frontline tanks. Right. And it has worked against teams sometimes, but only if the Pharah play is really top-notch and the rest of your team is realizing what's going on to capitalize on what could be a little bit less healing.
You need to be hitting, like, you need to be making a lot of use of your concussive blast now. Obviously, The way that Farah knocks people around with the normal rockets has changed a bit, but you can still hit those big, environmental kills there. I think that's something you need to weave into your gameplay a lot, because against the team that has a Reinhardt shield and D.Va defense matrix, also a D.Va that gets up in your face and prevents you from actually having freedom, then you're going to struggle to find kills organically, I guess, if that makes sense, as Farah. Even though you are hitting hard, still not going to be that easy. But Hanamura going to be the second map here as well, ZP. So this is very, very interesting. I'm pretty sure we've seen Sweet Time play on this map, actually, at the World Cup, and it was all about that Symmetra Torbjorn hype.
Well, that Symmetra is coming back in the Vogue here. At least they're teasing us with it. Zalfix, though, I think he was pretty open with us about his love of Symmetra, more so than most other players in the game. It's a hero that he wants to run in. And of course, who knows how much Symmetra we'll be seeing when that rework does finally hit live. Some cool stuff coming out there, but for now, it is of course just nothing but old school Symmetra. But curious to see how it works out here. They're going to be running the Mei as well, so Sweet Time looking for more of a control-based setup here, where they're going to be trying to use the Mei, the wall, teams off as they come in, split off one, and then engage. But sometimes the Mei can be a trap here, Uber, because not every team, even at the pro level, always plays well with it, where they might wait a little bit too long in the wall, and then they don't really get the control they're looking for.
Yeah, that is true. That being said, NZR is a big Mei player. Plays so much Mei, it's not even funny. It's just this team's so interesting now, how they switch things up. Kurlos is actually normally the 76 player, but now they have Opito on the McCree. Kurlos is playing the Ana here. So this is a little bit more of a throwback composition, I guess, with the exception of the D.Va being present here. But they're now going to try and play Pharmacy over on this, and they're bringing Sensei on the Soldier 76. They're playing double tank. This is a very divey team composition here. Big tanks going in, and they're hoping that Dele is going to do enough damage over the top to secure kills with Sensei.
And what we're seeing once more is this love affair coming out from Detonator. They tried the runner yesterday, they're running her again now, and coming in over the top, going straight for that Mei. Mei got by herself quite a bit of time with the ice block, and Delave got to look for more targets, going to the back line, but not really getting what he's looking for, and certainly not with a whole lot of support. Does get the Symmetra, though, towards the very end, staying alive, so dream is still real, because, again, if you're an offense, you trade some kills out here, it's worthwhile.
Yeah, that's fine to do that on the first attack. I wouldn't really be upset about this. I mean, this is a composition from Detonator, first and foremost, that's going to give a lot of space to the Farah and the 76, and it doesn't give a damn about Mei walls in general, right? 76 and Lucio are the only two heroes that are really going to be impacted by a Mei wall thrown up there. So that pick essentially going to be nullified here, and I've got good dive tanks to give Delave and Sensei room to do damage. They just need to do that here. Sensei, cheeky little mechanics there, going to be jumping over on towards his point now. With the help of his Lucio, should be able to deal with NZNR. It forces him in towards that ice block. Now Sensei has a prime position, was being damage boosted as well, but still, Detonator are being picked off one by one here. They're not focusing targets, not truly diving them either. It's making it very, very hard for them to actually get a man advantage in these fights to start.
Absolutely, and one thing that's actually worth knowing there is that the Mercy got picked off early, and normally I'd say, hey, there's no resurrection coming in as a result. The Mercy actually has built very little ultimate for almost a minute and a half into the game. She hasn't been healing targets that have really been getting savaged, and as a result, they can't really even count on that resurrection coming in until maybe about a minute left, so that's rough, given how when you run a Mercy comp, you really do need to get those impactful reses for things to go. And talking about impactful ultimates, that teleporter is up, which means if they don't have anyone to flank back and deal with it, it's going to be rough. Now, we do see the Tracer coming in, so that might be the first target here for Delave.
Yeah, and also to a degree would help any dive, but Sioran's actually switched over towards Reinhardt here, and now that Maywell actually has an impact. You see Yoshiharu goes in on his own, Sioran's going to have to wait before he can join, and this D.Va's going to be at least desuited before he even manages to do that. Sensei goes down to Titawat here as well, and Sweet Time are all over this one. A good charge coming in here from Sioran, but it's ultimately going to be at the very best a trade because there was such a massive player advantage for Sweet Time over on this point. So Yoshiharu finally gets desuited here, but Sweet Time just shrugged this one off. Teleporter's still in play, Kurlos has Nano Boost, they've got High Noon, and they've got an Earth Shadow.
This is about as bad as it could get here for Detonator. Just you look at the difference in ultimates, you look at the fact that the teleporter's still up, and they only have 2 more fights to go in, and this is where they're all in on the Widowmaker here, where Widowmaker can be an X factor, can be something where you get an early pickoff and just snowball it in, but it puts pretty much all the pressure here on Sensei to find that early pickoff and go from there, because otherwise, there's not a whole lot of scenarios where Detonator can come in and win this fight, barring Sweet Time making some very crucial mistakes.
Honestly, it needs to be a McCree or an Anna that it gets picked off by Sensei here. That's That's kind of it. So, yeah, not great. You can see NZR just picks him straight off with an ice spike here. The problem is that it's kind of hard to get a good sightline as a attacking Widow on this map sometimes, because defenders are always playing off to the sides. Opito finds Delave there, gets the finish, and again, that McCree, Delave switches a Tracer into this McCree. So he knows it's a McCree for Opito. He switches knowingly, offered the Pharah into that one, but neither Pharah or Tracer are really going to have a good time against that McCree, especially if Opito's playing remotely conservatively.
So one thing that's worth noting is that the teleporter is down. It did go down in the last fight. Delave went to the back line to take it out, so a little bit of a hero moment there, but it's still not a great fight here for Detonator. They're going to have to hope for a very early pickoff, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get that. However, Titawak going to fall early on. Down goes Apudo, so the early strike here from Detonator working out. They're trading out kills, but they're still going to need a little bit more here, Uber. NZNR doing a lot to control by the gate.
Yeah, nice work there from Sensei. Gets up above. NZNR trying to shut down the Diva is eventually removed, and now Kurlos in trouble, goes half health. Those turrets are annoying for Sensei, though. He eventually gets gunned down there as well. Nearly got denied. Got himself a nano boost there, looking very, very good in the late fight to clean this one up here. And now you can see they're trying to rush back in. The Earth Shadow, though, gets the shutdown. Silverin got nano boosted by Dotaloff, but before he could use it, he was on his rear end. The wall was put up there, and Sweet Time, again, going to hold off against Detonator. And this is something that they're good at doing. And this is something in a way that Detonator themselves capitulated way back at APAC. They struggled on maps like this in a few occasions, especially to try and break through off the start. Hybrid maps didn't look great for them, and Sweet Time, I would say that Hanamura is one of their favorite maps to play.
Absolutely, and I think part of it is that I don't know if I'm convinced that Symmetra is really the way to go in this map, but I do think if you play a good Symmetra, that teams that haven't dealt with it might play less than optimally against it, just from the fact that you're not running something that might not be as much in the meta. And here's the real problem going in here with the Detonator is that in general, first point holds across all of Overwatch, pretty hard to get, certainly difficult here on Hanamura. So you look at from a statistical point of view, the odds that Detonator comes in and has an even really good hold to stop Sweet Time, it's possible, but it's not super likely. There's a lot to be said for Sweet Time here too, where they don't even have to worry about the second point. They can just play, save ultimates, and go for a one decisive push on the point A.
So if you're Detonator here, this is a good time to maybe demonstrate if you do know what Sweet Time likes to do, if you have an understanding of them. Now, Zenyatta gets picked up here by Detonator. Now, I'm of two minds about this pick, ZP. In my opinion, it's okay not to play Lucio on the first point of a 2CP map, as you're fighting usually around a closer quarters here. Yeah, I see it switch over towards Mercy. I was a little bit concerned about it, so still no Lucio, which is interesting. Obviously, the sound barrier are going to be quite important, and a lot of these targets are going to be quite vulnerable to Opito. Now, I was going to say, if you're Detonator and you know a little bit about Sweet Time, you know what Opito does on Genji, and he still plays it now, regardless of meta or the way the times change or whatever. And we've seen this guy do some ridiculously disgusting things on this particular hero in the past here. So they need to be respecting this. They've got the Mei, they've got the 76, and they've got the Zenyatta here as well. So we'll see how this Mei works out. As Sweet Time have a decent ability to circumvent that, at least with their core of their dive.
Well, we have the Zenyatta coming back out again, as it turns out. There's a little bit back and forth there. Hey, maybe Mercy now, maybe back to Zen. I think Zen on first point defense is pretty good, but mostly against Zarya to prevent those sorts of crazy combos. But here we go. Sensei opening up the wall, knocking the early pickoff, and that gives Sweet Time a great opportunity here where that wall's going to be down. Mei's going to be weakened effectively for that time period, and we'll see if Sweet Time makes the most of this as they get right through. They get the early pick on the Reinhardt. If they get one or two more kills here, Uber, that could be it before it's even begun.
Yeah, a really nice poke game being played by Sweet Time here. They just completely out-traded in terms of damage on that early point now. And Opito is in a 1v1 situation here against Delay, but he catches him mid-air with a shuriken. He was left to his own devices here, and Sweet Time didn't have to worry about the Soldier 76 bearing down on the rest of their team, and they're just out-traded. The Roadhog here was pretty darn important from Kurlos, breaking their shield to start with, and they would let in the front door pretty much straight away. Sweet Time going to take map number 2 in a very convincing fashion.
Absolutely, and I think part of that too is that when you go for the Mei wall and get absolutely nothing, there's just that momentary time of weakness where you give the other team a lot of room, and you can recover from it, but it's difficult. You sort of have to back out and funnel them into another situation where you can get a Mei wall, get a split, and use Mei to her potential, because if all your gang from the Mei is simply her icicles, it's not great relative to times where you can actually get wall split. But here comes Apudo. We're talking about how multi-talented he was. This is Genji coming into play.
Yeah, note this as well. You can see what's happening in this game. Sweet Time already hold the point, but Opito spent the entire time flanking and waiting for an opportunity where he could actually break cover and start to jump on those squishy targets there. So we sometimes see this, and we actually saw this a lot from Chile at the World Cup, for example, a team that maybe didn't have all their ducks in a row. They'd send a Genji in off towards the side, but the entirety of the rest of their team would get walled off, and then the Genji actually went in. So at least Opito appreciated that the rest of Sweet Time wouldn't actually be ready to fight until that wall was down, or at least until they baited it out. So that was another 7 to 10 seconds almost at maximum. So he waited, stayed alive, and then went in. He actually crossed over the map, I think, at one point. He was initially trying to work from the left side if you're an attacker, and then we saw him flanking on the right there. So good presence of mind by him to know when it was safe to actually engage and start to get the assassinations rolling.
What I'm curious going forward here is how Detonator is going to change anything up, if there's any change-ups they can look for going the next few maps here, because now this is a best 3 out of 5, their tournament life on the line. They're going to have to go for the reverse sweep from here on out, and when they've been trying sort of more wackier things, it hasn't really been working. They did try, of course, going to the Fair multiple times, didn't get what they were looking for. And I stopped and think about Fair in the current meta too, is that I think part of it is that even though she's best when diving, getting used to have the concussive blast, as we mentioned before, poke damage as a general rule has really suffered in the world of Ana, where not that it was super strong in the past, but now that Ana's there that instantly heal things up, as a Pharah, you effectively don't get anything from situations where you're just laying in rockets from the back if there's Ana still up and around. So the Fair mystery continues.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And what's really important about this CP is now that ultimates take a lot longer to charge up, Overwatch does become a bit more of a war of attrition, right? You need to whittle people down or try and get quick picks off or something like that. Normally, it's hard to get picks because you lack burst damage or front loader damage in the form of those ultimates. So you want to try and, use a Pharah to whittle people down in that regard. But Ana's still a thing. And Bite Grenade is still so strong. So you pretty much then rely on going for picks. Otherwise, you're getting absolutely nothing unless you're committing for an all-in and taking a big risk. But Dorado to be the third map here as well. And this, like you said, is Detonator's tournament life on the line.
Yep, and just one final note on the Pharah thing too. I think something that also hurts her a bit in this patch is the prevalence of D.Va, where D.Va, of course, if you have defensive matrix up and the ready, it can completely ruin your day if you're going for a barrage. It can also ruin the day of Reaper, where Reaper goes in for a Death Blossom. Even if you had the old school nano boost there, not going to get a whole lot when you have that Korean future vacuum just in your face, taking up everything.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, D.Va's prevalence, again, because she's so broad spectrum in terms of what she answers in terms of threats, it changes the game quite drastically here. And this is what we saw. What we saw Envious do really well against Rogue is that D.Va's also very good. Even if you're not killing someone, you get up in a 76's face while he's trying to ultimate. You get up in a Pharah's face. You have so much ability to actually access, the personal space of a lot of heroes that otherwise would actually have a lot of freedom to roam around. Obviously, Pharah creates her own space by using her jetpack to get up out of trouble. But D.Va nullifies that by actually closing that gap herself in a very unique ability that is the rocket boost, which allows you to very much directly control your trajectory. So obviously, no surprise to see both teams with it here. We're seeing the Junkrat here as well from Sweet Time. So they've been watching Misfits.
I think there's no doubt about it here, or maybe just NZNR loves Junkrat, but given where he's been playing it, gotta think that they have been doing their homework. But Detonator coming out here with the Pharah once more, and I'm getting a note here for Sweet Time. They do come out in the defense of McCree. McCree's still very much able to be played. Seems like Immortals in NA like running it perhaps more so than others, but that's gonna create a little bit of problems here for Sensei, where he has to worry about the McCree, has to really pick his moments, and it's not impossible for Pharah, but this is going to be a very difficult task indeed, as he's getting hit with all sorts of poke right now.
Yeah, it's really annoying. You can see that Space is spending his entire time healing Sensei up and can't really do anything else. To attempt to flank, if you can pick off an Ana with a couple quick rockets, this could be really good. Not shooting the Ana. Okay, Sensei needed to go for the Ana pretty much straight away there. Now he's sort of given up the Ghost, and even if he does get this kill, it might be a 1-for-1 at most. Still some damage coming in here. He's managed to split the focus of Sweet Time. That is quite important. Sweet Time needs to be careful not to overextend and overcommit to the Pharah in their backline. But look at this. Already Detonator are moving through.
They're moving through right now. It's still back and forth, but Sweet Time, they pick off 2 kills. The Pharah not able to do as much as wanting for the backline. NCNR just having himself a ball of a time sitting here in this front Dorado room. And this is where it's so difficult to get a Junkrat out of position. So Pudo gets all sorts of cleanup in the back. McCree, of course, probably the best garbage man in the game when it comes to cleaning up fights.
Yeah, a bit of a pause there as well, and a good chance to maybe reflect over what we've seen so far. First of all, Opito's positioning there towards the end of that fight was quite strange. He was actually tucked in the alleyway that leads up to the building on the right side there. So he initially was trying to ward away Space and Sensei by firing at the Pharah, but realized that there was a Mercy there. He wasn't going to be able to out-DPS that. You need to double head tap the Pharah really damn quick to actually take her out in that situation, and the range was really hard to do. So he backed right away there. But the most important thing is Sensei had a golden opportunity, right? If it's an Ana with her back turned to you and you were damage boosted Pharah, your 2 rockets usually should be able to kill her before she has time to react there. Still, you know, trying to fire the right heart, maybe didn't see the Ana, I'm not sure. But if you get in there, ZP, you get rid of that Ana and then you get out, that's super worthwhile. And even if you don't get out, they're missing a Pharaoh. You're 6v5 and you're pincering them.
Exactly, and as I think you brought up something good there as well, knowing that it did split attention early on. I think probably the biggest flaw that Fair play there is that when you see the on like that, as you mentioned, you have to go in and dive. You think back to when Envious, a few months back, when Pharah was in the meta, how did Tailspin get a lot done as Pharah? He really just had no breaks. He didn't sit there poking. If he saw a target, he dove in and went for it. And sure, sometimes he would die, but if you take out 1 to 2 people on that dive, it's worthwhile. Also, if you're deep diving, the Mercy is able to keep you alive, you're also building Resurrection relatively quickly, which means that the Mercy is going to be able to win the fight in other ways for your team if you've at least traded off evenly.
Yeah, exactly. And like we said, the amount of healing that's available to you now with Ana, with Zenyatta combined there as well, you need to take responsibility for completing those kills that Pharah player there as well. It's what we love about Tailspin. It's what we always enjoy seeing from him, is that he will actually go forward. He'll get in your face. If you can assess, I guess, the risk to reward factor of being aggressive in a particular situation, like that would have been great. It would have been perfect time to get in someone's face there as well. But Sensei was playing a little bit safe. I mean, Sweet Time could have been caught off there by that particular flank. So still in a pause here between these two teams. Of course, there's no real way of us knowing unless we're told by the people at the venue itself. But it looks like a kind of nice venue, ZP. I don't mind it. Looks like a little bit like a New York loft kind of situation, the bare bricks and stuff. Nice and rustic. I enjoy that for an event venue.
It's not too bad, and I did get an update just a moment ago talking about what went on. Apparently, one of the players for Detonator had a PC shutdown. Something happened, power surge, whatever it might be. So they're just waiting for him to get back into game. And once that Detonator player is back in, they'll be good to go. And that also sheds a little bit of light onto that last fight where it was relatively close for a while. I don't know who was knocked down in the middle of the fight, but maybe if that doesn't happen, maybe it goes the other way. It's a little bit of unfortunate bad luck happening there for Detonator, but they're going to get that player reconnected, and we'll see what they do on their second push once the game is underway.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's important to point out as well that we're seeing a Pharah played into a Junkrat. In my opinion, that is the most slanted matchup in the entire game of Overwatch in favor of the Pharah. Hopefully for fairly obvious reasons. Obviously, it's really, really hard to actually consistently hit a Pharah unless you manage to land like a good remote mine or follow up somehow using the trajectory of the knocked away Pharah. But there's still a McCree and an Ana here as well. So it's not as simple as Sensei just, getting up, getting some airtime and just knocking him down. And now Sweet Time moved forward yet again. So they're actually happy to hold on this choke and not back away into the courtyard initially. We'll see how long it takes for them to do that, as Nearly God takes a lot of damage and forced to back away.
So for now, Sweet Time willing to stand here at the archway. They do have 4 ultimates up. Sensei coming in from the back, looking for that early pickoff. At the very least, to make Sweet Time use a little bit of their ultimates there. The Symmetra is down. There will be no teleport, so this is working out pretty well for Detonator to start things off. They get the 2 early picks they're looking for. Sensei still in and around the back. Gonna be dodging away from that Deadeye. A little bit back and forth here for both teams, but still an opportunity for Detonator. Oh no.
Yeah. Not
Maybe not anymore.
That was pretty big, ZP, I'll be honest with you. And the fact that NZR can sit inside that building and let a Riptide go and not be taken down. I'm sure Sensei was trying to connect those rockets onto him, but it wasn't going to be enough ultimately. But that's a good opening from Detonator, right? Sensei goes in, both supports have less than 20 HP each, then the Winston jumps in. It's a good idea, it's a good combo. The problem is the rest of Detonator, their front line got smashed by Sweet Time, and I'd say NZNR and Opto are a big part of that.
They're an absolutely big part of it. And now with a minute 20 left on the clock, this is the final window of opportunity here. And oh no, NZNR with the bombs in over the top finds Sensei. So we were talking about that Junkrat Pharah matchup. Sometimes the rat gets his day. So for Detonator, it really is going to be their final push coming up. They do have a lot of ultimates at the ready, including a Resurrection. So we'll see how things work out. Sensei, though, has to be careful with his barrage here, where he needs to not use it too preemptively, or he might get taken out for free, and they can't have that.
No, they need to distract enough attention away with their front lines to actually give Sensei a full channel, or at least enough damage here. Yoshihara as well is going to try and shut that one down, so keep an eye on that one. But he's been desuited. This would be the time for Sensei to let a good barrage go now, but he may not need to. Sioran goes in, gets a kill on towards Kurlos here, so the backline was being dived effectively, and there it is. No Diva in play, but a Fire Strike comes out there from T2, not before Sensei got 2 kills already, and that teleporter being very crucial now, but a res comes in for Detonator, and Sensei is back in the sky.
The fight effectively reset between the Resurrection and the Teleporter, but Detonator maintain momentum. Sensei with a triple kill towards the very end. Reinforcements still coming in off the Teleporter, but the Teleporter will finally fall. No one here to do aerial control against Sensei. He is having the run of it. There's an Earth Shower, though, on the ground, and who needs control of the sky when you have control of the ground with that hammer? 2 kills coming out for Titawat, as desperately Sweet Time trying to regroup.
It was a really nice Earth Shadow by Titawat, but he didn't catch the Mercy. Somehow, Space actually escaped that Reinhardt now. We're in overtime, so this is not a good situation for Detonator as it is now. The teleporter for Zalfix being important, but now he switched over towards that Lucio to get his team back on this point in time. It's unlikely they'll do so, but you can see how much Detonator are already being stretched, ZP, just to get that first checkpoint on this map.
And for Detonator, this is where they really have to make up for lost time. When we see teams recover from the situation, they usually do it by going, all right, we might have gone kicked around on point A, but we're going to recover by going through point B with effectively no resistance. If Sweet Time can even get one team wipe here, it's going to mean very bad things for Detonator. Detonator has to come in and develop some momentum here. And they have a good Resurrection still up here. So if they can run into this, maybe take out 1 or 2 and go for the res and try and win it that way, that could be good. But here we go, the fight is underway. Uber, are you still there? Uh-oh.
Sorry about that. Got the old mic mute going on. Beautiful concussive blast from Sensei to knock Sweet Time apart there, but you saw he got cut down pretty much instantly from Opito. Another res being drawn out, and again, another res kind of working in favor of Detonator. At least lets them even out this fight and keep the numbers fairly thin on the side of Sweet Time. And with Sioran at the front here, he's forcing 1v3 the entirety of Sweet Time back.
He is forcing it back, and this is what Detonator needs right now. They need to create space, and you get 3 people on the cart. They only have 1:20 left, which means that they have maybe a margin of error of 1 fight. They could get wiped out here and still be able to come in, but really, for momentum's sake, to have the best chance of finishing out this map, they need to win this next fight. Sensei going up here over to the left, and this is what he's looking for here. He was looking to come in over the top and get that impactful barrage. Not rushing it, waiting for the payload to come close, but he's going to make his move soon.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard for Sweet Time to set up when there's a Pharaoh harassing them like this, but Opito again, he's on bird duty, and he finds it as well. 2 in the hand is, or 1 in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, I guess, and he will have himself at least no more Sensei to deal with for a moment. Now, a couple ultimates here for Detonator ZP, also for Sweet Time. So this could essentially be the last fight, given that this is a very, very long walk back for the side of Detonator. And Sweet Time are just trying to figure out now if Detonator are going to take high ground on the left or stay with the low ground push and try and make that one work here and force Sweet Time to engage them on their own terms.
All right, so for Detonator, it's all going to come down to this 25 seconds remaining. Sweet Time on the verge of the 2nd-point hold. And all eyes on Sensei. Sensei looking to start here for Detonator. Find what he's looking for. The self-destruct coming in first here. Make a little bit of room. Doesn't get what it's looking for, but there's Sensei. Finds the Reinhardt. Gets 1. Looking for more. Again goes straight into Diva. This is not the target you really want to be going in on Farah. His time is getting wasted, but it's Winston in the backline. So you're picking up 2. Doesn't quite matter as much, and Detonator keeping momentum going.
Yeah, it was really nice. A nano-boosted Winston is very, very hard to deal with. But now Opito, Electric Cowboy doing the Electric Boogaloo, hoping to at least, but Sensei takes him down. Even with the damage reduction of the nano boost, it's still not that a durable a McCree, perhaps. Now, guess who's back? It's Titawat with his shield as well. Was initially destroyed and forced away. Big Earth Shadow coming out from him, and Sensei's hoping to damage the people trying to follow up on this one. It's Titawat, a one-man effort now. You can see that Sioran from Detonator has pushed all of Sweet Time back in, and this might be another overtime completion here, at least heading to the 3rd stage, as Opito going to be pressured down heavily, and we do get our 2nd checkpoint.
I gotta say, I'm not a fan of how Sweet Time reacted here, where they could have gone back to 2nd and didn't. And in part regards to the heroes, like they had time to swap off and get a Tracer into the fray just to buy a little bit of extra delay. Don't think you would have wanted to go for the May, but just a Tracer there could have been enough to maybe look for a miracle. But Detonator now, they get through 2nd. They only have a minute left, so they only have 1 real big attempt at this, but Sweet Time not even gonna give them that. They're rolling right in, but they get nothing from this gauge, and they have to be careful.
Yeah, don't overextend is the big ticket here as well. I mean, we just see a May being channeled in there as well. Nearly got, actually, I believe the one using that one now. Resuited after using that one and ready to fight on. There's going to be a res here for Detonator, so it'd actually be essentially 2 fights here if they play it properly. Now, D-Lab getting stunned out, pushed away, damaged very heavily and taken down quickly. He was on his own, not with the rest of his team, trying to flank. Not great, really. You need to stick with your team in this situation. As a Roadhog, you can still be cut down. Something we see, I think, from Evermore, I actually think, as a good example from Panthera. One of the criticisms we had from him is that he always trying to flank on his own there. You can be isolated by 6, but now Detonator continue the fight.
They are continuing the fight. They have the boosted Winston going in. Aputo, though, going to be zoning that right back. Deadeye out and at the ready. Not even really needed as the front line doing all sorts of work. It's Kurlos on the 76. 3 unanswered kills here from Sweet Time as they pull it right back. No time left remaining. We're at 6 seconds left here. A little bit of Tracer v McCree action. And oh man, the Earth Shatter just to be sure. When you can't hit the crowd spamming Tracer, go for the hammer. And Sweet Time going to get that hold pretty early on here on third.
Yeah, so obviously, I think you might agree with me, ZP, where we'd say it didn't need to go that far if you're Sweet Time.
No.
I think they actually had a bit of a chokehold on the entire game on first, to be honest with you. We'll allow that one, but then second was even a more interesting situation. Now with D.Va being such a prevalent part of the game, we're seeing Reinhardt players forced into essentially lose-lose scenarios, right? Just outside the second checkpoint, we saw a good example of Detonator trying to employ that themselves. They threw a D.Va self-destruct behind Sweet Time, forcing Titawat to turn his shield around. And that's when you saw Sensei pop up and just barrage the Reinhardt immediately there as well. So you're setting up situations there where you're either damned if you do or damned if you don't with all these big ultimates is one way of doing it. It's a little bit brute force, and it often requires you to expend at least one extra ultimate purely to get the Reinhardt to turn around. But if you can break through a fight, if you're having trouble getting traction, then that is an option that is available to you now.
It is, and the key thing here is too is that for the rest of the fight, you can sort of overcommit on resources to take out a Reinhardt within reason because of all the other heroes that you're running with him. For example, you take a look at Detonator's lineup that they're running right now, where they're running the Roadhog, D.Va, Reinhardt with the 76 in the back. Guess what happens to Sweet Time if they're down their Reinhardt? They have no cover from Roadhog hooks, which come out every 6 seconds, and they have no cover, really, aside from defensive matrix here and there, from a Soldier who does all sorts of poke damage from range. So once Reinhardt is down, you lose protection from the rest of the enemy team comp that really is designed to just wreck you from range.
Yeah, and that's a huge factor. We talk about the Reinhardt shield battle, and this is why the Roadhog, despite his insta-kill on every 6-second timer, obviously he's also incredibly good at busting those shields down. So he's just, this is why you see him all the time, guys, if you are wondering why Roadhog is such a thing. He just does too many things too well right now in the game to really get rid of. But now, Sweet Time on the attack. Again, Opito on that Genji, and we've seen him with maybe this less conventional pick right now, being able to bust open defenses from teams like Detonator. We just saw it on Hanamura. He's going to go for an immediate flank.
And this is where Aputo, if nothing else, is going to be drawing some attention backward. Now they have to worry about the Genji in the backline. Maybe Aputo doesn't immediately get what he's looking for, but now Soldier is fighting at him and not helping the Reinhardt shield battle, which means Sweet Time can focus on their own Reinhardt shield battle. This is not bad for Aputo. As long as he doesn't get picked off, it's buying time for Sweet Time to extend the payload. It's splitting Delay's attention. And we'll see who does get that all-important first pick off here, as Roadhog, of course, on both teams, looking for that all-important hook.
Yeah, no, there's no Winston here for Sweet Time, so we won't see the strategy from Detonator that involved the Pharah going in, getting damage, and having the Winston clean up the backline. It worked quite well, in my opinion. It wasn't, let's just say it wasn't the main problem for Detonator on their attacking side. But so far, Detonator are managing to weather the storm reasonably well. The Reinhardt shield's still up and at it. Delave has a biotic field in the backline to try and defend a little bit. But now we'll start to see Sweet Time get a little bit more antsy coming forward. You can see they're pushing back. Sioran falls and nearly got Knight there as well. Not a great start. And Opito, oh, it's a Dragon Blade in the backline. We've seen what he can do with this one, ZP, and it is going to be carnage. 2 for him. Both supports fall, and he gets 76. Right now, that is the absolute ideal situation for a Genji. Both supports in the 76. You're laughing. It's exactly what we saw from Nevix at DreamHack.
Absolutely, and it's why double flanker can be effective in the way that Misfits ran it, or just simply a Genji gang to the backline. People, at times, I also think, forget to deal with some of this when it's not as in the meta, where you don't always play against a Genji now, compared to, say, a patch or two ago, where you always saw Genji, and Aputo was able to find the sweet spot in the backline, got the kills he's looking for. Not going to be getting Dragon Blade up anytime soon. It does build quite a bit slower nowadays, but you look at the rest of Sweet Time, they definitely have the resources to do on the next fight, but losing Ana early on, D.Va getting that pickoff, gonna put things on bad. Sioran comes out the top rope, drops the hammer, 2 people getting knocked, but Counter Earth Shatter is in.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be used to. This might force another ultimate out of Detonator, which could make the fight even harder for him. And yes, the sound barrier comes out just to keep them topped up here. Titawat being focused down a little bit over towards his left side. He's going to have his own D.Va with him there. It's nearly God with a defense matrix to keep him safe. So Detonator in this position, ZP, they only really want to spend 1, maybe 2 ultimates maximum a fight. Because of the Earth Shatter that came out from Sweet Time, they had to use a sound barrier, and now they have to give some ground here. They don't really have the ultimate bank of ultimates anymore that they sort of did before.
you touch on a really good point here for ult economy, where you definitely don't want to blow all ults into one fight. That could be a team fight loss, even if it's actually a win just for that moment. But 2 quick kills coming out from Detonator. They drop down, they get the hook they're looking for. And we might be seeing a log here in a moment, but no, he's just going to hook his opposing number, takes him out. Good stuff from Detonator, and pretty measured too, not to overdive, just getting what they're looking for and backing out a bit, although Cioran might be proving me wrong right now. Goes too far out and gets charged back in. That is a bit of a mistake from Detonator.
Yeah, that's a kill that you're going to be very, very happy getting as an attacker here. I don't know if they can convert that into anything more, as Nearly God Ninth was actually picked up by Dotoloff, who is more than happy to play super aggressive here. Lands the hook and Titawat falls down. That was actually Sensei to follow up with the extra damage, and Dotoloff isn't going to be able to get away. Now this is getting a little bit messy. This is, I mean, Sweet Time is spawning quite a lot closer to this point here, so Detonator don't want to trade 1-for-1 if they're chasing kills. It's not efficient.
And the problem is for Detonator is that they have been trading, but they haven't been getting really the better end in terms of outbuilding here. Apudo going to have Dragon Blade up in a moment, and so is the Nano Boost. We might be seeing Nano Boost, Dragon Blade moment, but Apudo gets picked off. They're going to have to wait a little bit there on that combo. We'll see if they change up plans. Kurlos picks off one early on. Pretty messy fight here, but now it's on Detonator's turf, where Detonator will be having the respawn edge. Diva Explosion comes off, and it's a mess down here right now.
Yeah, Dotoloff gets picked off there. He's using Whole Hog, so he can't escape from the self-destruct that Nearly God sent in his direction. You don't have any mobility in general as Roadhog, and then you can't even act properly once you're using Whole Hog itself. So he was very vulnerable. Now we see a 76 does have the Tac Visor as well ready to go. No, sorry, it's just a Nano Boost for him at the moment. He was hooked in. That managed to shave off a little bit of the damage done to him, but Opito just goes and cleans off the kill. He finds space, does get Earth Shattered, knocked up. Dele finds Zalfix now, and Opito taken down. This is a good little run from Detonator to hold on for now, but they need to come out with positive trades. With where the payload is, they spawn closer now, so this is an okay time to get a little bit more aggressive chasing. You just need to be very, very careful not to, give yourself enough rope to hang yourself with.
And that last fight was actually incredibly crucial for the state of the game. Sweet Time blew a lot of ultimates there, didn't really get what they were looking for. Now only have a minute 48 left, where Detonator might just win one fight outright off ult advantage. So Sweet Time, they're gonna need Apudo to come in and get that miracle hook to start off this fight. And probably the most likely way that they keep Detonator on the back foot. Otherwise, Detonator, they can open with a Sound Barrier, Tac Visor, and really just take this fight for free. And that's not what you want right now if you're Sweet Time trying to put this away.
Oh, Kurlos getting 1v1 by Delave is not good, and Delave has a flanking angle to use his Tac Visor here. Dodges away from the hook from the Reinhardt, and there it is. It was a Roadhog hook, should I say, but what was more important was that Yoshiharu gets himself a 2-man with a self-destruct, because Sweet Time didn't know where to look. They had shield front, they had to have a shield to the side to deal with Delave there, and straight over the top, Yoshiharu does nail it there, sending the mech in for a self-destruct.
And the important thing there too is that Space had the discipline to not use a Sound Barrier for no good reason. However, that is somewhat of a big mistake there. We have Yoshiharu going too deep into his Diva, gets picked off. 2 tanks down here for Detonator, and Uber, they still have the Sound Barrier. They didn't need to be that far deep. They get picked off in a situation where they could have lived, and here comes Sweet Time taking well advantage, swarming on top of this point. In comes the offensive Sound Barrier, and Sweet Time just taking full advantage of Detonator's tactical misplay.
Detonator get a 2-man Sound Barrier ZP. 2! Space and Dele are the only ones to benefit from that one whatsoever, because they were missing 2 of their tanks anyway. And even with a 4-man roster, they only got half of those guys with that overshield. That is beyond less than ideal.
The thing is, they had the Sound Barrier in reserve. Why are your tanks going so far up? Hold back, use it for a team fight. If you've been keeping track of ultimates, they should have realized that they could have had a very advantageous fight, but now they're on the verge of losing this game. They're getting pushed back. Kurlos, no mercy in the back line, just gunning down all members of Detonator as they roll in. Tito Watt with the Earth Shatter towards the end, doesn't get what he's looking for, but does win the butting of the heads. And it is looking more and more like Sweet Time will be winning this map and the series.
That's going to be it. Sweet Time get across the line there as well. And honestly, that was one of the more chaotic games of Overwatch I've ever cast, CP, I'll be honest with you. Now, look, all right, so we saw a Reinhardt and we saw an Ana from Detonator that were very, very, very overextended from the rest of their team. Now, I'm not sure if they were trying to create a stagger scenario or catch someone out, and maybe they didn't respect that there were going to be multiple players from Sweet Time there, but they threw the game there and then. They had a good hold. They were building up some really nice momentum outside of the Lumerico plant there. They could have converted that into something very, very big here, as we saw, obviously, Opito with that play of the game. I don't know if they were knocked off high ground or if they opted to leave it, because we couldn't quite see. Now, if they were knocked off, I can understand that and appreciate it. But if they jump down, just 2 of them, into the whole roster of Sweet Time, then that makes absolutely no sense to me, and it was a massive throw.
So this is a little bit of speculation because we didn't have the greatest camera view on it.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure what happened there is that D.Va got a little bit too far out. Because D.Va, even if she gets knocked off, in theory she can just easily sprint back out. So she was really overcommitted, got caught out, and then what happened is that Reinhardt came in and tried to help D.Va escape. And instead of that happening, they lost Reinhardt, they lost D.Va, they lose the core of their tanks and control setup. And as a result, they're not able to get any value off their sound barrier that otherwise really could have won them a more even fight given the ult economy situation in the game. So it was a misread there where sometimes you want to be aggressive, but in that case where you only have to win one more team fight to win the game, back off and take the most use out of the bullets you have in your chamber. And sound barrier, if you know sound barrier, pretty good situation to be in.
Yeah, and that was just unbelievable there as well. Seeing that it was only 2 players that managed to make use of that sound barrier in that fight, it might have just been desperation that forced her to leave space into using that one. But I don't even know if the Soldier 76 player on Detonator had a decent position. I'm almost certain he didn't have tac visor at all to work with there. So yeah, not good. I think what we saw defensively was okay from Detonator on that second stage. Now, it's kind of hard to defend that because you have to commit, right? You usually have to drop off the high ground and fight. Otherwise, the payload is just going to get all the way to the end of the map. And it's kind of easy to overcommit into those fights. Who do you leave up top? Is it safe to sort of commit with 6 players on the ground? These are all things that you have to take into consideration. So, not sure ZP, but definitely a strong performance from Sweet Time. They can't really complain about the Thailand squad.
Well, and the good thing for Sweet Time is that they do get their salty run back. Next up, coming at you guys, going to be Sweet Time versus Sub 499, Thailand versus Taiwan. Heading your way. This is the YouTube APAC Invitational, and we'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
我是尼克。
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody， はじめまして。
我是尼克。
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好，
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把持费练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
好，各位观众，大家午安哦。那在下一场比赛开始之前，我们要先来访问在前一场获得胜利的泰国队的这个 Selfix 选手。那询问他一些小问题，到底是因为其实对于他们来讲说。
Alrighty, we are back here with the YouTube APAC Invitational, and who are we seeing there getting interviewed? None other than Zalfex, Symmetra extraordinaire. I love him, man. He's always smiling.
Yeah, no, he is. It's almost like he had that smile stuck to his face while he was sat there like, I don't know what I'm doing. And it looks sorry, no, I was just checking. It looks like the interviewer is speaking to him in English as well. That's how they're communicating. So I was just interested to see that. But I mean, we spoke to Zalfix at the World Cup actually, and he was a very well-spoken guy, very cheerful, very cheeky, I guess, about the strategies that some of his team was using there as well. But we didn't really need to see anything overly cheeky. We did see Obito's Genji still have that big impact. People don't want to play it at the moment because of how many tanks that you're having to deal with generally. But you see that Obito is always very good at finding good entrance routes and getting access to their backline as well. I mean, getting rid of both supports and a Soldier 76 in the fight is like, it's value city for a Genji with a Dragon Blade.
And for Genji, it's just he has to work a lot harder where he doesn't have the same amount of targets that he used to have. And actually, it's interesting. Between the Reinhardt and D.Va shield, it's actually a little bit harder to get the poke that you're looking for as well, just because what Reinhardt isn't shielding, sometimes D.Va is. But also you have the ult change where you get less Dragon Blades. But so you do get a Dragon Blade, especially if the other team, this Roadhog, is looking at something else. You can get to the backline and do quite a bit. It's just there's a lot of threats for Genji and a lot of roadblocks and Roadhogs in his way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why some teams sort of avoid it and go for other strategies there as well. We saw the Pharah attempted, and it was actually a while back when Triple Tank first sort of surfaced and teams were trying to figure out how to deal with it, especially against NIP. And Pharah was one thing that was sort of talked about and considered, but it's so execution focused, the Pharah pick in itself, that you have two ends of the spectrum. You can have players pick up that Pharah and have a lot of success. Take Tvik in the APAC final up against Lunatic High when he managed to just completely shock them. And then you have some situations that we saw earlier on there where the Pharah is not able to have an impact, all the damage is being out healed and stuff like that. So if you're going to bring her into situations, it's fine, but she's not going to be a guaranteed answer to Triple Tank, or at least have the impact that you're hoping that she will.
Right now, I feel like the only team you really want to bring out a Pharah against and really have success with is Complexity, because there's been 2-8 times in recent memory where Complexity sees a Pharah and they're just like deer in headlights in terms of dealing with it. It's really just, the reactions to it haven't been great. And that's what the value of off-meta picks sometimes have, right? Where a team, they're so used to practicing against a certain thing in a meta, and then something off-meta comes out, and they don't immediately have that perfect response. Still, why it's always fun to see C9 and Route 66, where Sureforest still has his love affair with Bastion. I have a personal love affair with Bastion, so anytime he comes out, it's always great.
Yeah, I mean, that's an option for Triple Tank. Obviously, he shreds through things like Winston and the like. It right now, considering what you're normally going up against, it's okay, but a D.Va, like we talked about, is so dominant right now that it's very, very hard to make the difference with hit scan in general. This is why Soldier 76's potential rise to the top was stunted, or at least stymied to some degree, when, you know, simultaneously D.Va was actually also seen to be quite strong. And now, in my opinion, that's fine, because now we're seeing both roles, or both heroes, the people playing them, forced to be a little bit smarter and play around their situations and actually try and get decent angles, you know, good self-destruct, you know, trajectories, and also good setup positions for a Soldier 76 to go with a nanovisor if that's going to be the case. So the game's changed a lot here. It's funny because before DreamHack, everyone was like, oh, this is the worst meta we've had in ages. This is just frustrating and oppressive to play against all these tanks. And then afterwards, we're like, oh, we saw so many things from mostly Complexity, Fnatic to a degree, and of course Misfits, that actually sort of went against the grain of the meta and showed us a little bit of a different way to play the game. But a lot of teams aren't able to execute in the way that Misfits did. And guys like Soon, we talked about the Tracer pick from Detonator earlier on in that last game. And again, if you're not really landing those pulse bombs and guaranteeing 6v5 situations, and Tracer can feel really useless, especially against a Soldier 76 who just bangs down a biotic field and then heals up.
Absolutely. And actually, the Tracer thing is a really just cool part of the game. I love the idea of Specialist, where people can run a hero where she's otherwise not being run. I just think in general, Tracer has a skill curve that people still haven't really fully explored, perhaps aside from Soon, where I've been saying it all the way back to the very early cast of Overwatch, saying people have good Trican Tracer, but they don't use Pulse Bomb the way they probably should, where for the longest time, the only time you saw Pulse Bomb really do things was getting attached to a Roadhog. Well, congratulations, you can hit a Roadhog and a Reinhardt with a Pulse Bomb. That's pretty easy. But hitting your soldiers effectively, hitting your supports effectively, or even better, landing pulse bombs that hit 2-3 people at the same time without a good setup, that's something that very few tracers in the game can actually do right now. So I think as more people elevate themselves to Soon's level, I think you'll see her more in the meta and more useful both on offense and defense, but it's not something that's very standard right now across the overall competitive slate.
And the reason why we're getting a bit more of these specialists right now as EP is because it's not that there's so many options to deal with, I guess, D.Va and 76 in the way that they played in that comp and Roadhog. It's just there's not any really good ones. there's no 100% options to sort of guarantee that you can just counter directly against the team comp of that kind. So you need to, back your individual players and hope that they have the ability to just sort of put the team on their back or really, overachieve in their particular role. And that's why the best teams are the best teams right now. And that's why you see the teams that are perhaps not the best will default to triple tank and a 76 and 2 supports and without Zen and just try and make it work there. So teams that have good Zenyatta players, teams that have good Ana players, teams that have good Genji and Tracer players are the ones that are really showing up. And hey, we also see Widowmaker thrown in the mix here as well, which is always good to see. And this team, by the way, Sweet Time, at the time of talking to them at the World Cup, I think 3 of them were Widow mains. So quite a few of these players can play at Widow. It just doesn't seem to be something that they're really interested in going for right now. And S499 talked about it a little bit earlier on. It got some big plays in terms of Gura and Zonda there as well, players in previous big esports titles, but it's not really like what we saw from Chinese Taipei, as they were called at the time, over at the World Cup. So it's quite a different team.
It is a different team, and some of those players like Gura, they go really far back. Again, we sort of talked about this Detonator, but I remember seeing Gura pretty active all the way back to Beta 1 in Overwatch, so it's not like that this team of S499 has new people or rising stars. I mean, they do have, I guess, a few new people, but they also have a lot of veterans on that team that have seen Overwatch in a whole lot of different states, to say the least.
Yeah, exactly. They've been around for ages. Again, like obviously that the team's changed now. Used to be Lil Go was the Lucio player on AHQ. He's casting now as well, so he's made a pretty quick exit and retirement. Probably one of the first wave of pro players to sort of move into casting. I haven't really spoken to Lil Go since the World Cup, so I don't know what his plans are there as well. But that's obviously changed. But this team obviously features Zonda and Gura. They're not the same as XAHQ, so they must have split in a big way and sort of chopped the team up. Obviously, they had players like, obviously Danny played with them, of course, at the World Cup, and a few other inclusions there, which aren't quite the same. So their run was interesting. We saw that they could actually hang with some of the top teams in their particular group, but then they lost to Australia as well on their way out there in a game that we definitely didn't expect them to lose, and not in that particular fashion. So, yeah, I think Sweet Time are looking pretty good so far, especially following that last match.
My favorite part of that, though, it was unfortunate that Chinese Taipei lost because they did put up some pretty good showings in the rest of the group, but it was more so the part where you got your chance to ham out, go to the top, and start high-fiving for Australia at the very end. It was one of just the feel-good moments of the Overwatch World Cup for me.
It's a good game, man. What can I say? I mean, it's an upset win. Aussies like being underdogs, but what we like more than being underdogs is actually winning when we're underdogs. So that was a nice moment there as well. But no Aussies here to be seen, although we actually have seen a few Aussie teams mixing up quite nicely at the top level in the APAC region as well. So there's some promise there. But again, none of the Aussie teams made it through in towards the event that shall not be mentioned, of course, the MSI MGA tournament. Yes. They didn't sort of make it through the qualifiers there as well. We'll see that event finish off sort of further down the track. So we'll wait to see that. But this is like a super interesting region, right? Because culturally it's so diverse, stylistically it's so diverse. There are a lot of challenges, of course, facing teams who are trying to play across region there as well. But here we go. You can see that. So we've got a couple of these players here with AHQ shirts on. So Gura and Zonda are actually, I believe that's Gura there at least, still repping that brand. So I have so many questions about what the hell is going on with AHQ.
That is actually very interesting. I mean, maybe they just like the shirts, but usually if you're not affiliated with an organization anymore, you stop wearing their swag because it's just free advertisement. Of course, everyone else sporting very spiffy YouTube gaming shirts. Big shouts to YouTube Gaming for sponsoring this event. It's been cool to see the global Overwatch competition evolve as we go on. Zonda, Gura, of course, creating content for YouTube too, as I believe. So
Yeah.
players have really been involved for quite a long time.
Yeah. So, okay, this is a team that I probably have the least information on out of all of them, just given how much they've changed and how apparently AHQ dropped their team, but they're still wearing AHQ shirts and all the rest. So a few fans, though, quite a lot of people are fans of Zonda. If you do remember, he played back on the Taipei Snipers back in League of Legends way back at the top level as well. And when we spoke to him at the World Cup, he said, yeah, I played Counter-Strike at a top level as well. And he sort of picked up a multitude of games as they've come and has worked on it. In my opinion, the true definition of a pro gamer. So his approach to every sort of game is to try and sort of be the best here. But a few players we're not familiar with here, ZP. Of course, Sinclair on the support role here for Taiwan. We can call him Taiwan now, which is just great. Yeah, so a few new faces for me especially. And Sweet Time look just very well drilled right now. So I don't expect this to be a super close game from what I know, to be honest. But I'm happy to be surprised.
No, absolutely. And well, actually, though, I don't know if it might actually be a very close game, because you take a look at Sweet Time versus Sub 499 just yesterday, that it was very close. It went to 3-2, where Sweet Time came out really strong and then sort of faltered towards the very end. So I don't know what to expect here. I do think that either team has the ability to beat each other here. Sub 499 definitely looked a little bit more dominant, but the last matchup just yesterday did come down to the very last moment. So if we have another 3-2 finish here, I could see either of the two teams taking it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you bring that up. I mean, again, not having a lot of information overall on this team in general or how they played yesterday, it can be a little bit hard to tell. So I preface that purely saying it's speculative given what I know about these guys. But I also know that Taiwan is a huge scene. It's a big scene with a lot of big players in there as well, much as the Thailand scene, to be honest with you. So I don't really know what to expect now. It's going to be another best of 5, of course. So I'll be interested to see if the maps are similar to yesterday. And that's where you'll come in, ZP, and you better let me know, as I didn't get to see it at all. So I'm more than happy to let you give us a bit of your prediction there, as it's a bit more valid, I feel, in this case.
So the maps in that case, I think yesterday was using a bit of a set rotation, because I believe every map yesterday did start on Lijiang. I don't know the exact map system that is being used here, but whether or not teams are picking or not. But I will note this, that wrist guard there, we were talking on stream, me and Goldboy I was just like, wow, he has an excuse to dab with that. And then immediately after I said it, went for the dab, just dabbing that off his head. It was actually a thing of beauty.
Yeah, we saw plenty of that from them as well. They don't seem as laid back as last time. I think we even saw, these Thailand guys getting right up in the mic and showing some poses and showing some faces there as well. It's a very short cable there for the player in the front row. So I hope he's got enough room to work. Wait for the maps to come through here as well. It'll be interesting.
You know what I think it was for Thailand? I mean, they're generally still wearing smiles on us, but you're right, they are a little bit more serious in this particular tournament. But the reality is that you know how it is when you come over to America. There's sugar everywhere, and you get to the Overwatch World Cup, and earlier in the day you went to Denny's, you had a gigantic 1,500 calorie milkshake. Your body actually can't handle it. For Thailand in the Overwatch World Cup, it just showed as giggles and smiles and all the rest. But now they're in a country where presumably they're not getting filled full of sugar at every possible opportunity, so they're a little bit more normalized, perhaps.
I'm just trying to forget about the amount of calories I consumed in America, and now it's all coming back to me bite by bite. God damn.
Does it make you want Denny's right now? Is the real question.
Well, kind of. It's breakfast time here as well. It's I don't even know what time, like 7:30 a.m., 8 a.m. or whatever. But okay, to save me from my hankering for food, ZP, it is going to be Nepal as the first map here as well. One in which I don't think Detonator really tested to a great degree on towards Sweet Time. Obviously they won Shrine there. I think timing was very good for them in terms of when they retook, and there was only one chance to really make a mistake for Sweet Time, and they sort of messed it up. But outside of that, they look pretty squeaky clean on this map in general.
Do tend to agree. Now, I'm trying to remember in terms of what went on yesterday. I think Sweet Time might have lost Sub for 99 on Nepal. Nepal, I think, was played later on in the series. Might be confused with something else, but I'm pretty sure that this is a case where Sweet Time came out really strong on Lijiang and then sort of faltered on another control map in Nepal later on in the day. So we'll see if they fix some of the issues that they had. But already we see quite a bit of a difference between the two teams and how they're setting up, where on one hand we do have the power tank comp coming out here from Sweet Time, but they're supplementing it with the Mei, whereas on the other side we are seeing another counter power tank comp, but they're going for more damage. They're coming out the 76. So it's control versus raw power right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, what we saw in Hanamura from Sweet Time, this May worked out really well. They didn't actually play May, though, last time we saw Nepal. So this may well be something specifically tailored to deal with what sub 499 are going to try and pull out here. That remains to be seen, but both teams have divas, both teams have those Roadhogs there in play, so that's a big difference like you've highlighted. Wall comes up, and Gura can't see a heck of a lot through it here. A chance for Sweet Time to isolate some players on the side of Des 499, and they do. They find the Reinhardt. Yik is down.
Losing the Reinhardt early on in a fight, pretty much the worst thing that can happen to you right now. And you look at Sub 499, they realize that and they just back out. So I'll give them credit here. They did lose the first fight, but they knew it was lost and they got out and they didn't throw more Ultrart Sweet Time's way. So that's something that you need out of a team. It's not just about winning well, it's also about knowing you're going to lose a fight and losing well, licking your wounds and coming back when things are more favorable towards you.
So that May wall could still be an issue for S499 now. It's actually going to force them to split off towards the side as well as they try and pressure this point. So NZNR as well has the wall at the ready. He's just waiting to try and isolate someone like Gura or something. Wall's going to come up here and it'll be a quick isolation now. No one was really caught by that one, so now's an opening, but nearly got. Gets that kill towards Sinclair straight away, and Gura just going to chase in. He get chased in anyway by NZNR. And there you go. A 2-0 to start the fight off here, and Sweet Time looking well and truly in the driver's seat.
Everything going really well there for Sweet Time. And the interesting about the wall is that didn't quite have a full split off, but it did sort of create a moment where Ana was a little bit far out, ended up getting hooked in, taken out immediately. And then once you lose the first person, especially in this meta, it's very difficult to bring it far back if you haven't done mortal damage to the other team in the process. But next fight here underway, NZNR holding onto the wall. Not going to get a chance though. No Blizzard, no wall. And that hook pickoff so big here for Sub 49 to start this fight.
Yeah, far less than ideal now as well. And having the Blizzard, their ultimate advantage being nullified by early pickups here. Titawat did fall down, self-destruct on the point, nearly got managed to trade out and get that Ana who's not very mobile. And we might see Sweet Time turn things around a little bit more here. Zonda was put to sleep, then goes for the whole hog.
Oh no!
Jungle a little bit here to this degree, and yeah, getting hooked in pretty much straight away is not ideal. He went flying.
Oh man, some say he's still orbiting the Earth to this day. Frankenstein Roadhog blasting off again, but overall, this has been great for Sweet Time. 85%, Sub 499 down to their very final push here. They're gonna have to open with the sound barrier and go from there, but NCNR, Blizzard is the one thing that can really stop really aggressive last minute pushes because it's gonna split everyone off here, bitch, if he uses it properly.
Yeah, still having that now is huge, so maybe it's a good thing he went down earlier on, but now tac fires are coming in from the side here. We're in overtime. Gura trying to make things happen here, but the defense matrix is making it almost impossible to get any damage done, and the whole ultimate was pretty much cancelled out by that Diva. Nicely played there by Nearly God. And then he's going to find the kill on towards Gura anyway. Hook comes in from Zonda, trying to make something happen, but he gets hooked second, does get taken down. It's a trade out essentially between the two Roadhogs, and a desperate self-destruct now on towards the point for Nearly God Knight, just going to make it that much easier for Sweet Time to hold on here. He gets resuited, and S499 are getting absolutely trounced.
And the way that fight went bad for S499 is that Gura did go with the nanovisor. He thought his team was with him. We didn't have the best view of it on the camera, but I can tell you what happened is that the Blizzard came down to the back line, and Gura, he's sitting there. Not only is he having trouble with the Diva, but he also just has no one with him because everyone else had to scatter for the Blizzard. NZNR gave up his life for that, but enough control and disruption was done that Sub 499 couldn't easily convert on their final push. So that's going to be it. The Shrine is over. We move in the Sanctum, and we'll see if there's any switch-ups really coming in here. It does look like Tracer might be underway here for Bacon Jack. And by the way, Bacon Jack is such an incredible name. Like, so much good naming-wise of the Sub 499 team, including the team name.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Super Cookie's also a great name as well, I'll be honest with you. But, okay, we'll see here. I didn't like the Tracer at all from Detonator. I think if you have control of the point, and Tracer actually has decent flanking routes available to her instead of just trying to force back in against a team holding a very forward position with their front line, then maybe it's okay. You can see Bacon Jack's looking for a support here. Zalfix, very low to start things off there, but it's an immediate bite at grenade. Bacon Jack's forced back, taking a lot of damage now. It looks like Sweet Time have left their backline to just deal with this for now. And Opito, of course, can generate a lot of threat with that hook here. So far, the Tracer is at large, though, and you can see that Sweet Time have to commit to the front line. A good opportunity and a good opening here. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Well, the key thing there is that Roadhog is to go back and worry about the Tracer not helping on the front line early on. Still, though, pretty even between both teams. NZNR coming in, splits off Ana, gonna be looking for freeze, but the Zarya support right there stops it from happening. Suddenly, tables return. NZNR not where you want to be, just surrounded by enemies on all sides. And Sub 499, slip but surely, getting the picks they need to bring this back in their favor. And it's a Zarya being played by Zonda here, no longer a Roadhog, really making that fight work. He picked up 2 kills Uber and even got the save on May.
Yeah, fully charged up on the point now as well. And remember what he can just absolutely shred through Divas there. So Nearly God needs to respect this just that little bit more. And again, we're seeing a better employment of Tracer from S499 than we did see from Detonator. I mean, Bacon Jack knows that completing the kills against a Lucio that's going to get healed by the Nano can be very hard to do, but he's just been maintaining a presence there as well, not getting attached to completing kills for now, and just trying to charge up his pulse bomb on things like the Roadhog and such.
Well, Bacon Jack, oh no, gets hit by the sleep turret. Down he goes. Normally, Lucio would be more than content to throw him into the pit, but Tracer could have rewound out of that, so that's not going to be a thing. But 3 extra kills coming out here from S499. We do have a nano boosted Diva. Trying to bring it back, picks up 2, but not likely to be enough. A lot of momentum in favor of this Taiwan team, and it's back and forth, but they're maintaining heavy control here.
Yeah, so I don't really know if, obviously May does have the Blizzard coming up soon, but they might consider switching it off for something that can more effectively deal with a flanker. Opito on the Roadhog is not enough to take down Bacon Jack every time he appears, and the rest of 499 actually have a lot of space to work with, given that the Tracer is demanding the attention of potentially a Roadhog at the very least. Now they're going to push Sweet Time pretty much out of that first point entirely. NZR does find Zonda, he extends a little bit far, but it's a trade out. Bacon Jack over the top finds him, a quick recall, and he's dashing back to join the rest of his team here. S499 need to be careful, they're down 2 players, and Sweet Time are pushing through aggressively.
I think S499 definitely did push up a little bit too much. They do have the tools needed to delay this for a while, but this very well could be a losing fight. Still though, Sunbear comes in early on for S499. They grab the Diva, so with Gura in the backline, this is working out. They pick up the 2 kills, and even though Sweet Time got to a point with a little bit of momentum, it goes completely against them, and Haputo, finding himself without a team, does get 2, but gonna be hard for him to fully turn this around despite those pickoffs.
Yeah, late Blizzard from NZR when no one was there to follow up seemed a little bit like desperation to me. And Bacon Jack just seems to be everywhere all at once right now. Taking down NZR, and look at him now, just taking 5, taking a breather, if you will, off towards the side, ready to push back in now. And Sweet Time needs to challenge this point out immediately here. A lot of damage being done, and Gura's in a great spot to do it, but Yik gets an nano boost instead of him. He's going to be pushed back with a whole hog here, and a much better fight for Sweet Time. Should see them hold the point. Bacon Jack, a little bit of a thorn in the side here, but we'll have to back off.
S499, they gotta like where they're positioned right now. They only need to win 1 of the next 4 to 5 fights, and they will take the map. Meanwhile, Sweet Time, they're not exactly working with a huge advantage, but if they can somehow deal with the Graviton that's be coming in here from Zonda and win this fight, they will be an alt advantage. They can manage their economy to really turn this back around. So for Sub 499, this is actually a more integral fight than you might think. Technically, they have buffer, but the flow could go against them if they don't get what they're looking for. The Graviton, did that just get in by Diva? I think it did.
Yeah, it must have been. There's no other, I guess, answer for it there as well. And Bacon Jack had a pulse bomb, but now he's not going to be able to use it with the Graviton either. Tries to catch Opito with it, but he is going to get taken down eventually by the Roadhog, who actually hit him with Hook to kill him. And now NZR, a Tracer of his own, seems to be working out nicely as well. It's Sinclair to fall. He's going to chase him down, and now looking for another Lucio here. And S499 are overextending into this fight in 1s and 2s just to try and get some sort of man advantage, or at least get some kills now. They're being pushed out the front door.
That is such a great play from Nearly God, able to take the Graviton out. What could have been a key fight for Sub 49 goes against them. They get nothing out of that Graviton, and now ult-wise, they're really in a bit of a pickle here where they're not going to have an advantage anymore. They're going to have to win this even versus even, and they're down to their last attempt because of how long Sweet Time was able to delay that out. That's how vital just one play can be here in Overwatch, and now for S499, they're coming in from both sides. Kind of risky here from Gura. Pulse Bomb comes in. Reinhardt, though, going to get healed immediately up by Ana, so here comes the last cast of Sub 499. We'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, attack fires are coming in here as well, and Tita Watt does have himself a nano boost, and it's a good Earth Shadow. He shuts down at least for now, on towards that 76, and that's going to allow the rest of the backline to do some real damage here. Bacon Jack goes in, Pulse Bomb dropped in front of the shield, not around the side of it, and then Tita Watt comes in and bangs his head in with the hammer. Beautiful retake here. Zonda does just trigger the overtime as he's charged off the point, but it won't be enough here. A huge comeback, a huge swing around for Sweet Time, and they are looking very, very good today.
And that was just the interesting thing about how this map was setting up, and I know we called it mid-cast, but just because you have multiple attempts to get on the fight doesn't mean anything if you get really far behind in your ult economy, particularly on a map like this where you have to go through a choke point, and a team that does have that advantage can push it in fight after fight. Now, it does appear that we do have some technical difficulties. Perhaps a player has disconnected here once more, but that is the pause screen. But gotta say, Sweet Time coming out pretty strong here. 2-0 so far here in Nepal.
Yeah, a good start for them as well. I mean, to be able to break back in the way that they did, even while their opponents had some ultimates to work on, that was pretty big. And we talked about whether we would still be seeing that May pick from NZR, and he did switch off and he went towards his own Tracer, and in my opinion managed to do just as good a job as Bacon Lord, but I'm not even sure what the name was. Bacon Jack, I think. But obviously, yeah, seeing that Tracer come in there, a bit of a switch up. Oputo had a really strong couple of fights there towards the end. We saw NZR use a pulse bomb a little bit frivolously in that last fight, but both teams had sound barriers, and the Earth Shatter connected on towards the Soldier 76 from the start of Sweet Time. So that was big in and of itself, and that was exactly what they needed to do there to at least give themselves a real fighting chance of holding off against S499 again. And they did. So 2-0 here, and if we want to see the Taiwanese team break back in, it needs to be on this particular stage.
Absolutely, and we have seen teams do the reverse sweep in Control before, but it's pretty difficult. I'd say it's one of the rare things in Overwatch. It really requires a big switch up in terms of comps that really works that the other team can't deal with super well. But looks like the pause is over, and this third round will be underway. Will it be the final round, or will Sub 499 stall it out? We'll have to see. Someone just hit a basket. I have no idea who.
Yeah, I did hear that. I don't know really. It's everyone's kind of figured it out now, ZP, the trick to getting baskets. So it's a shame. I think they should maybe make it a little bit harder, or they should just like randomly mess with the ball physics and change it up here. But anyway, both teams going to force in on the left side. Pretty standard. Wall comes up. It doesn't actually isolate everyone, as the entirety of S499 were sort of already all out of the gates. And so far, NZNR starting on the May yet again is going to fall to Gura.
Quick kill here from Sub 499, but firing right back, they lose their Roadhog, and this is where you gotta take a look at Aputo. Doesn't have to worry about Hog anymore. Will he be able to find a way in? His team's getting pushed back though, so he's not gonna get the sight lines he's looking for. Gura over the top, the Helix rocket in the Lucio. Gonna be good night there, as nothing too flashy there. They got the first pick off and rolled it in from there, even despite losing the Roadhog.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you have a May up against a Soldier 76, you're going to be out-damaged as it is. And if the May can't do a job by isolating the enemy team properly and dies really early in the fight, then you're probably going to lose 100% of the time there. So not great there from Sweet Time, but they can deal with that. They're going to now go on towards the point and try and play a bit more close quarters. That's a decent wall. That's going to get some isolation going, and Gura doesn't really have much to shoot at right now. He's trying to peek in through the little gap, and that's the opening that Sweet Time need. They find Yik, they pick off the Reinhardt, and they should be able to take this point.
They get right on, and they just focus on the point where, even though they might lose this fight, they're going to get percentage off, and it's kind of a miss there from Sub 499. Still, they're trying to bring it right back. The Diva self-destruct in the backline takes down May. Nano boost is out here for Gura with the visor, so they burn ultimates to bring it back, but for Sweet Time, that's not the worst. They still got some percentage on the point. They stop Sub 49 from getting percentage, and they drain some ults in the end. So I'm totally okay with this for Sweet Time. And now, Ultikami-wise, they might have a bit of an edge going to the next fight.
Yeah, well, we saw 4 ultimates using that fight from S499. Self-destruct, Nano Boost, Tac Visor, and Whole Hog all being committed to that one there. And to see that happens at such an early stage here, it's quite interesting from them. I don't know if they really needed to dig that deep, but now we're going to see an old advantage for Sweet Time, which is going to at least should give them a chance at retaking this point unless they get wrecked by Earth Shatter. So Yik will drop down. We'll see a bit of a pincer around the point here, and Kurlos goes down so early. That's the Earth Shatter. Ooh. That's going to wreck them and shut them down here. That was after a self-destruct, I believe, was committed to the fight. Or no, maybe we just saw a D-suit there. Either way, Sweet Time still have ultimates to be going on with, but they're giving S499 a 60+ percentage here. So now the margin of error is slim to none. They're going to have 3 ultimates. They need to come out in this fight.
They do, and really I feel like that was Sweet Time's window to really take a commanding lead in this fight, because if they'd won that there, they still would have been able to have decent ult advantage for the next fight and positioning. Now, this is now a must-win fight. It's not anywhere as big of an advantage, and oh, what a hook coming in! Puts Zonda down, and Zonda gonna get out. Is Lucio speed boost for him? They recover from that early hook, and now Sub for 99 with the ability to bring this back, but not anymore. Not when the self-destruct takes down 2 in the back line. Sweet Time staying alive.
Yeah, good ultimate usage there from them. Used 3 ultimates. They used the Blizzard from NZNR as well over that fight. But again, now they can start to apply pressure in their own way here. Next fight, they're going to have a Whole Hog and an Earth Shatter. Not necessarily synergistic ultimates, but if used consequently to one another, then we can actually get something going here. So Wall will come out. NZNR hoping to try and isolate, but immediately S499 spot a strong presence for Sweet Time on the high ground, and they're going to back off and wait for probably one really fast push out the front gate and try and take them by surprise.
So they're going to try and move through here. The wall, we'll see if it actually, I don't think any wall actually came down here, so
there it is.
It comes in a little bit late to the fight, but the follow-through is not there. That means Sweet Time not getting max benefit off this May, but here comes Aputo. Whole Hog on the way with an Earth Shatter. That's going to clear the room with authority. 5 quick kills here coming out from Sweet Time, and can't ask for anything more than that, especially because when you get wiped that hard on a fight, you're not getting much in the way of ults.
Oh, the problem is that Sweet Time allowed S499 to quickly flip the point because they were all up on the high ground, so they couldn't get to the point to stop the Taiwanese side from flipping it back. So now it's 99 to 63, and Sweet Time don't have an ult advantage necessarily. They've got a little bit to work with, but they had to use some in that fight. So they're using ultimates in a fight where the enemy team already controls the point. Not great. They need to win this one and the next one, obviously, going. And that could be really hard now. TAC-Pfizer for Gura. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far, and Zalfix has already fallen down here. So obviously, now I'm not going to have that healing available. Gura goes in, Blizzard up on the point now. Self-destruct here. And I want to see if this catches anyone. No one really, despite the Blizzard being used here. This is a messy fight, but Sweet Time should not have let the point be taken in the previous one.
No, absolutely not. And for now, it's a bit of a brawl, but Sweet Time definitely on the winning edge of it. S499 getting ejected in and away. Zonda going to be the one to try and go in for Zora Time, but it's just one hog versus the world here, Mitch. It's not going to happen. And Sweet Time taking Nepal in a solid 3-0 performance, although you take a look back at some of the earlier rounds, certainly the Sanctum stage, Sub 49 could have made it a little bit closer than it was, just they lost some key fights.
Yeah, look, and just as I'm obviously berating Sweet Time slightly for allowing the point to be flipped back in that sort of prior fight, it just puts them in a trickier position. I actually think they could have comfortably won the game out from that point if that didn't happen. So, I mean, it's fine. They had to use a lot of ultimates in that last fight, and they did have them ticking along, so that's fine, right? That's not a problem at all. And they take it 3-0 as well. So their King of the Hill play is looking very, very good right now. Also, you know, using the Mei quite effectively in that last stage, not sort of being forced into any weird picks or going to Trace or anything like that. Confident in keeping NZNR on that hero, and obviously using the incredible control abilities that Mei has, despite not actually getting good situations to use that wall. We only saw maybe one good wall in the whole round there as well from NZNR. So that's pretty big if the rest of your team is winning out fights, despite you being unable, for the most part, to isolate the enemy team.
Completely agreed, too, and the interesting thing about that particular map in May is that we do have a blueprint for incredibly good May play on that map. Look no further than some of the recent games that Surefour has been in, where Surefour, once C9 is able to take that point in their game, Surefour just locks people out and is actually a gigantic pain. We didn't quite see that little play coming out from NZNR, but as you mentioned, it didn't matter because the teammate support was there. And the interesting thing with May is that even though she is a much weaker hero when you're not getting the crazy wall plays, it's still Blizzard in the end. Not the company, but the ultimate that creates crazy zone out potential and actually is one of the few ultimates in the game that can disproportionately trade out with other ult combinations.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that the wall in itself as a utility ability can create new situations and new environments on the battlefield that give you just a ridiculous advantage. Like, you need to get a 6-3 fee advantage sometimes, you'd need to kill the other enemy team first, or half of them, right? So I'm oversimplifying it for the purpose of brevity, but again, wall is still very, very strong in the right context, especially like maps like that. And we never saw it come out from Taiwan at all. Of course, sub 499. So something to consider, but now Temple of Anubis is rolling down here. First 2CP map for the day.
Temple of Anubis coming out here, and again, I kind of feel like this is a must-win here for Sub 499. I do believe, if my memory is not failing me, that this is a map that they took yesterday, so this is perhaps a little bit more comfortable for them going into this. See how things work out between the two teams. But for Sweet Time, if they were able to take Temple here, that's just great in terms of momentum, where then they put 499 in the terrible situation of having to go for the reverse sweep. We'll see if we see anything different here coming up from Sub 49, but we potentially are that Widowmaker could be coming out on offense, but we do have another pause.
Yeah, I Widowmaker works on this map. We saw what Misfits were able to do with it against Fnatic, even against a Fnatic who knew they'd be playing against a Widowmaker. You either challenge the Widowmaker and you roll the dice, and you try and use a McCree or, you know, an Anna to try and take her out as she perches up on that sort of little balcony. Or you give up a ton of real estate to try and keep your team safe. Like we saw Stoop and the rest of Fnatic at DreamHack as an example. They were defending on that first point. They pulled their entire team back onto the point and inside the building off towards the side just to protect them from Widowmaker getting a pick, because they realized how dangerous it would be to go 5v6 into a fight once the engagement came in. So Widowmaker's generates probably the most threat in that situation than anyone else in the game right now, because she has easier access to backlines and more fragile targets than a Roadhog does, who needs to still walk at you through the gate and take a lot of poke damage.
Widowmaker is interesting because even she's one of the few heroes in the game where there's situations where even when she's not directly getting kills, she's having a big impact on the game and how people position. One of the bigger things in the game that I always think is interesting too is you look at Genji and Dragonblade. That is an ultimate where you don't always have to get a whole bunch of kills for it to be effective because it's one of the most terrifying things in the game.
Right.
You hear it come out, you focus your attention to Genji, he might be sitting in the back deflecting the entire time, but if you're looking at that, suddenly you're not as worried about winning the shield game with your Reinhardt, which most fights have been revolving around in recent times. You could lose that and then end up dying to a Roadhog instead. So there's a lot to be said for distraction and just priority and keeping people's attention and creating opportunities for your team.
And that's going to be it. I mean, what we're essentially doing now is we're literally theory crafting on one hero hover in warm-up time, guys. That is, obviously, let's not get too carried away by it. It quite often happens that we get deep into a discussion about how a hero works and the nuances of its interactions, and then it gets switched off of just the game
and then
starts.
suddenly we're talking about some match from 7 months ago when we're sitting here waiting for the next exciting matchup here between Sweet Time and Sub 499. But just a little bit of technical difficulties. It does happen. It's simply esports, but things have been moving along at a pretty good clip here today. So definitely excited to see what both teams have in store for Temple.
Yeah, and we have to hope that we see something a little bit more from the Taiwanese team here, S499, because you can't really. Oh, hello, that's a break screen. Okay, GP, we could be heading into a bit of a pause break time here, as it seems there's some issues at the venue.
All right, guys. So as we were just mentioned, we're throwing to the break. We'll be back here in just a moment whenever both teams are ready. We'll keep you guys updated as the situation evolves, but stay tuned. This is YouTube APAC Invitational. Some good games still ahead.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody！ はじめまして。
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
看你还过不过得来。
Alrighty, guys, we are back here with the YouTube APAC Invitational. Back here in Temple Nubis, the technical difficulties are over, and you're ready to get back in the game.
Yeah, we are. It's going to be wheat time, or sweet time, as you want to call them. It's going to be a problem for me, as I knew their previous name was, starting on defense. Look, I've done it already, ZP. We're into it, and we're off to a flying start. So we might not see the Widowmaker here, bro. We might see Zonda on the Genji, interestingly enough, and okay, and the Pharah here, which is okay up against the Mei comp. I don't mind it. He just needs to respect hooks. And respect some Ana damage potentially, but it's okay. Zonda takes a lot of damage early on though, and needs some quick healing as he approaches.
Well, the key here for this comp coming out from Sub 499 is they want to get in your face real heavily. They want to do as much as they can to neutralize Mei. Tracer, Genji, don't have to worry about Mei too much. Neither does Pharah, neither does Winston. So the entire idea here is really limiting NZ and Nar's effectiveness as Sub 499 dives right in. They pick up the Reinhardt immediately, and that's not bad for an early pickoff on a first control point.
Yeah, they also get NZ and R well out of position and put him to sleep pretty comfortably here. So trades are back and forth. It's a 2-for-2 so far, which favors S499. They are spawning closer, and now Zonda just going to check the high ground here as well. He does see the Anagan peek around the corner. Kurlos is about to have some company here. Uninvited guests are the worst, and it's going to be a struggle. Zonda gets the finish, and it will be S499 to move on to the point. Sweet Time still with the token resistance here. Zalfix on the point now, trying to stay alive and stall, but he is taken down pretty quickly.
And the hits keep on rolling right now for Sub 499, and this is pretty much all but over. The run back on Temple Nubis, one of the longest run backs in the game, and I gotta say, I do like the hyper dive comp that came out here for Sub 499, because you stop and think about it, even if they only get one person from that dive, and it's a lot of chaos, you can a lot of times get one person, it does create a window for a 6v5. They got even more than that at the first attack, and with everyone rushing back in, it was really difficult for Sweet Time to actually reestablish.
Yeah, and now, of course, they're sort of being forced back on towards this point, and S499 have a couple big ultimates. They're running the triple DPS here as well, and the Winston. So a lot of dive potential here. No Diva, but still with that main tank in the Monkey, and, of course, a bit of follow-up in Zonda. Now, he's put to sleep pretty quickly, but Bacon Jack goes on towards Kurlos. He's only got one sleep dart. He can't deal with two flankers running towards him. And so someone like Opito as well, there's a lot of pressure on him to find these hooks and remove these flankers quickly before they do damage.
Now, let me ask you this. Going on Temple Nubis and knowing what we know on this map, do you actually want to see them continue to run this crazy flanker dive strategy? Because I feel like it's less effective here on last.
Yes, no, you're exactly right. Also, I don't love the Tracer on last sometimes, but you've got 6 ultimates here, so and you've got some big DPS ultimates. You might even be able to overwhelm Sweet Time in this fight. I mean, yeah, Nearly God's going to have to get a very, very nice setup here for a defense matrix, and Operator is going to hope to knock away some of these flankers here. But this could be very, very nasty for us for Wheat Time now as well. We bring it in. There is, of course, a little bit to work with, but Zonda gets taken out of the fight early on there by a Biotic Grenade, forced to heal up and back away here. And this is not a bad start. Opito's doing what I said he needed to. Finds Yik and then finds Bacon Jack as well. So that should be the fight won immediately. And none of those ultimates are used by the Taiwanese squad here.
Or either side. Both teams held on to ultimates for the entire fight, so I get normally the way that goes is that one team will burn a lot of ultimates, the other team will have an advantage. Well, neither team wanted to hit their Q keys in that last fight, so this isn't bad at all. But the next fight is going to be chaos. Now, I do think this favors the defenders because if even a few attackers die, it's really hard to deal with the respawns.
Yes, and there's nothing to block an Earth Shatter like that one there as well. Zonda's knocked to the ground. Look at that, off the back of the Earth Shatter. There's a lot of damage being done. A lot of ultimates, in fact, all of them coming out from Sweet Time here. All 6 ultimates used in that fight. You don't need to use so many there, really. I don't know about that one at all. And S499 still have a couple at least to work with, 3 in fact. So I have to question that. Yeah, the desperate use of ults, especially when the Earth Shatter from Tita1 actually managed to catch like 2 people, including Zonda.
Yeah, and the key thing is, too, is that remember what the win condition is for winning on this as a defense. You only need to get a few pickoffs, and you can always count on respawns giving the extra edge. You don't need that just crazy, we beat you without anyone dying sort of level overkill, because then you're lacking resources. But it's worth knowing that they did buy a lot of time there. Raputo got the hook off and just delayed this entire push, and look at that. No more Winston coming in. They are transitioning now away from the crazy dive comp. S499 going to something a little bit more traditional, a little bit more powerful.
Yeah, so obviously the ultimates that S499 still sort of had, they've been lost. Obviously Yik now over on towards the Reinhardt and not the Winston. Good hook from Zonda. That's a good opening here, but he needs to win this fight out. And Opito, well, he hooked second. second, really. Didn't even have to there. 2 shots was enough. Bacon Jack at least is able to go and follow up there because there was a health pack for Opito to fall back on, but that's not sufficient. It needs to be a clean fight won by S499 here, and that may require the use of those ultimates, which are going to take a while to get online.
And I think the bigger problem for them too is that when they do get ultimates online, they're going to need to have a push where they get rid of Blizzard first, because again, for Anubis, Blizzard might be one of the most impactful ults in the entire game, where even if you're coming in with a 4-1 ult advantage, if that one ultimate is Blizzard, it's hard to actually go in on that and not lose at least one person to the after effects, and that can set up a bad snowball in terms of actually taking the point. So 749, they have their work cut out for them here.
Yeah, Opito there as well. Another almost impossible hook being landed to start things off here. Does at least manage to catch Bacon Jack and force him out here. So Sweet Time are establishing control now. There were so many ultimates thrown, neither team got any value for them, which sometimes happens when you're up against multiple tanks here. At least Sweet Time didn't, but they blew 6 ultimates in one fight, gave away the entire ult advantage, and they're not being punished for that. S499 are not even able to, put them under pressure as a result, and that's not a good sign if you let defenders relax into this setup. They're going to have 5 ultimates again. I mean, the Thailand team looking very, very comfortable here.
And for S499, Opito diving way too deep. This is a gigantic opportunity coming out here. Now they can roll on the .65. It's going to immediately cause the Blizzard to come out, but how much is the Blizzard going to get? They are stuck in this alleyway. Popsicles are being made right now, courtesy of NZNR. And with even just the Ana down, this should be enough for Sweet Time to hold this out, even if they lose 2 or 3 extra people.
Yeah, they still have obviously a Maywall to work with there. They use the Blizzard in that fight, and we are going to see Bacon Jack clean up nearly got there with a self-destruct. They've got ultimates to work with. It's a risky decision to continue this fight, but why not when you do have the man advantage, at least for a couple moments. Good wall, though. Kurlos manages to get on towards the D.Va player, and now, again, Sweet Time just established. Kurlos gets another on towards Zonda, and we're going to see S499 pushed out the front door yet again. Oh, that's big.
I gotta say, I feel like there was a really big mistake made there by S499. After they'd forced out the Blizzard and they were losing the fight, they should have just lost that fight immediately or backed out. Either way, go for the early re-engage, because they still have an opportunity to go in here without the Blizzard being up, but that's really what they needed, right? Where they need the Blizzard to come out. They got that opportunity because of the early hook. And now, when they come in here, this is probably gonna be their best last attempt to go in here. They won't have to worry about the Blizzard. And if they can get early pick off, maybe they can snowball it in their favor. Still difficult on Anubis, but for now it's starting out okay.
Flanking NZNR here, going to go into the back line, but he's going to be put to sleep. That's an opening for Sweet Time here, but they let the sound barrier go. Gura can't find an opening in this fight at all. He's got a Reinhardt shield and a defense matrix. Eventually sneaks a couple bullets in towards Kurlos, and this is the fight that S499 were looking for. Tito up there as well, eventually going to be taken down as Gura sneaks around the side of that shield. And again, Sweet Time eventually finally being punished for this use of ultimates. We're seeing a lot of them drawn out of them. They have an Earth Shatter for the defenders as well. This is perfect timing for Yik to stop reinforcements onto this point.
Things could not have gone better there for S499. It was a case where NZNR got a little bit too over aggro, got hit by a sleep dart to punish. This fight, not won here yet. Defensive respawn still coming back in, so S499, they still have the ability to win this, but the Blizzard comes out late in the fight, and that is the difference maker. Everyone going the freeze, and that golden window of opportunity hex closing in Sweet Time's face. Almost certainly not going to be able to bring this back. It would take a miracles.
Yeah, and now Opito just lets that the EMP go there as well. 6 seconds left. There shouldn't be enough time here. S499 had that fight in the palm of their hand, but Yik had an ultimate, but he wasn't with the rest of his team. He couldn't stop the first wave. It was a brilliant Blizzard coming out from NZNR. Beautiful stuff here, and it will be a full hold at least on second for Sweet Time now. Is S499 cycled through so many ultimates, and they were so close. You need a clean fight to win this map. You can't afford to go for anything that's remotely less than that. It needs to be dominant. You need to have 4 or 5 players on the point, and you need to trade out very, very effectively over the next couple waves of reinforcements.
So I'm going to draw attention back to the one fight where they got a really good hook and they forced out the early Blizzard. They wasted a lot of time there and let NZNR get up to 50% ult charge again before that ult or the entire fight was over. If they'd simply accepted the loss there, gotten out, I wonder if things are different, because maybe that fight we just saw there happens a little bit earlier. Of course, it'd be slightly different circumstances, but if it happens earlier, then NZNR doesn't have a Blizzard, and if he doesn't have a Blizzard, there's probably not the comeback from Sweet Time onto the point. So I think it sort of goes in terms of ult management that you have to really respect Blizzard and Blizzard timings on Anubis, and when that Blizzard is down, and really down, like fully drained, that's your time to really go and try and get that good push.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, I'm enjoying seeing the inclusion of Mei on this side of Sweet Time. It's not as if we've never seen it before, but it's working well for them. I don't need to worry about anything fancy, right? This is, honestly, in my opinion, for defending, that was the ideal composition they really could have gone for. You know, had everything they needed. Opito was honestly getting hooked out of some ridiculous spots by Zonda. He managed to hook him when he was up on a platform. He managed to hook him, got him caught out. There was even a situation where NZNR flanked and got put to sleep. And S499 had so many opportunities. They had these 6v5s, they had early picks, they had ultimate advantage, and none of these things were enough here. So that says a lot about Sweet Time's ability to defend very well. They're not afraid to go in and try and equalize and make it a 5v5 if there is a pick being brought off first. And both these teams are weird about their ult usage CP. Sometimes they save them, like, you know, quite bravely. Sometimes they just use all 6 in once.
Sometimes you just need to crush your enemy before you and hear the lamentations and all the rest. But next fight gonna be underway here. Offensive Mei on the way from Sweet Time here. I caught it. They're coming in, gonna be looking for that early split off. Meanwhile, S499 looking for a little bit more power in the back. And this is where, for the Reinhardt, Swede, or S499 has to be aware of the block off, is forced out, and I like this engage thus far.
Yeah, it's going well. NZR now has managed to find himself at Ana as well, and there's nothing that can be done. Sinclair gets frozen, then bopped in the head. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Zalfix did drop to Zonda, and now at least Bacon Jack can recover and find Opito. An attempt here for Nearly God, not really going to work out. He's hoping to try and isolate Gura, but eventually the cavalry will arrive, and it will be a melee attack to finish it off there. Good fight for Gura, staying safe. Good coverage by his tanks here. And no ultimate's going to be ready for the next fight. Perhaps a tac visor here. That may really be it, though.
Tech Visor really hit or miss for teams now. Teams have gotten used to 76 being around. It's not like the first week where Nano Visor came out and it did way too much. Teams really playing around it. So Gura, he's going to wait for the right opportunity to come in for the flank, but not going to get the chance. Is this Mickey and Tavik? It's kind of looking like it right now. You have D.Va just sitting in Gura's face. Neither side able to kill the other, but actually D.Va not getting a whole lot of support here from her Ana. Get knocked out. No heals coming in. And that can be bad here for Sweet Time.
Yeah, to be fair, you do need to see that D.Va backed up a bit. Against a Soldier 76, you'll get out damage, generally speaking, and you need to know when to use that defense matrix, and you can't keep it up the whole time. You know, you want to try and kill the soldier eventually, right? It means you need to drop the defense matrix and actually go for some damage. So it's not a 100% auto win situation for the D.Va. It does need to have a decent amount of healing coming in. So S499 backing up, got 4 ultimates to go, as do Weed Time though. And that Blizzard will again be a defining factor. It's all about placement.
NZNR going to be looking for that game-defining Blizzard, and he doesn't get to use it here. This is actually really, really good for Sweet Time. I don't know why Mei suddenly nano-boosted. That probably wasn't intended, but right. Other than that, he gets to save the Blizzard here where he was all but ready to use it. Instead, Sweet Time gets a few early pickoffs, and now they're going to be able to use this Blizzard on the next major fight going in. Now, you take a look at Sub 499, they still have plenty of tools left in the shed here, but this is nothing but upside now for Sweet Time. Their worst-case scenario here, Uber, is a draw.
Yeah, super late Blizzard there from NZR in that fight.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure what that was about. I don't even know if Fat fingered that either. There was no one there for it.
I think he must have. What's going on with Sweet Time using ultimates? Nano Boost and Blizzard just wasted. Well, and they still open with a good self-destruct, so who knows? We'll see how this works out.
Oh, they should not win this fight. If they win this fight, it's so much wrong. I'm going to lose my faith in everything that I know and hold dear. Yik there finds Titawat at least, but NZR again finds another kill. Yik's put to sleep. He's going to be put to sleep for the long term now. Bacon Jack caught in the low ground, does find Nearly God, and now Zonda back in. The reinforcements are arriving here for S499, and perhaps I can maintain my faith in humanity here, as it should work out for them. Oh, NZR, that ultimate, why?
I'm just sitting here thinking, you know what would have been really useful in that last fight? Nano Boost and Blizzard. Well, I feel like you have those ultimates up there for what was already a really good fight, probably end up taking it. So Sweet Time, some unforced errors causing them some real trouble, but still, it's a happy situation for them. They cannot lose on this round. Worst case scenario is a draw, and they have a little under 5 minutes to do it here, Uber. So plenty of opportunity for them to work here and look for that golden push.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can just take your time here, right? No need to rush, although you do need to have some aggression. You know, you need to find the balance between being conservative with your ultimates and also knowing when to spot weaknesses and cracks in the enemy armor. This might be one of them. Opito does start off, finds himself a Lucio, but Zonda's going to let it rip now as well. Whole Hog comes in, won't be a heck of a lot to stop Zonda, and he's managing to heal through this damage that's been given to him until NZR finally finds him with the endothermic blast. A Blizzard comes out, Sinker nothing he can do there as well. He will go straight to the bottom, and a wall comes up to keep Bacon Jack out of the fight, but he's going to boost right around it here, looking to set up and prevent NZR from getting out alive.
And again, this is a case where a little bit of staggering coming in towards the very end. It's good that teams have gotten smarter about that. I feel like there was a period in Overwatch where teams were just, all right, we're going to wipe out the entire other team. Teams now realize we have no way of losing this fight. Let's drag it out a little bit longer. But either way, Sweet Time looking for a way in. Probably not going to find that here in this fight, but their best case scenario, Uber, would be to draw out some of those ultimates and just try and turn the economy of this more in their favor.
Gura with a decent position here to get attack visor off. Of course, Sinkler will be able to back him up with a nano boost if required. Now some of those shots are coming through. Gura actually seeing some darts fly past him, but still undetected as of yet here. So a great way to split the focus for Sweet Time. Now it's time to go in here. Going to be the nano visor for him, and sound barrier going to be drawn out here for the side of S499. Gura didn't benefit from it. That's fine. He's going to go in the back line. Gets frozen up though. Traded 1-for-1 so far in this fight.
One for one trade, so again, really good here for the defense. Sweet Time gonna find it difficult to go through here, and they're still throwing ultimates after this fight. I cannot disagree with this more. They're hoping for a whim and a prayer. The self-destruct comes in, doesn't get what they're looking for, and the reinforcements of sub 499 rolling right in. And that's a case there, Uber, where you're down 3 members. Why are you going for the self-destruct?
Yeah, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the ultimates drawn out in that situation. There are some circumstances in which you can get a lot of value for a self-destruct, but the enemy's Reinhardt is still alive. You're just going to put the shield in the way and make it hard for you to get there. I'm tilted slightly here because Sweet Time can't win fights from behind in a 3v6, right? It's not going to happen, and there's no point investing ultimates into a situation that is highly likely not going to work out. You've got to play percentage sometimes in Overwatch.
I think sometimes, of course, a lot of these players do have really, really active solo play where they go in the pubs and all the rest, and they go for the miracle, but it's a little bit different in this organized team environment where you can't go for the hero plays. I mean, maybe 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000 will work, but maybe not. But here we go. Blizzard coming out here for Sweet Time, investing into this fight. But even to Blizzard, they lose the first kill, and things not necessarily the greatest for them right now.
Yeah, Gura able to just sort of juke a little bit up on the high ground here, and Zalfik's trying to do it sort of all on his own at this stage. NZR falls. He was actually up on the high ground trying to challenge out towards Gura, but again, Zalfik's now going to struggle a little bit, pushed away. Shield comes out here from Zonda to keep his team well and truly healthy. And now S499 are going to have ultimates. It's going to be, I guess, down to them to use them wisely, but we've seen that Sweet Time don't even win fights with ultimate advantage, so they might not even need to worry about it so much.
We've seen that Sweet Time doesn't actually care to use ultimate advantage, where they throw away ult just to make it fair. Is the more accurate description of this game right now. It's been rough. Sweet Time has been their own worst enemy, and now Zonda going to hold on the Graviton. So much firepower on the S499 side. Sweet Time, I think they have to hope for a really good junk rush here and then come back with the last moment engage, because I can't see them winning this fight 6-0, which is basically what they need to do to take this and win Anubis outright.
Yeah, they've got 50 seconds to do it, right? So they're playing a bit like an FPS right now and a little bit segmented in terms of their mindset. They need to sort of unify themselves somewhat and use these ultimates properly. They're going to push into the point now, but Zonda's going to grab Tony. He won't be able to use it though. Earth shattered down. He should be able to pick himself back up and go again, but Gura has another nano visor available here. I'm pretty sure he had that in the last fight, for God's sake. Either way, going to make it work. A lot of damage coming in here as well. Looks like neither team is really going to be able to finish here. Sweet Time are going to have one more push, but it won't even be with their full lineup here. That's not good.
One thing I really wish teams would do a little bit more is just be cognizant of how much time is left. I feel like Sweet Time should have looked and went, look, we want to fight this a little bit earlier, then we'll get a better last ditch attempt. Now it's just going to be a panic attempt. They're not going to have good positioning in. Zonda, this is where you want to be as Zarya, right? Where you know the other team has to roll in, they can't worry about nuances, and that's the perfect recipe for getting hit by a monster Graviton. The Graviton is going to come in, doesn't pick up as much as you'd think, but does its job with the self-destruct. And this is going to be a hold here coming up from S499.
Yeah, nothing Sweet Time can do here as well. They had no answer to Gura up on the high ground of that Soldier 76, who just did so much damage. Every second fight, he had the attack visor ready, which is very, very fast, of course. But again, it wasn't challenged out. There was nothing Sweet Time had to deal with that at all. They tried at one point to throw NZR up there on that Mei. Got absolutely nothing for it. So Sweet Time, again, we saw a very late Winston switch off the Mei from them. Way too late. Way, way too late.
Ah, man, that's just... honestly, again, I think back to how that game went down. I think back to that very first fight on B. Just imagine if Sweet Time had the nano-boosted Blizzard that they literally threw after nothing.
Well, at least I think that was what happened anyway. I mean, I saw 100% and then I saw 0%, and I'm thinking, what's going on here?
Ah, man, it's really... Again, I just... it was a good defense from S499 towards the end, don't get me wrong, but Sweet Time definitely made things a lot easier for them than it probably had to be.
Yeah, look, I mean, and it's not just, we're not just saying that, of course, it was a bad attack from Sweet Time, but it's the same conundrum we had when teams were playing Nano Boosted Reaper up on high ground on second point. It needs to be addressed. It doesn't matter what you do. You could throw a Winston up there, a Diva to knock him back. Sweet Time had a Diva on their team. They had that strategy available to them, but they allowed Guru to do so much damage. So the supports, especially for the side of Sweet Time, never had safety, never had space, never had a moment where they weren't going to be focused down by Guru on the high ground. And if he has a nano boost as well, you literally just had no time to respond to that. You could desperately try and throw out a sound barrier, but that timing might not be great for your team as well. They might not want the sound barrier then. It's just because your Lucio is getting dumped on by a 76 from up on high. So there needs to be a response to that. There are so many things you could play into a 76. We've seen Widowmaker is actually a pick that's come out to try and deal with that there. Winston would have been okay, at least to knock him back. There are a lot of options here, but we never saw Sweet Time consider Guru to be enough of a threat to change in order to deal with him earlier on, and that was their biggest downfall.
Yeah, and I mean, Gura, he just was able to sit there over the top, not that much pressure on him, and can't give a 76 that level of opportunity. So right now we are waiting to get into what I believe will be a tiebreaker. I'm not 100% sure on the tiebreaker rules in this tournament, but the most common variety of tiebreaker is going to a control map that's usually either best of 1 or best of 3. And it does appear like that will be the tiebreaker here, as we are going to Ilios. At least I think it's a tiebreaker. Maybe they just went to the next map.
Let's assume that, you know, the guys over at YouTube Gaming have done what we've already been doing and made it a best of 3, right? If we're wrong, it's fine. We can just go, okay, we're wrong, and then move right on here. But I don't know. I mean, I feel in a way that this really does favor the side of Sweet Time. They look very, very good on the first map here. And again, you know, this is both these two teams fighting for their tournament lives here. Sweet Time want to move forward and again sort of challenge, of course, top of the table. And, well, the loser here drops out completely.
We are getting down to the wire here at the APAC Invitational. Of course, whoever wins the series will be going on to face the juggernauts themselves, Lunatic High. Lunatic High, of course, not having... I'll say this. I'm not going to say they've been struggling recently, but they've definitely been working to find their identity in terms of what they want to run. Even players like Miro that have known for playing just incredibly good Winston, we've seen Miro go a little bit more Reinhardt as of late. Just all teams in general trying to adjust to this new meta and figuring out what is going to work out best for them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with Dean moving to more of a support role and Jaehong on like off tank as well, it's been weird in general, I'll be honest with you, but the last patch was good for them, ZP, the last meta. This one, not so much. They haven't settled yet, but I believe they will in time. They've got the caliber. But we'll see them a little bit later on today or tonight, depending on where you're watching from. Sweet Time already moving on towards the point here. Very forward positioning. They're trying to take control here, and they do have NZNR on that Mei again.
Both teams trying a poke here early on. Sweet Time definitely getting the better of this poke early on, but no one's looking at Gura, and that's going to lead to the first pickoff. Gura just sitting pretty up here once more. Does get a little bit of Mei pressure in towards the end. Not enough to finish him off, and the damage already done. You can't give a soldier an open sight line and free time to do that, because he will tear you apart, especially in this meta where he's been recently buffed.
Right, so what we saw there as well was actually NZNR able to challenge and freeze Gura, but just before the freeze came in, Gura put a biotic field down, so it kept him alive long enough, and then Bacon Jack, his diva, went back in to support him and take down NZNR. So that was good timing, well thought out there as well by Gura, who realized what was going on just in time. Self-destruct going straight up. Gura has attack visor.
Self-destruct going to hit pay dirt there. Sweet Time losing Titawat early on in this fight. And again, this is where it's, unless you have someone in mortal damage, what is Abudo doing back there? Abudo works his way to the back line. No cover, was looking for the early pickoff, but this is actually really, really good for sub 499 here, because they're drawing Sweet Time into an extended fight where they have no chance of actually losing the point. It buys them a lot of time.
Yeah, and NZNR gets absolutely nothing for that Blizzard, by the way. The placement was a bit weird. It was thrown up on the high ground, and S499 could just disengage and stand back on the point itself there. So we've been a little bit critical of Sweet Time and their use of ultimates, whether it be timing or context or even how they're employed. And again, a situation where you've got an awesome ult for this map, especially, but you get nothing for it because you were a little bit hasty.
Well, taking a look at sub 499 right now, the war chest getting awfully full indeed right now. Sweet Time, if they use a whole bunch of ults here, Uber, and get nothing for it and just get destroyed by superior power of sub 499. That's gonna be rough, and they already lose Lucio early on this fight. This is where they need to back up and just go for one final push, but still not looking great. There's still 4 ults up here for sub 499, and they're some of the most impactful ultimates in the game.
Yes, because they didn't have to use ultimates earlier on in the round, and Sweet Time used all of theirs, so still 4 ultimates remaining, like you said. I mean, we saw an Earthshatter, a Selfless Strike using that last fight, and that was sort of enough to get the job done here, so one last push is all Sweet Time's going to have. They've got a Selfless Strike, an Earthshatter, Whole Hog. They're going to have what they need, but again, there's no margin for error. It's now or never.
Well, the Graviton coming from Zonda, setting them up. It's full group hug treatment. 2 quick kills coming from sub 499. That sound barrier is far too late for Sweet Time. Needed to come out much earlier. And I don't know if it would save them for the Graviton, and Reinhardt's going off the space. Just a side note.
Yeah, and he's visiting Winston's house for a cup of tea or maybe some peanut butter. Either way. Okay, so there's probably not a lot that Sweet Time could have done after the first couple of fights because of the ultimate advantage that was staring down, but again, they allowed S499 to sort of take control of that point there. A lot of situations where some good individual plays from S499 managed to keep them alive. I referenced Gura earlier on, dealing with NZNR well, and the ultimates were used effectively. You know, like NZR, as May, if you're on a losing situation on a King of the Hill map, you might only have one ultimate. One Blizzard for May. Now that of course has been nerfed somewhat along with some other heroes, so you need to make that one work. If you're going to pick May, there's now a risk in that sometimes it's hard to charge the ultimate up easily. You're a little bit fragile, you're forced to get in and do damage. Need to make it work.
Alright, so next fight underway here in the middle of Ilios, the Sparta-inspired stage, and Oputo getting thrown into the pit early on here. I do believe he was hooked in, and just like that, a big advantage here for sub 499. They do lose Ana, but momentum entirely in their favor. The Reinhardt shield not going to last very long, and Gura, still not a whole lot of pressure on him as he just rips things apart once more.
Yeah, I mean, we had a 4v4 situation there as I think Yik jumped off the edge or was knocked off the edge either way and then traded out properly. That was fine. This is Gura has a lot of space to work. May does not counter Soldier 76 unless she gets in his face. And you have so much space creating potential on the side of S499 that Gura can just sit back and do what he wants. There's a Zarya, there's a D.Va, there's a Reinhardt, okay? Not even running a Roadhog on this map, which used to be a must-have. But look at Gura's positioning, right? Watch him off towards the side, keeping eyes on the health pack, keeping eyes on flanking. And his tank finder just going to push forward and allow him to do what he wants. He needs to be threatened. Sweet Time, I almost want to see a Genji from Opito, but he's going to see a Reaper instead. So we'll see how this plays out against Triple Tank.
Sweet Time trying to make the most of this here. Reaper making his grand debut once more. Reaper, of course, used to see him in everything. Not as much right now. They do get the early mech pick here. Sweet Time backing off. This is not bad for them here. They haven't got any definitive picks, but with Titawat a little bit overextended, gets taken out. Oputo, 5 HP going the fall. And that was a nice back and forth by both teams. Sub 49 though, able to clutch it out in the end.
I guess he's still alive. Gura, still doing damage, still getting work done. So is Bacon Jack. Like, you trade out some utility for some extra damage by bringing the Reaper in here, and that's fine. But now, finally, Opito going to switch over towards that 76 here. Now, Kurlos, we normally see him playing it actually on the previous match. So I guess given that he has a nano boost, he'll probably stick to that one here. Again, now they're just trying to fight fire with fire. And if Opito's not a better player or able to set up as well as Gura, then it's not going to matter.
Sweet Time going to try and do this. This is one of their last attempts here, if not the last. And the Graviton sets up sub 49 beautifully. They've only used 2 ultimates here in this fight, and that's all they need for a clean sweep at Sweet Time's expense. Note that this is very likely a tiebreaker. So Sweet Time, they died quick enough there, Uber, that maybe they get a final attempt, but they're going to be running into a meat grinder here. They have to hope for a bit of a miracle, and really, probably a really good Blizzard, but they also have to get on the point. They don't have much time to actually cross this distance.
Yeah, that's the Earthshatter. Sound Barrier follows straight away. Nano Visor coming in from Gura here as well. He's checking the flank. He's got the kills. He's got the damage coming in. A good Blizzard, but Gura still gets 2 kills. There's no follow-up really except for that little self-destruct there, which will claim just the 1. And eventually, well, this D.Va's going to be nano-lasered out of existence there. Nothing can be done. Have the nano boost, but that will be it. Tiebreaker should be 1. I believe that's a done job. And it's 1-1 in map so far. Sweet Time are taking far too long to adjust to what S499 are doing. They're like 2 steps behind on this map so far, and it shows.
Well, the other thing too is that it's weird because for Sweet Time, it's one of their former teammates that set the playbook on this. What do you do in this meta when a soldier is ruining your day and is the main problem in fights? You throw a D.Va on it. This is Mickey 101 right now. He sort of wrote that playbook very early on into this patch versus in Apex when Envy was playing. So it's just it's a situation that's really it's frustrating on some level to watch here, where Sweet Time did use D.Va again 76 earlier in the day, and they're not doing it now, and I don't understand, just given the level of work that Gura is doing at the moment.
Yeah. A lot of space for him, and look, I'm not trying to be too dim on what we're seeing from Sweet Time because they showed us a very good, performance on Nepal earlier on here. It's a bit of a different map in some ways. Nepal, some of the stages on that map, we're looking at maps like Shrine, maps like Sanctum, give you the ability to get up close to the enemy while breaking sightlines. Okay, you can actually get up fairly close. But we saw a map. Well, you have to stand and deliver quite often. You can really easily get pushed out of that map, and even then, you need to try and fight over that sort of 10-20 meter area in the middle of a map here, where a Soldier 76 is naturally going to be very, very strong in that situation. And her damage is not guaranteed. Her ability to charge up her ultimate is also not guaranteed. It's entirely conditional on how close you can get to the enemy team. But we didn't see enough of that from NZNR. And the fact is that they took them an entire stage. All of Ruins, they stayed on the Mei, and then half of World, they stayed on the Mei as well. And then Opito tried for Reaper, didn't work out, then tried to go for the 76, and again, that didn't work out. It was too late. There's too many ultimates to fight against. So same situation repeated. Sweet Time give massive advantages over at the start of the map. They don't force ultimates out of S499, and they leave them for 2 fights with 6 ultimates. Of course they're going to hold.
Yeah, and the alt economy thing you bring up there is actually really important as well. Just, again, where if you're not... Here's the thing. I feel like Sweet Time was using ultimates and losing fights consistently over the last map and a half. We saw it on Anubis, where ultimates went off for no reason, but then even in cases where we saw time and time again where they'd be down 2-3 people and then throw out an ult trying to go for the final big hero moment. You don't need to do that. You can play things a lot more cerebrally. You need to have that firm shot calling on your team that says, all right, this fight is over. No one expend any resources. If you can stay alive for a little bit longer and maybe force out a panic ult, that's great. Otherwise, come back. Let's keep track of the enemy ultimates and look for a time where we can initiate and have a reasonable advantage. And that hasn't been going on as much for Sweet Time over the last map and a half.
And I have to wonder as well if it's because we're seeing just straight up too much run and gun from Sweet Time here. And you mentioned about cerebral play and how it's important in this game. There have been some timings that we've sort of been a little bit confused by or had to question and go sort of, why are we seeing this ultimate used now? Why is this happening here? A couple of decisions that, of course, not being in comms with them as well, not really knowing what they're saying can be hard to diagnose. And we have the position where we're spectating, right? So we can see all the action ourselves. But again, I'd like to see a little bit more of the thinking man side of Overwatch being brought in to the play here from Sweet Time. I feel like it's maybe not well considered. They're making some decisions that, quite frankly, don't need to be made here. But we'll see if that's something that S499 can continue to exploit on Dorado, or will we see Sweet Time changed up? It's a big question.
What I'm curious to see here is what we'll see from both these teams. Will we see any switch-ups here like Widowmaker? Actually, I'm just hankering to see a Widowmaker in general because it is fun to watch, and teams do mix in from time to time. No particular rhyme or reason to that request. Probably we'll see Oputo on Genji, I think, when Sweet Time takes the attack, but for the defense, they're looking pretty standard here, where they're running straight up power comp this time around from Sweet Time. No control with the Mei, just matching power for power, perhaps, against this S499 team.
Yeah, and I don't mind this necessarily, the setup here. They're going with the Soldier 76, not messing around. You look at the changes, though. You see now Kurlos is playing that 76 and Opito's on the Roadhog. That means that NZNR can't play Mei or won't play Mei here, which I still think is a pretty strong tool to have on this map. And when you don't see a Mei, it kind of makes you wonder what the plan is here. We're also not seeing the Junkrat from NZNR here as well. And I believe that is purely because Sweet Time value having the Soldier 76 this time around more than anything else. Because normally they go without the 76, they put NZNR on the Junkrat, and they have Kurlos play the Ana. So not sure about this. We'll see what they want to do with it. Maybe they're having a epiphany and realizing that they need to play 76 in this particular matchup, but it doesn't exactly counter anything. It's just, like I said before, it's just fighting fire with fire.
It is, although how much fire with fire is it going to fight here? As S499, Sweet Time doesn't know this, but S499 going for a little bit of a different look here. They're not running the power comp that Sweet Time would probably expect them to do. Instead, they're running with a Reaper Zarya, and I gotta say, I'm not loving the Reaper play from an attacker point of view here on Dorado, where it's gonna be really hard for them to get into a crazy good position early on here. Maybe it works out. I mean, there are a few ways it can, but it's definitely unconventional, and there's a lot of ways it can get shut down.
No, you can be forgiven for being a bit surprised to see that here, Zip. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I can't see. Yeah, he switches off to this on it straight away, so maybe he realizes that he's dealing with a 76 or whatever, but now he's going to come in with a Zarya here. So we'll see how that works. Gura wants to get the high ground here. He'll work his way through. You see that S499 are pushing Sweet Time back. They've already gotten rid of Obito, which is a huge opening for them here.
Yeah, from 499, and remember, they'd actually pack up and swap the Reaper, but it doesn't matter. Here comes 76. Guran once more winning that 76 battle. A clean sweep here for S499. Everything going their way, and I don't know if there's anything in particular that just better mechanical play piling onto itself there, and that's it. Sweet Time has to get up first. S499 coming back in dominant fashion, and I gotta say, this feels like a little bit of deja vu from yesterday here, Uber, where Sweet Time came strong on the first map and then started the fold. Well, it's happening again.
I just think S499 are getting him worked out here. See how quick Zonda was to switch there, and the fact that Gura gets to go and get the D-suit there on Nearly God and actually pick him off there is pretty big. The Diva's going to be a little bit late here in setting up on the high ground, and of course that will make them vulnerable to hit scan damage. So we'll see if they can sort of exploit that any further, but yeah. Graviton comes in. Oh god, the self-destruct. That shield needs to be front and center. It's there, but it was a nice grenade thrown in. This is just going to force Sweet Time back for now, at least. Bacon Jack was hoping to try and capitalize on that and get up there, but he missed the dash, I guess, and didn't get on the high ground. So a bit of a stay of execution for Sweet Time now. Here's the knockdown, though. Obito goes low ground. Not much he can do here against Bacon Jack, who was so healthy. That's forced the sound barrier.
Sound barrier comes out, and that's a nice force out coming out from the side S499. They still haven't lost anyone despite the sound barrier coming in, and this is looking really good for them by the moment. 3 kills to 0 in favor of S499, and oh my goodness, that's great. I think the case there is that Sweet Time, they sort of panicked sound barrier mid-fight, and even though they had that barrier v no barrier advantage, no one was really in position to go in. Yep. Their coordination was in disarray, and as a result, S499 now in a brilliant position. Kura just looking for that attack visor flank, which could be oh so good right now.
Yeah, now we're going to see another attempt to defend here. Self-destruct comes in. Gura just sidesteps that one, gets away from the damage, but still takes a lot of it. Attack visor now coming in here. A decent start to the fight so far for Sweet Time, and now they got the defense matrix right in Gura's face. He gets around it though. There's still a Reinhardt shield though, and he's looking for places to try and get this damage to stick, but the backup is so real right now. Bacon Jack was with him every step of the way, got 2 kills without having to use his ultimate. Make it 3 now in that fight. Gura generating so much threat from the nano visor, the Bacon Jack just wafts his way in and gets 3 kills.
And the interesting thing about that point is that there's a lot of arguments to be made for saying that maybe they should have saved the ultimates there, but I think that was a case where no, even though they were down 2 people, the nano visor was still a good idea, and it's because Gura's positioning was so incredibly good there that he was guaranteed to at least get 1 pick off early on and apply a lot of extra pressure. So it was very good judgment S499. Here comes Graviton by Zonda. See if they have the fall through.
Yeah, nicely thrown. There's going to be a Diva at least behind him here to get a bit of extra damage across, and that's going to be nasty. Kurlos takes himself down with a Helix rocket and everything that you need. S499 got it. There will be a chance for Sweet Time to defend here, but they're being cut down. They're staggered out. Nearly God is right behind them here, and he gets a brief moment of stall on the payload, but he'll be taken down pretty quickly. And now there is an ultimate here for Yik, but he's not with the rest of his team. That Earth Shadow would have been very timely. It would have stopped this attempt at reinforcement completely, but now S499 have to keep grinding a little bit longer.
And everything going their way. Sweet Time just struggling to breathe right now. Kill after kill going the way of S489. It is stagger central right now. This momentum cannot be understated, and nothing going Sweet Time's way here. Late sound barrier coming out here. This is pure desperation at this point. Kurlos going to try and be the man of the hour, but he has the raw attack visor here. Has the Korean future vacuum in his face, getting nothing done as everyone around him is dying. This is phenomenal for S499, and Sweet Time just desperately trying to hold on.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, Tita Watt here, again, more stall from him, using the bubble quite well, if I'm honest with you. The fact that he's still alive, saying something, but self-destruct on the point. Tita Watt is taken down as he lands, and 3 minutes 36 on the clock. That's big. That's huge for S499. And really, the fight on second was so good for them. They forced Sweet Time to go for a bit of a poorly timed sound barrier and engage, because Bacon Jack knocks Obito off the high ground, and all of a sudden Sweet Time are like, we're going to be in a 5v6 here if we don't engage. Obito dies anyway, and then it's all about S499 just to clean out the rest of the fight, even though there was a sound barrier in play. Really nice job from the Taiwanese side here. That was underwhelming at best from Sweet Time.
Sweet Time could just never get anything going. I mean, again, we like to talk about a lot about ultimates and back and forth between 2 teams, but if you're getting outplayed that hard on the mechanical level, where sometimes for Overwatch it just comes down to, are you shooting dudes better than the other team? And Sweet Time was not shooting dudes better than the other team. They were getting wrecked in every facet of the game there, and it's really as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's a simplified view to take of the game, but you're dead right. There were so many situations there where things happened that they maybe shouldn't have happened. Bacon Jack had a sick game. I mean, you're seeing the strength of D.Va right now as well. Not only can you nullify people, indirectly or with the use of defense mages, but then you can go in and just get 3 kills on your own. That fight outside of America was literally like a 2v4, 2v5 situation, and S499 looked like they'd already lost the fight. So now, if you're Sweet Time, you're getting nervous, you're getting concerned. It's quite clear to see that while their strength was present on Nepal, it was not there on Ilya, so they can't even think of falling back on another King of the Hill map if it's in the pool for them here. S499 look really, really good, and they're going to go with a bit of a standard comp here. They're actually not going to have a Roadhog, so it's interesting to see some teams actually forego that one at the moment. Zonda fancies playing Zarya a little bit more in this case.
The lack of Roadhog is very interesting, just given how strong he is right now, though. Actually, take a look at Sweet Time. It's mirror v mirror right now. Hold me, Mitch, this might actually be... I'm not sure, it's probably not a first, but it's super rare not to see a Hog being represented on either team in this meta.
And look at this, NZ and R are going to be playing, the Zarya here as well. So, triple tank plus Obito on the Genji here, Kurlos back on the Ana. And Bacon Jack quickly to the high ground just to check. He knows there's a D.Va there. He probably saw Obito there as well. So S499 will give a little bit of ground here, but they have so many shields to soak up damage. Obito takes a fair chunk himself, but the payload has reached the underpass here. Sweet Time, we'll see if they want to push forward and just try and break down, but there's only the shield, and Reinhardt's going to be shielded as he comes forward. Yik getting a bit of damage done, charging up that next Earth Shatter, and there it is. Reinhardt falling straight away from Sweet Time here. T2Watt, the first casualty.
And for S499, I think they have to be a little bit careful. They do push out. I think they realize that it's getting a little bit troublesome. They back out. Zarya is still really far deep, barely getting out towards the very end. So S499 holding strong. They get the first pick off. No huge ultimate advantage here just yet. And Bacon Jack being pretty aggressive with this. Needs to be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. Will back out though, and it's interesting back and forth, but there's Grauton coming from Zonda, and here comes the hammer swings, the fall through. Gonna be one more clean fight here for S499.
And look at how you can play when your enemy team doesn't have a Roadhog. Look at what Bacon Jack is doing. He goes up on the top of the bridge, the overpass, and just peeks over. It just shoots people. And all Sweet Time can do is actually send their own D.Va at him and force like a 1v1 situation. I mean, you have so much more freedom. You can be so much more cocky now, knowing that there's no potential hooks coming out from Sweet Time. As an attacking team, they want to get a pick here, but they're just trying to grind against the tanks of S499, and Genji's not going to give you a clean pick all the time. The Dragon Blade is going to be the important factor here.
Puto's gonna have to look for the Dragon Blade magic. We saw it in the last series where we were watching Sweet Time. I think the task is gonna be a little bit harder here. Certainly he has to worry about the Earth Shadow that could ruin his day immediately. But here comes Puto. Dragon Blade coming out, going to the backline. Nano Boost is in. Will there be the Earth Shadow to stop this right now? No, there's not. Nano Blade doing some work here. It's now Blade versus now Visor though, and Gura gonna come out on top. S499 not going down quietly. Graviton is in, but will there be the fall through? I'm not sure.
Well, there's a sound barrier and a biotic field being thrown down here as well. So very, very hard to kill S499, even though they were caught in that Graviton Surge. And Sweet Time lacked the damage heroes to actually do anything about that. Obito was already dead. He died to Gura in that 1v1 before. The epic ultimate charge, nano-boosted Fest. And again, what picks are you going to get as Sweet Time? If you can't even get a Nano Blade kill, you're in trouble.
Absolutely, and I mean, they had a lot invested in that. You look about the time that's left here, it's a minute 23 left in the game, so that was really their main window of opportunity. Now they're just hoping for the miracle, and by the way, they're not running Roadhog. They don't have any free picks that they can let snowball here. Yeah. They're going to have to look for something just earned, but they're not running anything bursty to really earn it, so I don't know if this is great for Sweet Time.
It's like you're playing triple tank with a Genji and no Roadhog. It makes absolutely no sense to me, really. They're going to try the Mei here as well, but NZNR probably won't have a Blizzard for this fight, so he needs to just hope he can get it done with the wall and the Endothermic Blaster on its own, and guess what? It's not enough. It's not enough at all. Kurlos finds Yik. NZNR already falling down now, and you can see that Zonda's being very aggressive, positioning himself forward here. Now with Obito falling though, getting that kill, that might be the start that we're looking for here, but Sweet Time, this is a hard fight to win. They've done very, very well to get an Obito going off there. Didn't even have to use a Dragon Blade in that fight. So again, some individual brilliance getting Sweet Time out of jail. That was
Puto with just about every kill in that fight as it broke down, and Sweet Time was lucky that it did work out that way. They had really nice initiation coming in from T2Watt early on. It set them up, and they were able to get the pick-offs as a result, but with the lack of burst damage they had there, it really took a while for that to get going, and S499, they held on for a while, but it was finally Oputo dealing with all those poke players, getting kill after kill at the reset, able to open things up. And now he's got Dragon Blade into the next fight. Nano Boost could be going in. We'll see if S499 has the answer. They do have an Earth Shatter. We'll see if they use it.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial, I think, now, as Obito is going to cause problems. He gets one kill before he gets taken down, and then healed up, but not quite enough. The Biotic Grenade was well thrown by Kilos, but it wasn't enough to overheal. So now, Genji out of the picture here. Zalfix being threatened by Gura on the high ground. Remember what he can do with this advantage here. And again, there's no freedom here on the side of Sweet Time to deal with Gura. They can't even shoot at him now. The Self-Destruct comes in, catches Nearly God. That's the Zarya down. And Zalfix, again, being threatened. Never at any decent amount of health. This is a decent, though. At least Obito can force Gura to think about his positioning more. But the Biotic Grenade was really well placed by Sinclair to give this 76 more freedom.
Absolutely. And again, going to the last fight too, Yik has been pretty smart with his Earth Shatters there. He knew that the Nano Blade was coming in, and as soon as we saw Oputo go in, he gets knocked to the ground and taken out. Doesn't matter that he has the Nano Boost on him. He's in a situation where he can't be healed by his team and just gets focused down by the Zarya with the beam in his face, so it's nice ultimate usage coming out of S49 to counter him now. Sweet Time, they have built up about 3 ultimates here. Slight advantage, but they lose Lucio immediately, and here comes Sub 499 again, just absolutely smothering once they get that first pick.
Oh, so sick by Synchro now. I mean, Graviton comes in here as well, but again, look at the healing, look at the overshield, look at everything that's available here at S499. And NZR there forced into Ice Block. Obito's still that large here, and he'll get a health pack, but again, this is going to be a Herculean effort to keep his team in this one. And Zalfix, look how vulnerable he is to things like Ana and Gura, of course, on that Soldier 76. He got picked up before the fight even started last time. He drops there as well. He's not respecting, I guess, in that little engagement there, what Gura could do to him, peeked out when he shouldn't have. And again, so much time being bought for S499. And 4 ultimates, 5 in fact, ready to go.
I'm so frustrated with Sweet Time throwing good money after bad there. They lost 2 people immediately and then still threw in the Graviton anyways. Not the best luck. Here comes Graviton from Sub 499. Nothing in it just yet. They do have the Sound Barrier to try and mitigate some of it, but they do lose the Zarya. And ZNR in the back, going for this Nano boosted Soldier. Not the best target for a fair, to say the least. And it's going to be another just full wipe coming out from S499. And again, I take a look at that, where Sweet Time invested a lot of power into that push there, Uber. Imagine if they didn't throw away 2 ults towards the end of the last fight. Now, 15 seconds remaining to just stay alive here. No matter what time bank disadvantage they're up against, they have to hope for everything to go their way.
Yeah, I don't know what this is going to be, like a nano-boosted Winston maybe, or even the Diva being used. I'm not sure how that's sort of going to happen here. It depends what Bacon Jack can really do on the ground now. There was an Earth Shatter for Yik. He uses it. It's going to allow him to get Tita Watt and Kurlos here, and it's a man advantage in this fight for S499. They should be able to complete the fight with that one now, already in overtime. Desperation here from Nearly God, trying to go up there, not quite getting as high as he would have liked to, and still going to be threatened out by Bacon Jack. Despite the healing coming in, he will fall eventually. Overtime ticking down. Self-destruct for Zoning here. I think, yeah, no time. Tita Watt tried to get on towards the payload, but it will be the 3rd map going in favor of S499, who look miles ahead on Dorado.
And again, I think if I had any advice to give the Swede Time right now, it's that, guys, it's okay to lose fights. You don't have to try and bring every fight back. Sometimes in Overwatch, losing a fight can be to your advantage if the other team is overcommitting resources. You can plan for the next fight, and you can know where your edge is going to be. Over and over again, Sweet Time is going to these fights, they're getting stuck on the wrong foot, and then they just throw in ults because they don't want to lose the fight. It's not what you need to do.
No, I mean, look, and the funny thing is like, if they throw these ults in there, win the fight, all of a sudden they go from 0 to hero, right? That's the big difference. It's like, we call out a lot of these things as maybe being ill-considered and maybe not wise to go for, but if you win the fight, then you're everyone's hero. I still don't think that we're seeing this calculated play from Sweet Time that they need to go up against a team like S499 who are clearly thinking about their ult usage. They're holding on to them. There's even some fights where I think like, oh, they really should use ultimates here, and they didn't. Like they lose a fight on a Temple of Anubis on first point. They had 3 ultimates ready to go. That's a situation where it's like, well, maybe you held on for them for the too long. So that's maybe, you know, a criticism that we could evenly level at S499 in terms of how, you know, careful they're being with them. But you can see how it's paying dividends as time goes on, as S499 going to almost all of these fights with an ultimate advantage because they're not using him and Sweet Time are, and Sweet Time is still losing out in these battles.
They really are, and it is one thing that has changed between yesterday and today. And we're going to throw to a quick break in a moment, but we did see Kurlos just going absolutely committing to the Hanzo yesterday, for better or for worse. Actually had explosive play, but not seeing as much of that here today. I don't know. It just feels like for Sweet Time, they're at a disadvantage in winning the game on the resources, and they almost need more explosiveness, just more. I don't know. It's hard to phrase it because they need to just sort of keep S499 off balance and keep it that way. And burst damage heroes are good for that, but it's not the greatest game plan for trying to win a full best of 5 series.
Yeah, sure. I agree with that with you. We'll have to see what this last map looks like here because Sweet Time fundamentally don't look to be on the same level as S499 right now.
No, absolutely not. Well, we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, next map will be underway. Sub 499, 1 map away from getting that rematch with the one and only Lunatic High. We'll see how it all shakes out. This is the YouTube APAC Invitational, and we'll be right back. Alrighty, guys, we're back here with the YouTube APAC Invitational. It was just a very short break. Next map heading your way here between Sweet Time and Sub 499, and Sweet Time buying their tournament life on the line in this next map.
Yeah, it's honestly seeing the first map of this series. It's not really where I thought we'd be at all. ZP, they looked quite sharp and very responsive on Nepal, but since then this has deteriorated somewhat, especially being highlighted, but them just getting absolutely stomped on Ilios and struggling to respond to what we've actually seen from S499. So whether that's the Taiwanese team just getting an earlier read on Sweet Time than vice versa, or Sweet Time just getting a little bit lazy, I'm not really sure. But Kings Row, an interesting way to finish it off. And if Dorado's anything to go by here, NZNR are going to have to lift their game in a big way here. Looks like they want Kurlos on that 76, so that puts NZNR on the Ana, which means there's no May. There's not going to be any May for these guys. I don't think Nearly God or Opito is going to play that one at all here, so it doesn't seem like they can really go for both, which is also fine. We don't need to see a 2-2-2 from them, but we just need to see the Soldier 76 really work out.
So that's the Sweet Time defense, and we'll see if Kurlos can carry that baton on 76. I think he'd have his hands full with Gura, with how Gura's been playing 76, but what I'm interested in here is the potential craziness from S499. I don't think it's really going to work out this way, but they came out with a Sombra Widowmaker. I mean, I've seen crazier things in the past, not too much crazier, but that'd just be fun to watch because it is a bit of chaos where you get the early pick of the Widow or just build up EMP and go from there. I mean, don't think it's going to happen, but it'd be fun if it did.
If you're already seeing that Sweet Time is struggling to, if you can identify that Sweet Time is struggling to respond to what your hero picks are and what your strategy is, then you could justifiably throw something wacky in here that you've practiced and just mess them up. We're not going to see it though. It's going to be standard as heck, which is fine. They're going to bring the Zai here. Now, we do see a Roadhog on the side of Sweet Time here, so keep that one in mind and keep an eye on that. We'll see how the difference is between these two tanks. Already Hook coming in on towards Zonda, but Obito actually getting the worst end of that situation. He's forced right back. Zalfix is going to be on the Zenyatta as well. I've seen him play Symmetric here, but he's being pretty serious this time around.
Both teams being serious indeed, and the offense still having the defense in a really rough spot. This is not where you want to be on a Kings Row defense, where you're just struggling to stand the point. They are dealing with it reasonably well, as both sides looking for that all-important first pickoff, but Gura, no one's on him in the backline, and that's been a recipe for disaster for Sweet Time, as Gura has space, room to move here with his poke, does have a Reinhardt shield in his way, but even though the offense loses the first person, it still feels like they have the edge right now.
Oh, Gura's lucky to be alive here. I don't know how he survived that. Hook came in there from the Roadhog, which is what we needed to see from Sweet Time. And now an Nano boosted D.Va. That's going to get the job done for now. Nice little hold here. And we're saying there's nowhere where Soldier 76 can stand on the attacking side where he's truly safe from Roadhog hooks, right? If he's anywhere near the statue, Roadhog pushes in towards the Alderworth Hotel. He gets a hook. He picks him off, right? So Opito is going to be instrumental here. Not only in terms of keeping people like Zalfix alive and safe in the backline, but getting rid of the 76 and taking away the damage potential of S499.
Well, that's a great sleep on the Oputo there. That's going to keep him out of the fight in the beginning here for the offense, although he does get woken up, does find Gura there once more, and it's a little bit back and forth between the two teams. Sweet Time, though, starting to lose players left, right, and center, and that's a late Transcendence coming out here from Zalfix. Again, they're really outgunned here on the point. Maybe they can bring it back, but it's still not as likely. It might have been better to just back out, wait for a respawn to come in and go in for the last moment effort then, but doesn't seem to be happening here. Yik, not getting much off the Earthshire, but still big numbers advantage here for S499.
That was a really nice shield bait actually by Tita Watt there. He just brought the shield up just in time. Yik was being so disciplined, holding onto the Earth Shatter, waiting for the right moment, and he had it. That would have been it. That would have been done and dusted there and then. It might still be the case here. Gura's put to sleep in the back line, but again, there's no threat to him right now. And S499 are already barreling down the streets face here, hoping to get a bit of extra damage here. You can see the Opito has to respect this, takes a breather, and then backs away.
So the adjustment for Sweet Time, for better or for worse, does seem to be that they're running the Zen now. They're hoping for Zalfix to go for the Discord Orbs on tanks and try and cut through the tanky side of S499. Hasn't really worked out here just yet. And to top it off, he's not going to have Transcendence for the Graviton combo that's going to be on the way. So it's a little bit rough. Nice look there from Puto, but he doesn't finish it. And that's a pick that I gotta think he was hoping he could have gone there, because now that changes the complex of this entire next fight.
Yeah, I mean, Opito can still get back here, but that first pick would have been important. Good shield there. Tita Watt managed to get a nice Earth Shatter, but he's put to sleep. Can't do anything about it, and that's nasty. Zonda with 2. Nearly God does find Realment, though, but there's Varya doing so much work. Zonda is absolutely beasting it on this particular pick right now on this map, and you can see why S499 are comfortable to forego that Roadhog in some of these situations here. It could have been their undoing in that fight, but if they can avoid getting hooked in, and Zonda's allowed to charge up and hit that backline hard, Bacon Jack can't prevent the damage coming from him and will get melted.
So, S499 staying over the top, and this is Gura's positioning that's been working out really well. He's not afraid to get on the high ground flanks, not be the rest of his team, and just be a little bit sneaky with the Nanovisor, and that's how you get more use out of it now. And it will be a Nanovisor combo coming in here once more. Attack Visor in, Nanovisor out, goes in over the top. It's a nice engage coming out from Gura. Gets him the early kill, is a big distraction. Even though he goes down, enough damage might have been done here.
We'll see. Opito timed that hook really well and waited until the nano boost expired, and that's a crucial mid-fight hook. Boot back, though, as well as Ruin keeps himself alive for a little bit longer. Eventually is found by Kurlos, though. And Opito now wants to chase down. Bacon Jack very close to being desuited. Another good hook here being hit from Opito, but Zonda, well, he's going to be able to push in and get some damage done. He shields it off, but somehow Opito finds him there. I guess that was with a right click. I don't know. However, the fight was chaotic, and S499 get that checkpoint. Nearly God's going to switch towards Azaya.
So we do have the swap up coming in here, and for Sweet Time, I don't know if Zarya was really their main plan going in here. I think they're just saying, look, S499 is running this, it's working really well, let's try and run comp for comp here, but that's never the greatest idea in most cases, because the other team is more experienced at running this composition. Swapping what they're more experienced at and trying to run the mirror, it can work out, but it's usually not ideal.
No, Graviton in now as well, and Yik, oh, nice little counter charge there as well. The Earth Shatter actually was what was laid down there by Tita Watt, keeping his team alive. The Graviton could have been their undoing there, but the timely response to the Reinhardt, that was what wins them this fight.
Sweet Time cleaning it up there, gaining some very much needed stability. But you look at the next fight, S499 still has tools in their chest right now. They will have the Sound Barrier up for the next fight. They're holding on to the Nano Boost. And just a Sound Barrier alone is actually being kind of hard for Sweet Time to deal with here. They're going to have to be prepared to back away in a hurry. If they take this fight straight on, where they do like being aggressive, as we've noted, but if they go aggressive in the Sound Barrier, it's going to go from bad to worse. S499 very well could be activating a trap card here. With Tita Watt down, this is definitely not going to be going in Sweet Time's favor.
Yep, late fight Sound Barrier when you already have a man advantage is just massive here for S499. It's impossible to get a pick now, or even try and even the numbers advantage if you're Sweet Time. Opito gets chased down, pretty much run out of town. It's only big enough for one, Jim Morrison. And now the payload going to be sailing towards the end. We're going to have Titawat off towards the right. Nearly got is there as well. But look at this. Look at the straight. Bacon Jack goes straight on in. He's going to separate the two, prevent the shield from really being effective. Titawat gets nano boosted and he avoids getting earth shattered somehow. But still, he's very low on health and he will be taken down. That charge connects from Yik and he's gotten 3 kills in this fight.
Big placing out from Reinhardt. Oputo trying to hold it back in. 76 goes down, cannot stay alive, and no one able to get on the cart. As S499 finishing out King's Row with pretty decent time there. 207, while not the most dominant time, definitely not a weak time either. So for Sweet Time, their road to victory here definitely seems a little bit rough.
Yeah, I feel like this is really solid from S499, to be honest. I'm not asking for much more than that from them based on what I've already seen. This is generally satisfying. To beat a time like this, if you're Sweet Time and you're knowing that S499 play a 76 Diva comp better than you do, you probably need to go for something a little bit faster, like a really like fully focused pit comp or something with just like nutty damage to break through here. I'm seeing like I'm seeing a Zenyatta Hanzo being hovered here. I don't hate that. Obviously, it probably means they're playing a 2-2-2 in that case, but they probably need to here. Is there's nothing that guarantees them beating 2 minutes and 7 in a mirror when their mirror comp hasn't been as strong.
Well, this is what Kurlos went to yesterday when things were getting rough for Sweet Time, and it was sort of interesting. I saw Goldenblade was sort of making jokes that he's the Hanzo main that won't just switch after first, where he kept it for the entire map, but he actually got a surprising amount done on it. It's not something where I'd say this is the ideal way to play Overwatch, but it is more a gambler's way of playing Overwatch in this case, where a lot of teams, they keep that gamble contained to the first point. I think Sweet Time, if they have success on first, could be seeing Kurlos on this Hanzo for most of the game, for better or not. So Sweet Time, their hopes and dreams of staying in this tournament might very well be resting on the bow and arrow of Kurlos here as they move forward.
Yep, I want to see them gambling to get back in this game, ZP, because they're not in the driver's seat right now. 2 minutes and 7 seconds time bank, pretty sick actually. That's enough to almost finish the map again. You know, if you go to time bank and you have a strong first fight. So this needs to work. They're gonna have the Roadhog and the Hanzo here hopefully. So full pick oriented comp. Already though, the Ana takes a chunk. Sinclair obviously doing a bit of damage to Kurlos. He drops down for more healing, comes back in. Scatter Arrow does find a little bit of damage here, but again, pick needs to happen here. Needs to break the shield down. The Diva's going to make it a little bit hard for Kurlos to land these shots, but it's got to happen soon.
Both teams looking for that all-important first pick, and S499 gets strike first. Titawat goes in a little bit aggro, trying to make room for his team. Doesn't work out. There's not an advantage gained in that period of time. It's 2 quick counter kills by S499, but the Sweet Time's correct. They do back out of this pretty early. Not everyone is able to escape with their life, but it's still the maneuver you want to do in this situation. Oh my goodness, Bacon Jack is going really deep in here, and he's going to get away with it.
Yeah, I don't know how he gets away. He gets the kill as well on towards Nearly God, I think, or at least the mech. So that's massive. That's so massive. Nearly God as well, in this position, can't really commit suicide to go and get resuited here. There's nowhere to jump off the edge. So he needs to, I guess, tank damage or just try and get his suit back the old-fashioned way. This bleeds time on the side of Sweet Time. They don't have a lot to work with as it is here. And look at Bacon Jack. Easy damage in behind the shield there of Titawat. Going to be able to pick him up there. And Kurlos not going to be given the freedom that he wants to have or needs to have as that Hanzo here. Does have a Dragon Strike and might have a decent vantage position here, but eventually he's going to be focused, he'll be turned on, and he'll be taken down.
Well, the real unfortunate thing there is that Kurlos did get the early pickoff onto Gura. It could have been a golden opportunity for Sweet Time, but no other arrows really connected there, and Sweet Time got engaged on by S499. I think they realized that Gura was out. It could have turned badly if they went for poke, and they went for a counter dive instead, and it worked out really well. So now, Sweet Time backs against the wall. Here comes this dragon, perhaps, looking for it. Doesn't use it just yet. So Kurlos biding his time, but 3 ultimates up for Sweet Time. This is probably make or break for them, this final fight here, because if they use ultimates here, Uber, and get nothing, it can be real hard for them to even consider having a competitive time. But here we go, fight is underway.
Oh, look at the Earth Shatter that'll respond there. That Dragon Strike, I'm not really going to find a lot at all there. Is the entirety of S499 are pretty well split up there. However, Yik falls to Opito first, the McCree coming out here as well, which I like. I'll explain it later maybe if I get a chance to, but now Zonya with the shield out. He's charged up, ready to go, but who's he going for? Looking for Kurlos. Kurlos trying to hide behind the car, but there's going to be no escape there. Particle cannon at the ready, and Zonya does get the kill. It's being traded, and it's a bit of an elongated fight here, but again, Sweet Time needed to be much faster than this in the first place. Even if they get this point, they're not out of the woods yet. Good Earth Shatter. That was very much essential there to stop Yik from charging in, but it's going to go anyway. The point's taken in the meantime, though.
The point is taken, but I'll say this. This entire exchange thus far, kind of put it in favor of S499. It took Sweet Time quite a while to get through here. S499, the real test is going to be, will they be able to reestablish and have some good fights in second? If they get maybe 2 to 3 wipes on second, I'd say Sweet Time is going to be in a rough situation and actually bringing all of this back. So I think make or break points here. Sweet Time needs to go for the self-destruct, land something good over the top, and keep momentum in their favor. They cannot let S499 gum up the works here at second, or it's going to go from bad to worse.
Yeah, Kurlos is all getting caught out there and needs to be very careful. He's lucky to get away there, avoiding the Zarya. But I like the McCree pick because we're seeing S49 play up a little bit closer, play into that range of Obito, but it doesn't make him any less fragile when a Reinhardt gets in his face, unfortunately. Now a shield up for Zonda. A little bit caught. He's a solo flanker here, so does need to respect the amount of players for Sweet Time that are present. But again, he's just shifting focus. He's turning it away from the rest of his lineup. And now Kurlos is trying to back away here. Zonda's threatening. Does do a lot of damage, and he gets himself double. I think that was with one right click. Nice work by Zonda. He holds the flank, knows when to go in, and pretty much wins the fight on his own.
A huge turn up for Zonda, because not only does he pick up 3 kills there, Uber, now he's going to have Graviton for the next fight. And sure, Sweet Time has 4 ultimates up on their own, but Zonda, he's known to be pretty sneaky with how he sets this up. Could go into the corner, get the flanking Graviton, and buy even more time here. And remember the stakes. S499 only need a few team fights there, but there's Graviton. Get up on 3. Reinhardt trying to get in swings and hammer. Doesn't get as much as you might think. Gersing back here at the attack visor, and it's back and forth, but still stalling out a lot of time.
Yeah, Kurlos is getting dumpstered right now at this stage. He probably needs to switch off this pick, I'll be honest with you. Zonda finds him. Kurlos has a Dragon Strike, but there's no Graviton. There's nothing on the side of Sweet Time to actually give you a guaranteed fight win with that ultimate here. And there are a lot of other picks he could maybe go to in this situation. Double hit scan is also fine. Play Soldier 76. Good little pick off there on Gura, to be honest with you. But, you know, you can go for that as an option because the Hanzo hasn't worked out so far. Dragon Strike comes in. They're going to ride Shenron straight through, but not finding any kills for that ultimate.
Oh man, I love it. Well, they are making wishes indeed as Kurlos gets on the Lucio, and things are working out right now for Sweet Time. The Hanzo gets 1 pick, grabs another right after. The Dragon zones things out, so we said in the beginning that it might be riding here on Kurlos, and for now, they were dying with Kurlos, but now they're living with Kurlos, as this has been a great push here for Sweet Time. S499 on the ropes, trying to find a way of pulling back as Kurlos finds Gura once more. This is huge now for Sweet Time.
Okay, this is Kurlos doing what he wasn't doing before. He's actually finding Gura there, picking that 76 off now. And that's the point. That's why you take Hanzo. You get the pick. You find the priority target here. But Zonda's not messing about here. Graviton Surge comes through. Reinforcements have arrived for S499. And they're going to hold on this one here, allowing Nearly God to sleep as well while the rest of his teammates are dealt with in short shrift. Kurlos trying to back away and will eventually go down here. 1 minute remains for Sweet Time, should I say, to get, God help me, to get this second point. And even then, ZP, they're going to finish the map.
I'm sorry, we're just gonna have to remove you from the cast right here. You've forgotten the S one too many times, but the S499 being even more aggressive. Down goes D.Va. Under a minute remaining here for Sweet Time. And they do have ultimates up to win this next fight. In fact, they're a little bit favored into this next fight. Here comes the Dragon to zone things out. That is a hungry Dragon. Almost getting a kill outright. Sets up a beautifully. 2 kills here from Sweet Time as they move it forward. So the problem is, Uber, is that even if they win this fight, which they might not even, as Bacon Jack goes huge in the backline, saying absolutely not, turning a bad situation good with the aid of that nano boost. And oh my goodness, the dream might be dead right here, right now for Sweet Time. That's 499, 18 seconds away from getting that trip to the grand final.
That was nuts. Bacon Jack didn't even need to use a self-destruct there as well. I'm pretty sure he got 2 of those kills with the Bunny Blaster at the end of there as well. Look at this. Sweet Time know they're done and dusted. I mean, it's just waves from the rest of their team. They know their journey is over. They're going to be out of this tournament. It's going to be S499 advancing here as well. They're not even attempting to get on the payload. They know it's done, and it will be Taiwan. Home team will get the victory here over Thailand and advance.
You can hear the crowd being happy over that. So S499 getting a little bit of love from the crowd, and they do get that rematch with Lunatic High. But I gotta say, you can't really expect Lunatic High to make the mistakes that Sweet Time was making throughout the series. Lunatic High, they're better coached than that. They know better. And S499, they're gonna have to win more on mechanics and less off of what was admittedly a very good showing of overall team coordination here against Sweet Time.
Yeah, and in a time where we're seeing that Zarya sort of being benched in favor of Roadhog, it's good to see Zonda show us exactly why she's so good. Zonda personally took responsibility for dealing with Kurlos a heck of a lot in that round. You know, flanking, solo flanking, mind you, making little peeks out, charging up his shield, then going straight in and dealing with the backline essentially on his own there. Zona generated far more threat than your average Zarya player does on their own. In fact, you don't even normally see Zaryas try and play on their own. They just stick with their Reinhardt, give him a shield, get some energy. So playing so aggressively and with such confidence as well was something that Sweet Time didn't really know how to respond to.
No, absolutely not. And for Sweet Time, again, they're a great bunch of guys. It's always a pleasure to watch them play.
Yeah.
I think people don't always understand that because they haven't been in a room with the Sweet Time roster where they get super, super excited while playing. But unfortunately, their run here in the APAC Invitational will come to an end. GGs and all the rest being exchanged. And for me, I am excited to see what happens here in the grand final. But Lunatic High, they are going to be an absolute monster, the challenge here from S499.
Yeah, and I think that the individual skill is actually present for S499. And I mean, there's blood in the water right now. If you're, trying to take down Lunatic High, I think they're looking a little bit weaker at the moment, a little bit less decided. I think maybe a little bit of yesterday we saw glimpses of it here. But we'll really have to see. It's grand final time. Lunatic High are actually looking to get themselves a LAN title here. This might be their first, if I'm not mistaken. So obviously they missed out at APAC. They didn't get anything, when they went over towards Apex here as well. So they're hungry for this one, no doubt about it.
Alrighty, so we're going to be throwing to a quick break here. When we come back, the grand finals will be upon us in the APAC Invitational. Thank you guys so much for staying tuned here, and we will be right back when both teams are ready.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody
はじめまして
Hello， 我是林克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把慈悲练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello, everybody.
はじめまして。
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把慈悲练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
好，各位观众，大家好，欢迎回到我们 YouTube Gaming 斗争天空亚太邀请赛的现场。而现在呢，我就是邀请到了我们刚刚获得胜利的。
Alrighty, guys, we are back here with the YouTube APAC Invitational. I have now muted the other feed here, so we're not talking over our counterparts down in Taiwan. So there it is, grand finals on the way, despite what the subtitle says up there. But Lunatakai versus Sub 499. Sub 499, the hometown favorites here. Lunatakai, the juggernauts in the scene for the APAC region.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say. I mean, obviously, they're no longer the kings of Korea, in my opinion. They were really, really good at the, Reaper May, when that was obviously sort of in vogue. Changed up a little bit there as well. Obviously, Esker's quite varied in his skill set, can play a lot of heroes very, very well. He plays an excellent McCree as well. The issue is now, I don't really know if the meta is such that players like Esker can shine, right? Now obviously, the way we're seeing teams play around Roadhog a lot more and use Soldier 76, which is, always going to be there for consistent damage, getting pickoffs, less of the shock and awe playmaking potential. I don't think Soldier 76 really has much of that built into his kit. So you don't really get to see a lot of that stuff, I guess, anymore. And they just haven't really settled into the meta so much. And you saw that with their struggles, I guess. And there were big struggles, of course, over in Apex. That was a disappointing exit for them, I think, towards those finals. We were all hoping to see a little bit more from them. But going down there to Kongju Unsia 0-3 in that quarterfinal is not what you expect from this team. And they looked, quite frankly, pretty average.
Absolutely. And I think an interesting thing when you look at teams and patches in Overwatch, a single patch can have a gigantic impact. And it's interesting, too, because you talk with people on Team 4. They really go out of their way. They have light changes and balancing. They're not trying to change everything up. But Overwatch is such a close game, so tightly tuned that a few change-ups to a character, like the improvements app and the Diva, I mean, it was probably more than a few in her case, but you have these changes to the game, and it can have a dramatic ripple effect on everything where, for example, you think back to Envious versus Rogue. I don't think that really goes in Envy's favor if they play it pre-patch, but you have a new patch come in, not quite as favorable to Rogue, very favorable to Envious because they don't have to worry about projectile DPS as much, and it goes their way. So definitely changes afoot in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, I guess, a similar criticism that you might be able to level over towards a team like Lunatic High as well. If you think about the hero pools that they're sort of playing with a lot of the time, I mean, players like Lee Taijun was very much more a Roadhog and Tracer players, normally what we saw from him, and then Esker played May and McCree. So you didn't always see the same potential from them to, create a situation with projectile heroes. So you'd think that on the surface that would sort of be of some benefit to them. The problem is that the big players can't really, I guess, make the impact that they used to right now with things like, McCree not being a big issue, Reaper now no longer being as strong. And we've seen some interesting changes with this team, like, Dean being moved off of Reinhardt and then Miro being put on Reinhardt, which doesn't allow him to have the mobility and affect the battlefield like he used to do on picks like Winston and Diva. That means Lee Taijun had to move into more of a tank role, more of that off tank. And that was normally quite often Roadhog for him, Ruje Hong, on towards a Roadhog recently. So I consider this a bit of a period of reformation for them. I still don't think they have to be at their best to win this game, though.
No, I definitely agree where I would say for this series, Lunatic High is certainly favored. But the biggest thing for me is I think back when I look at Lunatic High and certainly the bulk of their team, which is on the Overwatch World Cup team for South Korea.
Right.
I feel like the changes that have come in where they are playing pretty different team comps where what they used to run have really robbed them of their one core identity, which was control. The key theme back in Overwatch World Cup on the South Korean team is that they had a lot of control with heroes like Mei, with heroes like Winston, where their entire thing is that they could dictate where a team was going to go and punish them. But now they're not running that. They're running more standard comps that we kind of see in the West right now, more power comps and all the rest. And I think it gets away from what was one of their biggest strengths as a team. And obviously they're trying to learn the style and maybe they'll find new wrinkles to throw into it. But for a team that had such a unique style within Overwatch, it does feel like they've taken a step or two back.
Yeah, and I don't know, I think it has a lot to do with some of their picks here as well. That was obviously just an interview. Zonder obviously needs to get back and sat down playing for his team. But we can't really give too much to you guys in terms of translation. I think that would have been they would have done that interview in Chinese, I think, or Taiwanese there. So yeah, either way, I don't think Lunatic have to be incredibly good to beat these guys. I know that Zonda has some experience dealing with a lot of these Korean players, so we'll have to see if that plays into their strategy at all.
We'll have to see. They're definitely going to have a better showing than what they had just yesterday, where they came out against Lunatic High. And Lunatic High definitely came out very, very strong. It was a little bit shaky on map 1, but even then it was still 3-0 before it was all said and done. But we will be taking a quick break here as we wait for the players to take it to the stage. Shouldn't be long now. Stay tuned. This is the YouTube APAC Invitational Grand Finals, still on the way.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody. はじめまして。
Hello， 我是尼克。
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
Hello， 这个嗨，各位现场的观众朋友。
Alrighty, we are back here with the YouTube APAC Invitational. I'm ZP, that's Uber, and that is the stage host talking about these two great teams as they are about to get on to the stage.
Yeah, she had her mic turned off, and then it wasn't even turned on the system anyway. Poor thing. Not a great way to start off. I've had that before actually. It's pretty annoying, but that's the way it goes. One time I had that, and the mic wasn't working, so I literally just dropped the mic and walk up, like did a mic drop, and just walked off stage. I was like, I'm done with this.
But the only way that could have been better is if you dropped the mic and then dabbed and walked off.
No, I did a dab. I did not. I didn't think dabbing was a thing way back then. That was like years ago, but I still have mic troubles even now, so I feel her pain. Anyway, she's probably saying a lot of really nice things about Lunatic High, how, you know, they're really attractive and Miro's super cute and Esku's like Korean Idol. And then hopefully some nice things about the Taiwanese team because they're the home team, ZP. These guys, of course, are in Taiwan at the moment, not Shanghai, as I incorrectly pointed out earlier on. Double host, double the fun. That's what we're talking about. All right.
A new challenger appears. So
that's how I played a game right there. Just she comes straight off from off screen. It's like, oh, you go stop. It's my stage now. They should drop the mics and actually like have like an arm wrestle or something to decide who gets to be on the stage.
I mean, how mind-blown would you be, though, if a third host ended up coming out towards the very end?
Oh, man, that would be next level for this segment as well. Like, really. Bit of a hair flick there from her as well, just making sure, you know. Yeah. I don't really know why she's on stage to talk. She might actually be a prominent YouTuber as well, like for a bit of a pre-interview, but a little bit of a chat between these two. I assume they're going to start the game and bring the teams in eventually, ZP, but can you translate this, ZP? How's your
I cannot
Chinese?
Translate.
Yeah.
My Chinese is non-existent. There was, of course, I think back to my days at the University of Minnesota where I was told, wait,
Oh man, it just keeps getting better.
Is there a third? Yes.
Yo, this is
No, wait,
this is
no,
not
it's a
Overwatch
swap.
anymore.
It's a
This
swap.
is just pretty girls on stage. I can deal with this.
All right.
All
I
right.
don't know what's going on right now, but we do have 3 different people coming up here for the pre-show, and I just wish there was 3 microphones up there just so we could.
I love clean feed casting, man. It's so good. You just don't know what's gonna happen. You're at the complete and utter mercy of whatever they want to do over at whatever event you're at. But yeah, YouTube Gaming, big shouts to them, keeping it going. And nice dress there, nice outfit. I don't really think I've seen that design before. It's like a cloak over her blouse. Oh, there's another one as well. All right, she's got a hoodie on. She's keeping it discreet. You know what I mean? She's
Okay.
going the understated role.
So I think they must be interviewing other YouTubers here. That's my guess. I think you were. Well, it was your guess. I'm just piling onto your guess. I'm not that intelligent, but
I don't know, because obviously there are like a large amount of different YouTubers here. They have lower thirds, right? So if they have their names already in the system, they're probably relatively notable. Maybe they're giving their predictions or something like that as well. Another one as well. All right, how many mics do they have? That's a question. They're going to pass it around because that could be awkward. All right, they're going to pass it around.
yeah, it's only 2 microphones from the looks of it. That's my guess.
ZP, what are we watching, mate?
I don't know. I actually have no idea what's going on. I think there was a run of show for day 2 that I might have been able to get my hands on. I thought I had the original link. Then we were just talking to everybody. It's like, I actually don't know what the run of show is for day 2 is. So
you know what? I just want one of them just to like grab the mic and just go blah 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 blah.
The war is over.
That'll make it great. It'll be Counterpit host meets random, presumably YouTubers on the stage. Oh, there's more. They've almost got. Look at that. Look at the mic grab. That's the play of the game right there. She's not messing with that. She just yanked it out. So it's my stage now. She got to stand in front of her as well and block her view. Man, that's hard.
That is, you know what? That's how you take control of a stage.
All the girls behind her like, she's stealing my spotlight. What now?
Oh, she did the hand on the hip thing there too.
She did. She was sassy. That was sassy stance. So I like, that's how you rule the stage. That's how you own it. So we've actually got enough here for a team. So, and now she's interrupting the host.
I just realized we might. I wonder if we're going to a show match before the grand final.
I think that it was supposed to be after. I saw the clip. I saw a thing come up saying like, the show match is supposed to be after the game. But she's pointing at us, CP, as well.
They caught on to us. They actually know where we're at.
So are you guys chatting nonsense about us over on the stream? I'm like, yeah. Okay, this is too much for me at 11 a.m. in the morning. I don't know what to do. She's definitely a YouTuber.
What is going on?
I don't know. But she's definitely a YouTuber though.
She's in the promo video. Like the promo video that we see.
Speak English. Hold on. Shut up for a sec. Hold on.
A little bit.
A little bit.
It's okay.
周胖说他其实今天是第2天来玩这斗争特工，但是今天是跟所有女孩子一起，有一点点小紧张。
Best of luck. Are they actually gonna play?
Okay, thank you.
你们这一队有
How
might
many
be a thing.
mics? Why can't I hold all these mics?
I mean, someone else could go and give another microphone. Okay, and the microphone's getting passed around again.
All right. She's got a real strong grip in her microphone as well. She's not letting that one go. Now they're getting fired up. Now the mic.
She's the one who grabbed it with authority.
She's not messing around. Like I said, she's very used to this. It's clearly her stage. But what now? That's the real question. Are we going to cast?
Are we going to
cast this show match? ZP?
I think we're casting the show match.
Oh God. All right, here we go. More. Yep. Okay. Finally, a male on the stage. Some decent like gender diversity. This is good to see.
I don't know. I think for esports to really bounce, I think we need another team of 6 girls on the side, because then we're just making maybe 1% inroads into a male-dominated industry.
Yo, this guy's a swag lord. He just like complimented all the girls on the stage.
Wait, is he speaking English on the like, I have it muted for the clean feed purposes because I don't.
He's translating with her. He was starting to talk about something in English, then he stopped.
Okay.
Oh, it's his girlfriend. Oh, he's brought his girlfriend on the stage for his birthday. All right, well, we've gone a lot further than I thought we'd be going here, ZP. This is now uncharted territory.
I have no idea,
happy birthday to his girlfriend on the stage. This is great. I love it. It's very sweet.
Is is a very nice gesture to his
very
girlfriend. She's super embarrassed by this.
Yeah.
Is what I can see there. You have the hands on the face, and I don't think she's mad. I think in the end, it's still going to be a net positive for him on the day.
That's right. He has now left his girl on the right side of the stage and joined the other 6 girls on the left now. So he's wished a happy birthday, and then he's gone off with all the ladies. So,
it's a questionable play.
Not sure about that one. Might have that one come back to bite him in the rear end here.
All right, so
these questions. She just asked him, do you think Taiwanese girls are very energetic and fun? I don't understand what I'm saying here.
I'm also a little bit confused, but you know what? We are the mere spectators right now, waiting for our next match.
This is not my area of expertise, by the way, is analyzing social interaction, because I'm not that great at it myself. Really.
If it's not your specialty, it's definitely not my specialty. Let me just put that down there right now. I am not.
I have a girl walk up to me. I just don't know what. I freeze up and I just dab. I just immediately dab at her presence and hope that works. Doesn't really work, but I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure it's as it is 0% success rate though. There has to be one.
No, like if you cast the net wide enough, CP, you're eventually going to catch something.
If you cast a wide enough dab,
that's it.
Stance is important.
If your stance is good and you got the wide guard going on, making sure like good dab form. I want to see a dab here though. I don't know why they're not doing it.
Just one
these
dab.
These guys are like culturally ahead of the West. Like these. Oh my god! I wish you could hear this guy's voice. He's classic. This is Gucci, I believe his name is.
I can turn on the volume here. I mean, we're playing it fast and loose. I can totally.
Yeah, turn on the volume for everyone so they can hear this. This guy's next level.
Do you know why you're so popular on the internet?
ネットでなんでそんなに人気があると思いますか？
この多分声。
Oh my
thank you, thank you.
He's a Minecraft guy, Minecraft streamer.
高い声やと思います。
The high-pitched voice. She asked him, why do you think you're so popular on YouTube? And he says it's because of his voice, apparently. Should I start casting like that?
I think so. It might increase your popularity.
Oh, so happy!
Happy New Year? This guy's not even Come on, man. It's like those shops that sell Christmas, decorations and snacks and all that sort of stuff way too early. This guy's like getting well ahead of himself.
Thank you so much.
This guy's a legend. I am a fan.
All right. So I think we have 1 to 2 more spares left. My math on how many that have been introduced for the other side has not been great. Okay, he is definitely afraid of catching something from everyone else on stage.
Well, to be fair, when I was in Shanghai, I wish I wore one of those myself because the air is a little bit polluted. And if you're casting and you're talking all the day, so...
That's true.
Yeah.
So energetic and so
No, you mentioned that you had some trouble breathing for a while.
Oh, I've got to translate. My Japanese... Okay, so I watched a couple anime series in Japanese, so I think I might be able to translate here.
All right. You're no hexagrams.
That's it, I do. I'm pretty sure she's translating anyway. I'm just talking over it and ruining the whole experience for everyone.
そうですね。日本人が彼のようにテンションが高い人だけではないんです。安心してください。
What happened?
I just want to make sure that people know that this is not a typical
What does that even
Japanese.
mean? He's not a typical Japanese
Don't get
guy.
us wrong.
I am very lost right now.
Yo, this show match is happening. I don't even know, man. I don't even know what to say about these guys. This guy is nuts.
反応は反応は Oh my god!
I'm sure it's not typical, right?
Get the mic away from this
All
guy.
right, thank you so much. Good luck.
Too much truth
好，
right
最后
now.
一位呢，
Don't
我们
tag
是
me
来
with
自
these
来
man.
自
He's not
泰国
messing
的参
around.
赛者，他是 S Crossy，Hello。Are you
So,
tired?
the Thai really can speak English very well. Like, almost the entirety of Sweet Time actually can speak English quite comfortably. So,
Yeah,
not
we were surprised by
whose
that.
main language is English as well. Like,
I think you're gonna do great.
Yeah, they're very, very good at English.
可以赢得这一次的比赛。So thank you all the gentlemen.
Okay,
Please
so
be
they're-
seated.
they're- I
Please
think they're
go
actually
to your
playing.
seats.
So we are going full into the show match.
Are we really gonna cast this?
这一次呢，有来自台湾
We are.
非常非常漂亮的女生们，
Okay.
台湾加油，中国女
All
生
right,
加油
CP.
还有
All right,
来自日
mate.
本、韩国
Prepare.
还有
Listen,
中队
here's the key thing is that
男女对阵这一
we
次
might be
都
seeing
真的没有办法
Bastion
实
heading
现
our
在我
way.
们的赛品。
I'm willing to look for the crazy and wacky strategies that could be on the way.
okay, all right. Let's do it. This is more than I bargained for this morning, but we're going to cast ourselves a show match, and God help me if I know what's going to be going on here. So last time I cast a show match was a bunch of... Actually, no, I did a bunch of YouTubers, actually. It's like Valkyria and Unit Lost and Mikolo and all those guys. Queenie was in there. The guys from Overwatch Central. And that was interesting, to say the very least there. And those were decent players here as well, so I'm not sure what to expect. So I don't even know. Okay, YouTube Princesses versus YouTube Princes. But there's a guy on the Princesses team. So, all right, I'm glad we're not misassigning gender here at all. I'm glad we're being very clear about that.
All right, so... Okay, that's what's going on there. Where are you reading this? You're reading it off the main feed, which I just turned off for a second.
Yeah.
But there it is.
Yeah.
Princess versus Prince. So it is the boys versus the girls. We'll see who reigns supreme. I think we might be getting right into it, too. It's just the show match is up there and ready. Don't think there's going to be much of a delay.
Is it a best of 5? Do you know?
I have no idea. I think it might be a little bit shorter than that. I think it's probably best of 3. I'm basing this off of, I think, how it was done yesterday. Could be wrong. They did have a show match that went on yesterday as well.
In before, the princesses dumpster the princesses right now.
I'm hoping.
I'm looking forward to that. I think they're going to wreck them. They're going to wreck them. Especially over in the Asia Pacific region as well. There's some really, really good female Overwatch players, actually. Obviously, there was the girl who was accused of cheating. She was like a Zarya player, I think. And then like
that was in South Korea, I think.
Yeah, and a couple pro players who accused her actually quit after discovering that she was legit. She went to the Blizzard officers and she filmed herself playing and stuff like that. And I think there's another female on her team as well. So I think more than any other region, those guys, those guys and gals do have quite a few females in their particular teams. And there's some in China as well. So yeah, that'll be good. Be good to see. But they're doing a very important pre-match discussion for this one. And yes, the princesses do have one prince on their team, but maybe that's okay.
Just one prince.
That's right.
All right, so we are just waiting for this to get set up. I'm sure they'll need a little bit more time to get in and get their settings right, because we did just see them sit down and go to their computers. So normally this would be the part of the pre-match where we'd be giving you guys analysis in terms of what we expect from both teams, but frankly, you don't know what to expect here from either team. There's absolutely nothing.
Not a thing. So we are entirely flying blind here. Obviously, my money's on Gucci, the very loud Japanese fellow, to just be the caller here, to be giving all that insight and obviously be running his team around his incredible energy. But often all of the gentlemen, and this must be a common compliment here as well in this region, that all the gentlemen seem to think that the females are very energetic. So that must mean that they are going to be good at Overwatch, I guess. That must mean what that means, because the gentlemen have been very polite in their pre-game predictions.
I will note that I don't know if this was enforced as a dress code or type of thing, but you take a look, there's a whole wide variety of style coming, some style coming out on the Princess side, where not everyone is stuck into wearing a hoodie, but I think almost everyone on the Prince side is wearing the same YouTube hoodie. It's a nice hoodie, don't get me wrong. Looks relatively warm and comfortable.
I'll take that hoodie. YouTube, hook us up, mate.
They actually might be able to hook us up for that now that I think about it. That could be reasonable.
Yeah, they can send it halfway across the world, of course, but no, not all of them though as well. There's some of the girls like dressed up and all done up nicely, and then the rest of the princesses are just keeping it street. They're just like, yeah, it's fine. We're going to rep this look, and most of the princes, by the looks of things, are more happy to go with the standard hoodie approach. And it looks like they've got the two Japanese gents at the back there as well. So I wonder what communication is going to be like here, because I think the majority of the princesses are Taiwanese, right? So probably speak Chinese, be fine. But you've got Koreans, you've got Japanese fellows, and you've got a mix of Taiwanese on this other team here as well. So that's going to be a weird combo. Li Jiangtao to start things off, though, ZP.
All right, so we are going to be getting in the game, and we thought it was going to be chaos to begin with. Now it's going to be real chaos, because it is control map, and as you guys know, control map, when you're not dealing with coordinated teams, fights take place everywhere, all over the map, and again, I have no idea what to expect here. This is insert predictions here. We have none.
Yeah, none. I think the princesses are going to be stronger, but that's just my feeling for it. They are energetic, as much as the guys have called that out. So obviously there's a couple names here, guys, as we are casting this, for whatever reason, a couple names here that are going to be impossible for us to pronounce as we don't speak Chinese or Korean in that case. So, yeah, that'd be a little bit tricky here. Yep. Obviously, is the Diva and what we see from the Torbjorn are Chinese names. So we'll call out the hero in that case. Fairly standard procedure.
Yep, so YouTube Princess going to be represented in the blue, YouTube Prince on the red, and is that a Symmetra on Garden?
Yes, it looked as if it would be. Now Waldo Kun has made a switch over, so go with the Mei in this case. It will be Torbjorn though here as well for YouTube Princess. We'll see how this one works out. Torbjorn and Diva here, even a Junkrat being thrown in the mix for soft bombs. So interesting mix here. May well work. The Reaper on the side of YouTube Prince is interesting as well.
I gotta say, the Torbjorn not messing around. You know how I know he's ready to just beat people up? He doesn't come out the rivet gun. He comes out with the tire iron.
That's it. He's gonna be yeah, ground and pound pretty much. He's not messing about.
Oh, Red coming in here for the princes, moving around.
Well, this is something else. Honeyless just doesn't want to use right click and is eventually going to be taken down by the Reaper here. Fish now trying to respond on the point as YouTube Princess are in control so far, but the trades have actually been favouring YouTube Prince thus far. Going to be Fish left on his own, frozen up, or her should I say, frozen on her own and taken down. And that'll be the point going to YouTube Prince to start things off.
YouTube Prince able to turn that around in their favour towards the very end, and again, guys, this is going to be a little bit of extra chaos here. I gotta say, I've cast a lot of games here, Mitch. I don't think I've ever seen the Torb Junkrat on control. Wow. Could catch Prince off guard. We'll see.
Waldo has a golden gun there as well, so perhaps a bit of a Mei specialist here. We talked about specialists a lot, ZP and Akara Meta, and how they're bringing a lot of flavour to teams here. May not be the make or break in this sort of situation here, Waldo pretty comfortably there, able to deal with the Diva, and now going to be chasing down on towards SMC. Not much can be done there, and that's going to be a very strong showing. Also a Blizzard available for Waldo here. Ultimates are flowing here for YouTube Prince.
Waldo proving to be as crazy on the Mei as he was on the microphone. Picking up 3 kills there. Keeping it down. Ends up hitting on the wrong end of a Reinhardt, though, towards the very end. Decent showing there from Fish for the princesses, but not quite. Is it princess or just... I think it might just be princess.
Princess. I mean, it is the princesses, I guess, if that's what they call it. But YouTube, yeah, I think it's supposed to be princesses and princes, but I mean, it's already the same, isn't it? Soft Bombs just kills herself there by throwing a remote mine and then getting blown up by that. So that's interesting. Play there. Oh, I think it was actually a grenade that killed her in the end. Either way, still control for YouTube Princess. They managed to take the point back. Now Fish going off the edge there, and it is going to be the Reaper spinning in there with that Death Blossom. 2 kills for him. Now with the shield, a lot of damage coming through as well. Not much the Diva can do here but get desuited.
All right, so for YouTube Prince, they are holding on strong here. They're not falling to this offensive Torbjorn. Torbjorn actually from Princess, just not getting as much as you want. I don't know if there's really been any good turret placements coming out. It's unconventional to say the least, but you know what, Mitch? We do have the Junkrat tire potentially on the way here. Soft Palms gonna let it rip. Might have got immediately taken out, not sure. No, Soft Palms goes down while the tire's in play. Not much gonna be happening from that, and that's rough to be down a player right before you go in. Here comes the Grouton from Prince, going to be sealing the cleanup at 82%.
Yeah, pretty comfortable here. Soft Bomb's actually, I believe, killed herself with the Rip Tire, from what I could see. it was a suicide anyway on the Junkrat, so whether it was the Rip Tire or something else, not great. There's a res available for YouTube Prince here as well if they sort of need to use it, and a Bastion now coming out for a Honeylicious, but might be a little bit too late in the day to get onto the point, and yeah, we see the Fish, Miss Fish try to charge onto the point with the Reinhardt, and it is YouTube Prince very excited after that first round victory.
That is a lot of emotion for winning one round.
It's a lot of emotion for losing as well, to be honest. The princesses are excited.
Oof. No matter what, everyone's having fun. That's what's important.
ZP, you owe me a drink, man. You owe me a drink.
I mean, I'm on your drinks for other things as well, but just add that to the list.
Just put it in there, mate. Okay. First round for YouTube Prince here. Looking pretty strong, honestly. I feel like the Reaper here on their side has obviously been called upon to do a lot of the damage here, and so far has been. I don't know why we're speaking Waldo Kun here as well, but now he's going to go over towards the Mei here as well. So, all right, Golden Gun back out here. Everyone seems to be on their comfort picks on the side of YouTube Prince.
Comfort picks is definitely a good way of putting it. I'll note that for the Princess team, Torbjorn still going to be coming out here. We'll see if Aardvark pays off. I'm just enthralled by the idea of a Torbjorn here in the setup. Waldo-kun, though, going in, does get the split, looking for the Reinhardt. Reinhardt actually on the ropes, will go down first, so quick pick off coming in here from the Prince side. But Princess side, just prioritizing the point, they get on it. And I don't know what just happened there camera-wise, but that was something.
Yeah, it was interesting. Now, obviously, the Torbjorn set up here for YouTube Princess. Can't do too much about the point here, and I guess YouTube Princess going to charge in, try and take on Azaya, who is well shielded up here. YouTube Prince going to wait for the pushing in it now as well. So a super good setup for the gentleman here, I'll be honest with you now. And unsurprisingly there, Torbjorn does get taken down by Heba there, tries to go one-on-one against Azaya, doesn't really get much damage done at all. And there's a Bastion set up here as well. Waldo-kun sees it, doesn't wall it off immediately here as well, hoping just to flank around the back of the Bastion and deal with it. And Honeylicious is forced to back away here. Bit of an earlier switch to the Bastion than we saw last map.
Honeylicious trying to open things up here on the Bastion. Bastion versus Mei, though. Bastion going to get frozen from head to toe. Down he goes, and I gotta say, Waldo-kun's Mei been a big force here for YouTube Prince. And for the Princess team, it's been rough. They have been getting a few kills here and there. And wait, this is the moment for Torbjorn's glory. He has the turret down to the point, but it's going to get blown up immediately by the self-destruct.
Yeah, Blizzard now over on the point here. Most of YouTube Princess are going to be caught up in that one. The placement was very good, and 4 kills coming out there. Very quick retake. 45% to 12, and now Honeylicious set up on the outside. Going to be threatened immediately here by D.Va and backs away.
Again, Waldo-kun proving to be a big force here for this YouTube Prince team. And going to the next fight, I do have 3 ultimates coming for YouTube Princess, including a Riptire. Riptire, I think, one of the more volatile ults in the game. Definitely can catch people unaware when things are a little bit more unorganized. But here come the Princess. It's a sound there to a big Earth Shatter. 4 people getting knocked down. Torbjorn being one of the first to get fall through there, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Still, 2 members of Prince down, and for now, it's working out.
Yeah, so far not so bad here. Points still being held by Prince, and eventually it's going to be flipped back here in favor. And you can see that Waldo is trying to make the impact. But Fish gets thawed out and shielded up now. Wall being placed under him. Waldo trying to isolate the Reinhardt, but it might be a risky business here. Soft Palms now, damage coming in from the side. Trying to deal with Waldo here, who's pretty much stayed alive 1v3 the last couple moments, and will continue to stay alive by the looks of things.
Well, for the Princess team, this is the best they've looked all map long here thus far. See if Prince hasn't stored to bring this back. Of course, they will have the Sound Bearer to immediately open up here if they want that. But the Bastion immediately just bops Waldo, and Waldo's been one of the key parts here for this Prince team. So for now, Princess is looking a little bit better.
Yeah, good setup here. They got a Bastion on the point. That's a big deal. The D.Va self-destruct falls a little bit short there. I think Princess were trying to get it inside the room, which would have been potentially devastating, but it does fall slightly short, and Soft Palms now starting to get those grenades rolling. Finds Lucio pretty much straight away here. And Cross going to be switching over towards the D.Va now as well, going for that pick here. And Princesses, hello, in control here. Princess needs to try and retake, but there's going to be a Riptire here for Soft Palms.
So the interesting thing here is that this is a combination that probably shouldn't have been able to easily take the point, but now you have a Bastion on the point and a Torbjorn. That's actually more annoying to deal with than you might expect. Now, I take that back. The Torbjorn was not quite on the point. Turret coming out here or the outside. They're just going to run by this early on, taking it out towards the very end. So this is Torbjorn come backing around, but now the Blizzard's on the point, and it's death and destruction here for the Prince side. They will be clearing out Princess, but Princess, they can somehow find a way of taking the next fight, Uber. They would take this round.
Yeah, we've actually had a res there come out for Felix Argyle, so just to make sure the Prince has, I guess, all 6 members up on this point for what will be the last fight. They don't have any ultimates to work with. There's a Riptide, this could be quite nasty, and that's going to come out now. Molten Core's available for the Torbjorn, but no turret set up yet as well. So those things need to happen here, and you can see everyone backing away. Heba does fall down to the Riptire. Now the Reaper going to come back in as well, and this Reinhardt a little bit caught out. Fish is going to go down. There's Cross to get the kill there now, and a wall comes up. It doesn't really block, or it does. It blocks a D.Va at least here. A bit of decent isolation now, and a Molten Core Torbjorn is going to be frozen stiff.
Molten Core Torbjorn still moving in. You'd think that with all that fire, he wouldn't get frozen, but it clearly, it's just not hot enough, or maybe May's just that cold. Either way, the Prince team holding strong on the point right now, ejecting Team Princess, and it's looking like this round will also be going the way of the Prince. D.Va with Bunny Blaster mode lasting for far too long at this point. It actually gets back into her back.
This is not bad. All right, not bad. So Honeylicious, they're not able to set up as a Bastion. That Blizzard should be pretty nasty. D.Va will be caught in that one. Graviton was utterly unnecessary, but zone is zone, and Princes take round number 3. Or number 2 as it was, getting ahead of myself here as well. So looking pretty good there in this map at the very least here. Headsets are off here for the ladies. Or just one of them,
was
perhaps.
Was it just a 2 out? It might have just been a 2 out of 3. Or...
No, we're on to a third. We're going for third.
It's confusing because one of the members of the Princess team took off her headset. Usually that's the esports thing, right? You take off your headset, match is over.
Yeah, well, you normally get disqualified if you do that before the match is done, but that's fine.
Do you really? For that, like,
yeah, it's just like, well, you get warned because just in case the crowd's trying to communicate with you or someone in the crowd, like, you got to keep the headset on. Keep it on, man.
Noise cancellation.
Yep. Especially if there's a pause or something, Zach, you can't take your headset off unless you're being addressed by an official. So,
I mean, what if you just have a oddly timed, itch in your ear where you just have to go for that during the pause while also receiving coded signals from the audience?
Well, I mean, then you're doing pretty well for yourself if you're managing to get all that done at once. Anyway, but I really think Waldo Kun's Mei has been a standout here so far, ZP. Really, setting out the Blizzards. The Mei Reaper combo has actually been all YouTube Princes needed really to win this one out so far, but this fight's not going so well for them.
No, it's not. Waldo Kun is looking for a split off here. Not able to get the freeze, though. Ends up, splitting the Mei primary fire between two different targets, which means neither gets frozen in the very end. Still an opportunity for Prince to get back here in this fight, but Roadhog Cook is in. Does not get the immediate connect, and no. The problem is, you freeze the Roadhog, he's still getting healed up by the Mercy. Waldo Kun, he's off on a wide adventure of freezing people and getting nothing done here, as Princess has first control at this point.
Yep, good control as well. This fight could drag on for a while, which is going to give him a lot of free percentage now. We'll have to see, though, whether the Reaper can achieve here. Already 2 kills now, and Soft Palm's being threatened very close up. Heber doesn't have a personal shield and is down to 80, so yep, gonna fall there. Fish does take the kill, but Felix Argyle has been everywhere over the map so far, keeping that healing coming. Even Cross is gonna benefit from that one now. It's gonna be a sound barrier coming out from YouTube Princess. 3 people affected by that one, so not ideal, and now the Blizzard comes down. This always seems like a precursor for destruction when YouTube Prince are in the driving seat.
Well, there's a big D.Va ult coming in towards the end. 3 people getting blown up. And YouTube Prince now going to be in the driver's seat. They throw on the Death Blossom just to be sure. And YouTube Princess will get evicted from the point. And there's a zoom in on them as we're going there, just for the reaction from that devastating takedown coming out from the side of Prince. But 44% for the Princess side. Not the worst way to open up a control center.
No, that's quite good. They've got 3 ultimates to fight back with as well now. So that's definitely a good start. I think the D.Va used hers and didn't get anything for it now. We saw a sound barrier come out for Prince, and Fish again. She's or he, she, whichever one it is. I know there's a male on that particular team. Very, very strong on that Ryan Hart. Again, impacting these fights in a big way. 2 kills now. Heber falling a 3rd for Fish here. Finally getting cut down, but the damage has already been done.
Fish picking up 2 before it's all said and done, and Soft Palms going in for the fall through. Actually looking not terrible here for the Princess side. They're getting on top of the point, pretty close to getting the cap, and Prince gonna have to back out and regroup. Now there is a Death Blossom. He just might go in here. Doesn't matter if he has any teammates or not. Looking for the Hero Reaper moment. Doesn't pull the trigger though and has to back out.
That's a nasty Blizzard. 3 players caught in that one there as well. YouTube Princess grouping up a little bit too much, but that's a big res coming in. SMC at least 3 back on their feet from that one. Nice play, and this fight is still going. Leaves YouTube Princess with a decent lead to be working with now. And you can see Waldo Kun on the point on his own. Really doesn't have a lot to work with. Cross is being focused down well. So decent focus fire coming out from YouTube Princess. And Waldo surely can't do much more than just stall, but they don't have control of the point.
No, they don't. And for YouTube Princess, they're pushing out this Prince Squad. Prince Squad only gonna have 1 more team fight to bring this back. And I don't think they realize that. They're sort of drawing out time here, and it's not necessarily great for getting back in and retaking this. Now, here comes Reaper on the point, does pick up 2, still at good health. So YouTube Prince, slowly but surely now, coming out onto point and just mechanically retaking it.
Yeah, that's right. Bit by bit as well. That's the way they're going about it here. D.Va gets desuited, now we're in overtime, so YouTube Prince will have the point back, but that Blizzard comes out very late in the fight. Just to zone, perhaps, but it leaves YouTube Prince without ultimates coming to the next one. Fish has an Earth Shatter. Honey Licious has switched over with the Bastion here as well. So there's some key ultimates that will actually be available here as well. Not to mention the fact that we have a sound barrier here.
Sound barrier potentially going to be a big thing here going into this next fight for YouTube Princess. Remember, all they have to do is simply take 1 fight here, and they're going to be regrabbing this. But Honeylicious going down, the Bastion Dream already dead, and take a look at the Reaper for YouTube Prince. He's going to be going up to the top rope, looking to jump right down, spin the win, as it were. Samber could ruin his day a little bit, but for now, he's more than content to stay up there.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is his team gets picked off there, so it's all well and good that you're perched up for a decent ultimate. Now you come down. No chance for a sound barrier there as well, but only the 1 kill coming out for this Reaper and now going to be focused down. So I think it's safe to say you can get a lot more bang for your buck when it comes to the use of that ultimate there. And you can see Fish as well, very much up in front, goes for the charge, connects the charge as well. and will actually de-suit Cross. So that's a nice way to turn the situation around. But now Heber does have a Graviton, and he's going to use that one straight away here as well. Decent charge, enough to do a bit of damage, and that's the sound barrier that we were waiting for.
Well, the Princess team right now well on the verge of taking this round clear. The last few members remaining of Prince just desperately trying to get on the stall out, but it's too little, too late. And Team Princess not going down so easily here.
Oh my, all right. We're going to have it go to at least around 4 here. Is YouTube Prince have, in my opinion, they have the tools that they need. They just play Reaper May, right? It's super straightforward. They don't even have to use the ults at the same time. I've got the double support still working. Both teams have Mercies on the field, so this is actually decent composition from YouTube Prince. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be bad seeing an Ana in the mix there to give some more value to some of those ultimates or even tanks going in there. But the Reinhardt, big factor of difference between these two teams. ZP and Fish has managed to dominate the game on it.
Fish is coming pretty big here for Princess. Reinhardt play a big reason as to why they were able to keep control on the control center, but now they're going to go back, of course, to the Night Market. This is a round that they lost earlier. We'll see if there's any change-ups coming in. Part of the change-up that could be coming in is that they are running the Bastion from the word go here. Going to be looking for that control. Just throwing YouTube Prince back in. It does feel like a little bit more focus going Waldo's way. Waldo getting poked down heavily early on, having the back out immediately, and for how much he was doing, it's not a bad adaptation coming out here from the Princess squad.
Right, so obviously last time we saw this map wasn't great for Princess. It was the May Blizzards really messed them up here. So we'll have to see if they can avoid them and not stick together too much. But Soft Bombs is doing a good job of thinning out the herd, so to speak. Tesla Din goes down. Obviously eating a few of those grenades here as well. And she's not too far away from her Riptide, which could come in very handy now. Trap laid down, got the kill combo there as well. So if anyone with 200 HP or less walks into that one, they are done and dusted. Honeylicious sets up 2 kills there for her. Again, she's in a great position. Got a lot of space being created by that Reinhardt and the rest of her team, and no one can get to her.
No, and Honeylicious just camped up here in the back line, tearing apart this Prince squad. They don't have an answer to this Bastion, and you know what? This is one of my hopes and dreams when we talked about going into this match early on, is that maybe we'd see some Bastion, and we are seeing some Bastion.
Oh my god, oh, that's great!
Oh no, Reaper, no! I think you're a few seconds ahead of me, but oh my goodness.
That's something you just love to see, and you hate to see at the same time there as well. The tank mode comes out. Honeylicious was already so low to the Reaper that one shot ultimately killed them both there. So better ways you can use that ultimate to be sure. But now 3 people frozen up on that point now as well. Look at this, Waldo's going to walk in. This is just a perfect clean-up situation here for Prince. Princess are grouping up a lot, and they are very susceptible to these blizzards now. Death Blossom comes in to try and cut down the players just respawning off the Resurrect, and a good amount of damage has been done by the Reaper to that second wave.
This should be Prince's point here, but Team Princess doing a decent job of just stalling this out, getting as much percentage as possible before they have to leave, and actually Honeylicious is back in. They still might be able to fight this back. They weren't prepared for the Bastion in the back line. He does finally go down, but again, this is valuable stall, and all percentage going the way of Princess.
Yeah, again, it's this Reaper May really are holding the fort down now as well. Fish and SMC are back on the point, so the whole time this fight's been going, this has been YouTube Princess accruing percentage. Whether they realize it or not, this is a very, very important way to actually get a huge advantage now. Look at this. The fact that YouTube Prince can't actually win a fight and the stall keeps coming, we could be in overtime for YouTube Princess before this point has even flipped back. That's huge.
It's really big, and again, I don't think this is intentional, but Pasha has gotten back here once more. Reaper getting down into with that, decides to spin the win right into that Bastion just to make sure. Ends up a double kill before it's all said and done. Bastion down, Mercy down. A triple kill here from YouTube Prince's Reaper, and that should be all they need to get this point, and yet it's still getting stalled out here, Uber. What is going on?
Like, don't be celebrating, lads, because you've pretty much given the majority of the job away to YouTube Princess. If they can just set up here, one more fight, and they retake, it's just done. At least there's a res here for Felix Argyle. SMC has one though as well, so we should see 2 reses up in this fight, providing that Mercies don't get picked off. And Waldo playing very close to the doorway here, and now wants to try and isolate Fish. Not quite enough. Blizzard's going to come in though as well. We'll see if there's follow-up to this one.
Alokun coming in here. Blizzard in sight. Gonna freeze at least 2 before it's all said and done. 2 quick kills here from YouTube Prince, and this should let them solidify for this fight, but they gotta do this multiple times here to stay this round. Princess still in a very good position.
Yeah, Honeylicious getting frozen up on the corner there. There was already a wall being thrown out. At the time, she's going to fall there as well, and Fish now going to be pushing back in. Waldo with 3, that's big. The res is there though. SMC has been nailing these so far. A lot of key reses coming out of that Mercy. He's going to keep YouTube Princess fighting, but now it's YouTube Prince that are gaining percentage as his fight continues.
For YouTube Prince, they're keeping the momentum in their favor. Now this is kind of the opposite of what we had before, where it was an eternal fight where Princess had control. Well, now it's an eternal fight where Prince has control. Although the key difference here is that Prince isn't really at the verge of losing this, as a huge Death Blossom comes in, just annihilating 4 members of the Princess squad. Now YouTube Prince, about 2 team fights away from taking the round and taking the map.
Well, Riptire attempted there from Soft Poms, but it's been taken down by Cross just before it gets inside the room. So now Soft Poms is forced just to try and get some damage in with those grenades while the rest of Prince are distracted. But again, now they're going to turn and face this threat, or at least they put some attention towards the outside. There's a Bastion set up in the front doorway, so Prince can't really challenge out, but they can get a 6v4 here. Yeah, they're looking pretty comfortable now. Tank mode comes in. Honeylicious is her time to shine. She needs to get a retake here, but the Blizzard's going to make it very hard to get anything done.
Tank mode coming in, but that is going to be one frozen tank, not certified for the cold, is certified for immediate death from the side of YouTube Prince. And this has been a pretty substantial comeback after what was a very rough start. Princess not able to get the engage that they're looking for. Now it's do or die, and it's looking like it's die.
And the gentleman's looking pretty happy. No, it's actually looking like it's die, 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 actually. That was pretty big from Reaper there from YouTube Prince. Nicely played. Obviously, like that 4-man unassisted Death Blossom is always pretty big. A lot of good reses though from SMC. I'll give credit for that one there. So this was just one of many that really managed to keep the team going. Hey, again, just staying alive, staying scarce, giving healing. That's exactly what you want to see. And it's nicely done here. 1-0 though in this series, which I guess it might be best of 5s if here. I'm not really sure how long it's going to be.
I would be surprised if it was longer than a best out of 3. As far as it goes there. Usually these show matches don't go that long. Someone in chat was saying that he hopes that it's a best out of 7.
Oh, devious. Well, that's not very nice, mate. I thought you wanted to see the grand final. I thought you wanted to see Lunatic High.
I want to see Lunatic High end up coming in here. Usually the show match comes after, but today the show match comes first.
Well, at least that these teams are better looking than Lunatic High. So that is something to be going on with here as well. Not too shabby there as well. Some of the picks there were questionable, perhaps, seeing the Bastion come out when it did. Although it was great once you started to see hold established there on that point. And I'm sure our counterparts over in Taiwan are laying down some sick analysis on this map. Even the lass in the middle has a full page of notes there as well. So they must have seen something that we didn't, mate.
Is that a full note page? That's
you think she's filled that with notes.
You know what? We probably don't deserve our jobs anymore, Uber. That's all I can come up with here in response to that. I actually feel completely inadequate. Wow.
It's far too early. So I'll be honest with you. So if you're joining us now wondering what's actually going on, okay, if you're wondering what's going on here, this is a show match between some YouTubers here from the APAC region. We're casting it.
Oh, here we go! Yes!
We're playing Volskaya Industries in our next map. That is
all right.
Interesting. I'm just gonna refresh my clean feeds, EP, so I might be in time with you.
I'm gonna refresh mine as well here, so that'll show up on the stream real quick. Actually, I'll put it back on me and Uber here, where you can see daylight now shining into Uber's abode.
Yeah, it's not often that you see that.
No, usually it's the middle of the night. Now at this point, I feel like you don't have to worry about the neighbors, so you can get random.
Though. It's either 4 a.m. or like 6. Like I either finish at 4 a.m. or I start at 6 a.m. and finish at 12. I'm in such a bad place for these times.
All right, so. All right, my stream was not frozen. I did refresh it, and Volskaya will be the name of the game here. It will be Prince on the attack first, Princess on the defense, and that Torb still coming out to play here, Uber.
Yep, and I mean this is okay for me as well. There's some decent spots you can set up a Torbjorn, the overpass there as well, or you can sort of put it on that sort of causeway, set up a turret there as well, and give yourself enough safety to sort of repair it as much as you can. Yeah, I'm okay with it, to be honest with you. Having a turret that far forward is interesting, but it's also a chance there for this Torbjorn player to actually get some ult percent accrued before the fight starts, so there's nothing wrong with it. We actually see it used by a couple teams. Who was it? We saw it in the Alleyway Monthly Melee actually last time around as well. So you see that target gets taken down, only 3% really gained, so not really much. Now, YouTube Prince actually come in with a Reinhardt here, though, so we're finally seeing that pick.
I don't know where this Reaper is really really far out right now. Even as the rest of us see was trying to go in, he's off in the side room, which is a very nice looking side room, very fancy, a lot of wealth there. And Waldo Kuhn, he's given up the Mantle of May here this time, Uber, instead going for the raw power of Soldier 76, laying damage to that Diva from the side. Not necessarily the best target for a Soldier to go on, but it's trying to win the war of attrition, right? We're just looking for poke early on, and Torbjorn first kill of the game, but so 76 coming back in, grabs a Junkrat, and that's huge. Anytime you get pick off here in Volsky, it's big because of just how long that run back really is.
Yeah, it's huge. Picks here on this first point. I mean, the fact that YouTube Prince have been allowed to get so deep here as well is a really good sign for them. They should be able to transition this into a fairly successful first point take here. There's not really much that Fish can do to avoid this damage, and the res does come in, but it's not convincing. There's not a lot being resed up there. An attempt for the Torbjorn to build a turret will be shut down by Waldo, and now attack flies are not even really attempting to aim, as you can see. Just giving me a headache.
And well, he gave you the spinny cam up until the observing crew realized, no, we're not going to stay on that. I always wondered about that too, where you think about players in game where you really just want to troll the spectate mode. You can have a DPI switch on your mouse that goes up to 16,000, and anytime there's any remote idea that the observers might be going on, you just start spinning in circles. That'd be rough.
Is that a Tribes thing? I've never even thought of that. That could actually be quite funny.
No, we've seen Internet Hulk did it at one point too, where there was a period of about 3 weeks where Internet Hulk on Winston would always just be like spinning in the air at like Mach 8 just for the hilarity of it. But oh my god, is this working? This is working.
Yeah, sort of.
Kinda.
I guess the Reaper teleports in clear sight, of course, in plain sight, nonetheless. Teleports behind the YouTube princesses and then manages to get a kill. That's pretty big. That Torbjorn turret now. It has Molten Core, actually. Should be able to be used with Molten Core on that one. It wasn't taken down. So Prince have a very short amount of time before this point is going to be in trouble, but they take it anyway. Very comfortable. 5 minutes 49 on the clock there. That's, yeah, handshakes, thumbs up all around here for YouTube Prince.
I'm going to be honest. That high five there towards the end, something that would make Seagull proud. Oh my goodness.
Yes, it would, CG. Yes, it would. That's good, though. That's what I want to see. That's the synergy that we're looking for from YouTube Prince now, as they need to hold on. And they've got 5 minutes 49 on the time bank, so that is blisteringly fast on a map like this. It should be feeling pretty comfortable now. If YouTube Prince just want to attack and they're playing with, you know, like a Torbjorn and a Junkrat, they're going to have a tough time really penetrating the defenses of YouTube Prince here.
It's going to be pretty rough, to say the least. But it doesn't look like that Torb is coming out here just yet. The Bastion, though, will still be a thing, so they're gonna have to try and find a way of maneuvering the Bastion. Now, I will say is that if they can rush in through that left side, get up to the high ground, put a Bastion up there, that's actually somewhat terrifying in terms of dealing with it, because then he has line of sight to most key areas that are in and around, and it's actually kind of a pain to deal with. Now, we actually have a defensive Widowmaker coming out here, which is interesting, because a lot of times you see Widow nowadays, you see Widow more on the attack looking for early pickoffs. No, this is a full-on defensive Widow. Which is interesting that that's always been the case for Widow, because Widow, per the game, is supposed to be a defense hero.
She's not a defense hero, let's be honest, man. It doesn't work that way. Cross is still trying to decide where he wants to set up here. Yeah, obviously hero classifications in Overwatch might need a little bit of revision now, given that players have shown that they're sort of maybe not used in the way that they're intended to. Like Hanzo was never used on defense, for example. But hey, that's fine. Doesn't bother me too much. I guess because they're considered snipers, it has a defensive connotation.
Or then the part where it's actually funny, especially when a ladder season resets from time to time. You definitely get the point where it's more so in the past, less so now. But there was definitely early in Overwatch where at least I got yelled at as like, "Why are you playing McCree on defense? He's an attack hero."
Oh,
I'm just
yeah,
like,
I remember that.
You know, I don't know. You know, McCree's pretty good in a lot of situations, including on defense.
So this is a pretty average angle for Cross here. It's going to be very, very hard to actually get any clear shot now. He's forced himself into this position here as well, so there's no one to blame but him. Not really connecting the shots he needs to be connecting here. Does get one on towards that Soldier 76 here, so we're seeing that sort of a Torbjorn from that particular player this time around. And Maywall comes out, but nothing really is gained for it here as well. That defense matrix of Diva is doing work. Cross now starting to actually get some hits in here and do a bit of damage, and now the kills start coming for YouTube Prince.
YouTube Prince cleaning things up here. Widowmaker not necessarily the biggest factor in that fight, but overall, Team Princess having a real trouble just getting through the gateway and getting things going. And South Palms on the Junkrat does get one before it's all said and done, but still going to be a pretty decent hold here by Prince. And for Prince, you got to think that they're looking for that full hold opportunity on Volsky, because the map would just end right here right now if they can hold for that extra 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think they're looking for that now as well. And so far, it's looking pretty good. Even Honeylicious actually gets a hook on towards the Reaper and is not able to complete the kill. So that's a bit frustrating as well if you're a Roadhog. Obviously, Reaper's not an easy target to one hit like that, but can be done. Again, Cross is more than happy to sit here now. TAC Visor, or Recon Visor, should I say, is available. So all the information, Cross should know he's going to be flanked in a moment if he's not careful. Doesn't seem to be too worried. He's really focused on getting rid of that Mercy.
Oh, Roadhog just went up. We're going to see the hook just hit him here in a second if he does that move. We can't see the Roadhog, but I don't know why he hasn't been hooked yet. The Roadhog should have been up and in there, but no. Roadhog doesn't go down that path, ends up dying the Reaper instead. From our point of view, we just saw the Roadhog disappear up until us. Like, all right, here comes the hog, here comes the hook. Not quite a thing.
Yeah, definitely a little bit strange to see it played out in that way. I guess, you know, it's pretty nice feeling if you're Cross. You have a lot of freedom there. You have safety to play with Widow. Even though you're playing a really sharp angle, like, you're not going to get a lot of kills. You might get damage, right? But Windmaker needs headshots, and you just don't have a really great field of view at all there. So, nonetheless, Reaper again having the impact. Good shielding on towards that one there as well. So that's Heba really getting the most out of those shields. And now they're going to have a Graviton Surge use. Lots of damage there, and that's an easy shot. Cross can find a stationary target and picks him off.
And for Team Princess, this is getting rougher and rougher by the moment here. Only a minute 39 left. I do believe this is a best 2 out of 3, so if they're not able to get through here in the next minute and a half, the series would be over, and it would be victory the YouTube Prince, and that's unfortunate, because I think going in, we definitely wanted the route for this Princess side. Would have been a great storyline, but don't know if it's going to be the case. Soft Bombs does take down a Reaper that was far too greedy and poking, but with Mercy going down right away, I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize.
That's big from Cross. Gets himself a quick double there as well, shutting down the Mercy first and preventing any potential for a res, which was available. That's big for YouTube Princes, and now they'll sit back a bit. Also, Felix Argyle trying to stay safe. He knows he's lost a couple of teammates and wanting to use that res as effectively as possible. Doing a great job of keeping Waldo-kun nice and topped up here as well. So allow him to, you know, win out in that 1v1 up against the Roadhog. And look at this. Good little turnaround now. Self-destruct comes in. Take cover, everyone. And it's going to be Heba taking a lot of damage, but that's just enough for Felix to heal it up. Nicely done. Res comes in. 2 players back on their feet.
And this could be huge here for Princess. They just need a few more pickoffs, and they will take this point, but the Reaper for Prince back in and on it. But there's the Resurrection coming out here from the side Princess. They are all in now on this fight, but will it be enough? Graviton comes in a little bit later for their side. They don't have the fall through, though, as the Reaper just going to work in the back line. There has been no answer for the Reaper of YouTube Prince.
Yeah, it's pretty massive now as well. Soldier76 lives, but is very low, and he'll be chased out eventually by Cross, who's now switched over towards the Diva, so no more Widowmaker shenanigans here, and 10 seconds remain here. Surely there's not enough time for YouTube Princess.
I don't think there is. They're going to try and sell it out nonetheless, but things looking very good for Prince here. Looking like we'll be picking up this victory here on Volskaya. Sound Bear coming in. Not even necessary towards the very end, and big victory coming out, and Uber, they're not getting out. I think this is best F5.
Not sure. Obviously, the lass here in the silver top is often taking off a headset just to adjust her hair, so that doesn't really give us too much indication of whether they're sort of wrapping up or not. YouTube Prince 2-0 so far, and it may well be a best of 5. This is what happens, EP, when you say, oh, you know, it could be a best of 3. Then you only end up hurting yourself, man.
What if TVS is right? It's a best of 7.
Well, yeah, that's
Are we still friends after that?
Oh, well, yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Overwatch is Overwatch, bro, at the end of the day. We'll see. We'll see if it's going to be the case here.
For the record, I did not tell... Well, I mentioned the Uber that there'd be a show match, but I thought it would be after the grand finals. So, what you have to say here is never take me at my word.
Oh, you did mention that, yes. Well, okay, so applause coming out here as well, and it does seem as if headsets are being removed, and we're going to crown our winners of this show match. It does appear that YouTube Prince have done enough to take it away with the 2-0. Unless they're deciding, are they done or not? They're not quite sure.
Maybe one more for fun. Something you decide over?
I reckon one more for fun. That's what I reckon they're going to do.
That makes sense there, where they won 3 games no matter what, whether or not there is the ability for one team to come back or not. Oh, they're getting pumped in the back.
Yeah, very energetic, of course, as was already pointed out multiple times, and we've seen that now in game. Getting very excited, even when they get wrecked as well. So I can see an admin off towards the side, and we have people standing up. Okay. Yes, I believe that is over, and now just as excited as we are. I like that. I like that top. That's nice. I like the little coat.
Not bad. It's not bad.
All right, so now it's like a high school disco, and all the boys are on one side, all the girls on the other. Even the one.
Oh, we get selfies for Twitter going up there.
Yeah, no, definitely. You got to vlog this one, no doubt about it. So that's going to be it. ZP, we can take a break and get some water. I'm sure there's going to be some post-match analysis, but I think we've already covered that, you know? Oh, wait. What is... Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's just consider this break time.
Okay, this is actually the break screen here. Guys, we'll be back for the grand final. Between... that is who we're getting up, so we'll be back.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello, everybody.
はじめまして
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常 常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把慈悲练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello, everybody.
はじめまして。
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把慈悲练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello, everybody.
はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最強，再最強，再最強。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello, everybody.
はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最強，再最強，再最強。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello, everybody.
はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最強，再最強，再最強。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
Alrighty, guys, we are back here with the YouTube APAC Invitational. Thanks for hanging on with us with that long break. But now, the grand finals are upon us. Lunatic High versus S499. Mitch, this should be good.
Yeah, this should definitely be good. Obviously, we've been able to clean our palette a little bit with a bit of a show match beforehand between some YouTubers. And now, I don't know what this GIF is. This GIF means something, but I'm not really sure. They've all got their phones up there as well. It's going to be my man, Lil Go there, Sardonic, and Dry Humor at the 4, of course, over there in Taiwan. And yeah, we haven't seen Lunatic High yet today, but as we sort of theorized and sort of did a little bit of theory crafting earlier on in the piece here, I don't know if they really need to be at their best to beat S499. Obviously, this is Lil Go's previous team, or at least some of his previous teammates there as well, representing for Taiwan. A couple of them were representing Chinese Taipei at the World Cup, and they looked pretty darn good against Swede time after a bit of a slow start on that first map. But they're going to need to come right out the gates very strong here.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think the key here for S499 is that there is no upper bracket advantage as far as I know. So they're not in a case where every map is necessarily must win, but it would be nice if they are going to have any chance of at least shocking Lunatic High a bit in the series to come out strong on map number 1, give themselves a little bit of buffer, a little bit of breathing room. The last thing they want is for Lunatic High to come out, do Lunatic High things, end up taking the first map in a dominant fashion, because then that just sets the stage for the rest of the series, and it's not great.
Yeah, I think map pool will be pretty interesting here as well. It's probably worth noting as well that Korean teams are quite good on 2CP maps, especially Lunatic High. Although there was a bit of a weaker showing in their last game in Apex against Kongdu Unsia, they didn't do that well on the attack, especially was a little bit lackluster from them. They tried, I think it was Esker that played Sombra for the first time we'd ever seen Sombra in competitive play, and he got dumpstered like 3 times in a row by Anna. So yeah, they lost a lot of time trying that sort of stuff out.
So just to pile onto that, Eska did try more Sombra yesterday. It was basically more of the same, where Eska would go on Sombra and just die in a comical fashion pretty much every time. I think he had maybe like 1 or 2 good runs, but in general, I don't think Eska is quite there yet on a Sombra. Maybe he'll mix it in here again, but it definitely doesn't seem like they'd be doing it as much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I think you can sort of do stuff with it. Obviously, we've seen teams employ it quite effectively already, but I just don't think that, I don't know whether it's not suiting Lunatic High's play style or they're not really figured out how to use it that well. The thing is, and the thing you have to take into a game like this as well, is realizing that Lunatic High individually are a very strong team. Everyone all the way down from Eska to Toby is a very, very skilled Overwatch player. I think that their issues have really been a team thing, right? And that's evidence from right now. We're actually seeing them make a lot of switch ups in terms of roles there, you know, moving Rujihong off of the Ana over towards a bit more of an off tank role there. And that could be something that maybe Dean's having an issue with, because, I mean, Dean's obviously sort of moving to more of a support role. Reinhardt players changed as well. So they're in the middle of a shuffle up here. And so reasonably enough, we probably should expect them to be at their strength. I think their best was definitely sort of what we saw through the group stages of that tournament. And Lunatic High, being such a good team, talking about Apex, of course, being such a good team, haven't yet had a LAN victory yet as well. They've been overshadowed a little bit in Korea and also by some Western teams. If you think back to APAC, this should be a game. This is their game to lose, really.
Couldn't agree more as far as where Lunatic High stands on this, and it would pan out as well, given how we saw them deal with Sub for 99 just yesterday. Back on day 1, there was definitely a gap between the two teams, and while teams do level up in Overwatch relatively quickly, especially you think back to earlier in the scene where one team would come out weak 1 week and then come out really strong the next, getting that sort of leveling up from one day to another, not super likely unless Sub for 99 just went to the lab and figured out something amazing for the series that is completely unexpected, which, while potentially possible, pretty unlikely.
Yes, I think so. I mean, there's definitely some strong players on this roster. I mean, Bacon Jack's a good example. He's been playing mostly the Soldier 76 and has had some decent success. I think we saw him attempt to play Tracer, actually, or might have been one of the other players actually from this particular roster. It didn't really work out, I think, is safe to say there. So that's, and it was actually from Detonator on that first map as well. So we've seen a little bit of that. He looks his best on that Soldier 76. We should expect him to sort of stick to that there as well. As we kind of seen that role on Lunatic High might be actually one of their weaknesses where that is. I don't think that Eska gets to shine to such a great degree now on 76, where you have I don't know, it almost reminds me of Lucio players sometimes now. It's like everyone could be decent on Soldier 76, right? Everyone can do damage. He's required to do damage. What's more important is actually completing those kills and focusing correct targets with the amount of damage you have at your disposal.
The interesting thing about all the 76 play that's been coming out as of late, though, is I feel like it's actually made fights a little bit more predictable than they have been in the past, because 76, yes, he does have Helix Rocket, but the reality is that you're not getting as many crazy burst damage kills from your 76 than you did when McCree is more standard fare. Now, some teams still run McCree, don't get me wrong. It's not like you have to run Soldier, but of the teams that run Soldier, when you do get in the situations of Soldier v Soldier, it just feels like it makes the fights a little bit more predictable, because neither team is, aside from Roadhog hooks, there's not much giving you that spontaneity where you can have suddenly a tie move, for example, that goes in and just 2-tap someone, and then suddenly the team fight looks completely different. You don't get as much of that right now.
No, exactly. And it's a completely different play style there as well. Of course, 76 is always going to play it within his certain range and try and stay safe, but also that safety means that you can't complete those kills as easily, whereas a McCree could obviously, or a Roadhog for that matter, could, manage to take responsibility for a kill on any sort of target, but would be forced to play out of maybe a safe zone. So obviously Eska, the man on your screen there as well, who was known for mostly his Mei play, actually, sort of at the height of the Mei Reaper combo. Very, very skilled hit scan player in general, and that really showed itself a lot more on McCree. And Dean as well is an interesting player. It was the main Reinhardt on this team, and now it looks like he might even have moved towards Lucio, and maybe even Toby's sort of changing things up there as well. So the support and tank roster, or I guess the lineup on this team, is probably what's the most curious now, as we're seeing Miro playing a lot more Reinhardt, which he can do, but it doesn't give Miro the mobility to impact the battlefield as comfortably as he would otherwise like to. He's not able to jump around on a Winston or cause problems on that Diva with that mobility.
The thing about Miro is that he's a solid Reinhardt, but when I look at his Reinhardt, I'm not in awe of it to the extent that I was his Winston. His Winston, and how well he played it, very much one of a kind in Overwatch. I mean, other Winstons have definitely caught up a bit when it's played. They have taken notes on what he did. That's very effective. But I don't see Miro on the Reinhardt and have the same feeling of just wonder that I do for the Winston. And it's not that he's playing Reinhardt bad, it's just his Winston is that good. It's kind of a similar case where you think in the NA and EU players, right? You look at a player like Shadowburn, it's not that Shadowburn has a bad Reaper,
right?
It's just, it's not his Genji.
Sure. I think that's pretty reasonable to suggest there. So, yeah, a lot of whispers about this team and sort of how they're sort of forming up now in what we will consider to be a newer meta. And we probably, honestly, won't take away any huge conclusions from what we see from them here today, as well, as they are, like I said, in a period of sort of mixing things up. But obviously the last two tournaments they competed in was the Apex and then the APAC Premier there as well. So fully out in the quarterfinals for Lunatic High was, in my opinion, unacceptable for them, especially considering what they'd shown us. The problem is that game was the first game that we saw on the Sombra patch, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was the first game for Apex that was played on Sombra patch. So a lot changes there as well, and you get put in the unenviable position of not being able to really study what other teams do or have an idea of what maybe you should be, bringing in. This guy's a bit of a Miro fan as well. He's got a few of them, of course, around the world.
I would say so.
Yes, but Miro, I'm sure, appreciating that support there as well. Very, very cheeky bloke there as well. Seeing the way he plays as well. Obviously quite a humble guy, as many of them are. But Miro often keeps himself out of that deep spotlight here as well. I mean, this team as well, all-star players, but just haven't managed to really get them that decent result they've been looking for. I mean, they played in the Power League. They did fairly well. They lost to Luxury Watch Red at the time, who was still quite strong now. Didn't get into Apex, of course, but yeah, they were second place at the APAC Premier Tournament, which everyone, after seeing how they played against Rogue the first time around, thought that they should have outright won. But then, of course, it was a completely different story in that grand final where Rogue managed to show them some things that they weren't ready for, and that seemed to be the Achilles heel for Lunatic High, is that the unexpected stuff takes them an awful long time to adjust.
I just remember that grand final watching it because it had a very interesting tiebreak rule where effectively the map was simply replayed. And I was watching a few other people, I think it was like Hex and one or two others, just like, please just keep going the tiebreakers. I want to see Mitch just break on stream. Not for a particular reason, just it's a funny occurrence. Unfortunately, it was a very
I don't know, Zippy. I
series.
cast World of Tanks for 18 months. I don't really know if Overwatch is going to break me. I don't know if we're going to get there. I found out that Rock Bottom had a basement casting World of Tanks, so this is very much a different sort of situation here. I mean, more games is good, right? That's the thing. But Volskaya, what an interesting map to see come out first here.
Sky will be the first choice, and again, apologies, I don't know exactly how the map drafting, or I don't think it's drafting, but map selection might be working in this tournament. Of course, that's been a hot button issue in general as late. We'll just leave to the side.
But around that one, perhaps, EP.
yeah, I'm just leaving that where it is. But Sky Industries gonna be map number 1 between S499 and Lunatic High, and we're going to get to see Lunatic High's attack in action to start things off.
Yeah, so we'll see if they're going with the standard pick that we've sort of been seeing from them more. You'll notice here as well that like Dean is on that Ana to start with here, and Ru Jae-hong is actually going to be playing the Divas. So yeah, this is what I'm saying. A bit of a role switch up for these guys here. Yeah, not really sure how it works out. I don't think it's been working out that great recently, but you know, Ru Jae-hong used to be the main threat on this roster. I think it's sort of weird to say that, but when I'm playing Reaper Ana comps, it was like a matter of, if you give Ru Jae-hong too much space on Ana, he will single-handedly wreck your team while keeping his safely topped up health-wise.
His Ana was a thing of beauty, and it's something that really caught people's eye when you stop and think about, even going back to the Overwatch World Cup and the South Korean team, what were the things that you really looked at? You looked at Ru Jae-hong's Ana and Miro's Winston, and we talked about this a little bit earlier about the identity of Lunatic High, and it's sort of, it's changed, to say the least, and this is what patches do to teams. It makes them reevaluate who's playing what and what's going on, but the change is more drastic in Lunatic High's case than perhaps many of the other teams in Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small change, but everyone was so good at their individual roles, but we've had to see them adjust now as well. And Lee Taejun's on that Roadhog here as well, so, I mean, in this triple tank setup here, this is also fine for me. We'll see what Dean does on Ana, but S499 is sort of forced to start this fight off here. But Lee Taejun, easy hook down, manages to pick off Realman right at the start of the fight. That's not good at all. And you can see that Bacon Jack sort of caught out on his own. He's trying to just deal with Esker and isolate him, but the problem is that Esker's not the only threat, and sometimes he's not even the main threat on Lunatic High. So you commit yourself as D.Va dealing with that 76, well, your team has no protection.
Well, that was just devastation coming in. They got the early hook, and from there, it was just kill after kill on the from Lunatic High, making it look relatively easy. And the one difference here, of course, in this patch relative to earlier patches is that that first fight doesn't necessarily give them ultimates right away. They just swarm onto this point, but they do get this pick off. It could go from bad to worse for the side of S499. We do have the self-destruct. No, we do not. That was Ru Jae-hong getting back into his mech here. But either way, take a look at this. It's going to be interesting how Lunatic High goes in on this fight. Here comes Now Boost, and they're going for it right now.
Yeah, Bacon Jack needs a self-destruct in a few moments here if he wants to do anything. He does have that available now, but Yik's already gone down here, so even a decent self-destruct might not be enough. It's got to come out. You see everyone taking cover. Nice. That's what we needed. 2 kills for that one. Lee Taejun and Dean both go down. Bacon Jack, I mean, his enemies were pretty well exposed anyway. There's not really many places to hide in that position. Nice work, though. Esko going to go down. Gura also falling here to Ru Jae-hong. So both 76s traded out here, but it should be a hold for S499 off the back of that self-destruct.
And that was big for S499. I mean, that's a case where if they'd given that up, it would be just a nearly insurmountable time bank difference. Definitely not how you want to start full Sky. Lunatic High, though, I mean, they are going to have options going into this next fight, and Zonda gonna have to be careful with how he handles this Graviton. You have to think that Ru Jae-hong is going to be looking to vacuum it right up, get into Zonda's face, and make it rough. So for Azari, you kind of have to go for more conservative Graviton here. You don't want that to be a thing. It happened to Zonda earlier in the day to terrible, terrible results. So see if you can avoid that trap going into this next fight.
High ground for Lunatic High now. Ru Jae-hong has a self-destruct of his own, so we'll see how that's going to be used. A little bit easy for the defenders to avoid that and escape and use some cover, but D.Va desuited already. Now the self-destruct comes in, doesn't find anything. Zonda's shield does get stripped from him, and that's about it, but Esker has a lot of space here to work with. You can see he's looking for, I guess, someone a little bit more vulnerable. Now he commits himself to the ground, tries to get on towards Bacon Jack, but of course he's going to be able to get back in that suit healthy enough. Self-destruct comes in, Miro tried to move it out of the way. That was lovely from Miro. Moving that self-destructing D.Va suit with the charge and then shielding up in front of it, great way to keep your team safe.
So, we were mentioning about the potential of the Graviton getting in there. Was it Eden? It was either used on the top back camera site or outright Eden, but either way, did not have a big result in the fight. And as a result, Lunatic High is still up here and fighting for this point. 2 people on the point uncontested right now. They're going to pick up potentially 2 ticks before it's all said and done. Defense, though, is swarming back in, and this is the difficulty. Anytime you have an offense in on this point, you have to have enough alive to deal with the respawns, and they will not have just that. They end up getting only a third before it's all said and done. Yeah,
the Biter Grenade and Bacon Jack there right ready and I guess available to follow up on the damage. That's pretty devastating for Lunatic High, and now they're forced back a little bit. This is a bit of an extension from S499. Not necessarily lethal here, as they can back away to a degree. 3. They did get bite grenaded earlier on there by Dean, but they should be able to just hold the front door here. So this is good. There's a good hold for S499 right now. And with Bacon Jack close to another self-destruct, Lunatic High really need to have their wits about them.
All right, so for S499, this is the hold that they've needed here thus far. They will have a self-destruct up for the next fight, and anytime you have at least some degree of ultimates up for a defense on an assault map, that's still a good position to be in, just because if you get just one pick, you can stop a push and, if need be, just reinforce. And with Gura and Gura and Sinclair getting the first 2 picks there, it's going to be pushing Lunatic High back again. And I gotta say, even though I realize that it's difficult to push in on a file map for Volskaya, it's interesting to see Lunatic High have this much trouble as S499 goes super deep in pushing this out.
Yeah, it's a nice bit of aggression actually coming out from S499 right now, and they've bled the clock about 3.5 minutes since Lunatic High took the first point. So this is very good, and it's measured aggression as well. Notice that on that push out there, I think maybe Bacon Jack got picked off. No, it was actually Zonda, but it didn't matter because that pickup was still responded to. We saw S499 push for even more. So they're doing a good job now of actually knowing sort of how far they can go without putting themselves in a nasty situation. Defender's advantage here is immense, and Lunatic High need to get some ultimates to go with here. They've only got both support ults working right now.
Well, Lunatic High just needs to drain some ultimates right now, just something to make S499 use their war chest, because this is kind of brutal. There's 6 ultimates up here for S499. There's a Graviton coming from Zonda, not going to be devoured this time, pulls it in 2, and that is an absolutely fearsome fight kind of for S499. They used half of their available ultimates to do that, but still leaves them with nothing reserved for the next fight.
Yeah, it's worthwhile. I'd use 3 ultimates in that case there if I was S499. The self-destruct over the top just managed to secure both tank kills correctly for them. Again, pushing forward here, but they're gonna, if they get some kills, it's worth it. You know, you take it down to like a 6v3 or something like that. It can go wrong, but it's unlikely that it will right now. Bacon Jack just needs to get back to his healing, and look, good as gold.
Bacon Jack really riding the line there. Pretty lucky that last hooked in him. That could be catastrophic. And now, as we go to the next fight, I kind of feel like this is Lunatic High's window here, Uber. They're going to have about 4 ults out already. The Graviton is almost there. If they use this and get nothing for it, the odds of a last point hold here by S499 go up dramatically. So I'm going to tell this right now. This is almost certainly going to be a must-win fight here for Lunatic High. We'll see if they do. We'll see if the Graviton Surge dream will be true. But here we go. The fight is underway.
Yeah, Gura got himself a nanovisor here as well, so all of Lunatic High have to immediately take cover. He doesn't seem to be getting any kills. This Miro may fall now. That shield is getting busted up pretty well. Good bite grenade from Dean to keep him going now. There's the sound barrier in. Gura's off towards the side, but he's going to be focused down rather fast. He's still able to get out alive. And Sinclair, though, is taken down. Bacon Jack in Struggle Town right now, taking a lot of damage, and that can't be healed through as he gets desuited.
So Lunatic High, they are all in on this point. Every ultimate has been used. They have a little bit of momentum here, but Respawn's going to be coming in soon. This isn't as dominant as Lunatic High really needs to grab this point. It's really nice stall coming in from S499. Roadhog comes in towards the very end for it, but with Gura getting that pick off, again, Respawn's are going to be coming in fast and furious for S499, so Lunatic High, this is a little bit more disorganized than they late Graviton in by Zonda. No immediate kills, but it's buying even more time here, Uber, and that's what S499 needs.
Yeah, it's really nice. A minute 10 now as well. Miro moves on to the point. Toby's been there the whole time alive, but he might struggle here now as the body grenade comes down, and Sinclair is able to take responsibility for that kill, breaking the shield as well, or at least damaging that shield of Miro. He can't actually advance now with it so low. He actually needs to back away here. Lunatic High have 3 ultimates in this next fight. They're going to have to be spot on, though.
Really, it's going to come down to the nanovisor here. That's almost certainly where that nano boost is going to go. Very likely go on Eska. Maybe it goes in the Roadhog. Less likely. And the question is Eska going to rush her or not, or is he going to wait for an opportunity? A lot of times, soldiers in this situation where they feel under pressure, they go for it a little bit too early. Eska has some patience here, gets a good flank. That could work out well for Lunatic High, but it is all going to come down to this. This is their final opportunity.
Bacon Jack going forward there as well, looking for the Roadhog, and is desuited very, very quickly. It's not a good start, and you're right. That's the nanovisor coming out. ZP like we expected to see, but Eska gets cut down by Gura up in the back there. Beautiful stuff. The burst was real in that case, but still, kills are going in favor of Lunatic High now, and with Miro able to take down Ruinment in the back line, there's not enough healing really going to be coming for S499 here. With an Earthshatter available as well, Miro can quickly deal with extra defenders being pushed out on towards the point here, and Nano Boosted Diva may not be enough now that Bacon Jack is pinned down. He gets put up against the wall. He'll be able to stay around and stay alive for a little bit longer, and he gets on towards the point, but this is now a good fight situation for Lunatic High. They've got the players in position. Earthshatter, the self-destruct comes in, but Ruja Hong's not bothered.
No, they're not bothered. And as for 99, they're trying to stream back on the point. I think enough damage has been done. It has been. Lunatic High, they cap it out at the very end, but for S499, that's a great defense because, again, remember how Time Bank works here in this sort of situation. S499 can actually finish the map out with 1 minute and 1 second left. Lunatic High does not get an extra attack now. That is the power of making them expend their full time bank to take last. So S499 has some very nice options here to not only win the map outright, but also in the worst case scenario, get one attack where Lunatic High won't have it. So pretty good situation to be in. And for all that's been said about Lunatic High, I gotta say S499, well, there's 2 9s, I'm just adding a 9 for no reason. They came out much stronger than I think I was expecting here.
Their defense was good on second point. On first, it wasn't. It was really
Yes,
quite
well,
average,
yeah,
actually.
first was bad.
Yeah, the thing is that Lee Taishun got an early hook on towards Realment, the Lucio there for S499, and from there they managed to sort of push the fight a little bit further out of control. But second point was a very different story, and I don't really feel like Lunatic High get to be nearly as aggressive successfully as they used to, right? They don't have like a lot of options to work with. They don't really get to use that Winston as comfortably anymore because Soldier 76 really gives them a hard time. And of course, there's a Roadhog in play quite often, or in this case, a Zarya. I think S499 are a team who is going to be far more reliant on the Zarya than the Roadhog, which of course can give a Diva problems in her own right here. But again, you see what Gura can do with Soldier 76. Eska can't outshine him nearly as easily now because Gura can just wreck the rest of Eska's teammates instead of, facing the music and taking on the other 76 head-to-head. So, Lunatic High now, I want to see how they set up here. What I really enjoyed seeing from Fnatic on this point actually was setting up with McCree and 76 and using a double hit scan across these 2 different ledges to make it very hard for S499 to actually neutralize and deal with both of those threats. But it looks like it's going to be a standard comp coming out from them. This, for me, is very much stock standard what we're seeing right now. And S499, they're going a little bit different actually by foregoing the Roadhog here. So we'll see if they can avoid getting picked off.
I'm glad you mentioned McCree there, by the way. I feel like McCree has just had this history in Overwatch where you see him not, sort of fade away after a patch, and then people realize, oh, he's still really good. And may well be the case for a long time to come. But S499 not wasting any time, no subterfuge here, just going straight onto the point, the brute force approach, and they're making Lunatic High come to them. Now, in terms of the poke war, S499 definitely getting poked down a little bit hard early on, but Yik with a big charge early on gets onto his opposing number. 2 kills here from S499, and they start turning the fight back in their favor. Gotta love the Reinhardt play as Roadhog goes into the icy waters of Volskaya.
Yeah, no, Bacon Jack played that really nicely. Predicted it. We'll get a second knock off there as well. He finds Eska. You don't want to dance on a ledge in front of a Diva. That is an invitation to get knocked off there. The problem is that Eska, I think it was a Helix rocket actually, knocked him off the high ground right at the start of that fight. So his positioning was already going to be kind of crappy anyway, being sat on the low ground and forced back to just be very vulnerable to the Diva as it was. So you didn't have the ability to poke from high ground and have that split focus.
So for S499 here, Uber, if they can just do this in a little under 6 minutes, rather than taking the full time, they're going to be in an enormously good position to win this map. This is really, really big right now. Lunatic High on the back foot, Eska desperately trying to get that attack visor up right now, and going for it, has a Diva in his face, and this is not ideal, goes down right away, and here comes S499. This is a big, big opportunity.
Yeah, it's a massive, there's a self-destruct there as well, so, even for zoning purposes, it's going to be a very powerful ultimate. And Bacon Jack's just taking his pick now. Lee Tyson went massive there as well, getting himself a quick 3 kills with a whole hog and the nano boost, I believe, and that's enough. That's going to be enough, at least for the moment here, but Bacon Jack's looking for more. He wants to keep this fight staggered, he wants to keep it going here, and he should be able to do so now. Backing away to his healing, will get back up towards full health, and now be able to work in. Lunatic High still have 6 players, but they won't be able to set up as easily now, not being given as much time to do so.
This is actually a very big window here for S499. They're not going to get a window this good for multiple minutes here, probably 4 minutes if they don't win right here, but they have the attack visor, the Graviton. This is their moment to really put Lunatic High on the back foot. We'll see if they can accomplish it. No one dead here just yet. Graviton in and on the way. Can S499 do it? And the answer is no. Eska with a monstrous flank to just stop this push cold.
Yeah, that's a big attack visor. Gets Sinclair and Gura into there. Really important because obviously Gura was in a great position to capitalize on the Graviton surge that S499 had just used, but it was forced out of the fight and taken down. That's good. That was that window for Lunatic for S499. Now going begging, but they still have attack visor of their own. They still have an Earth Shatter and a Nano Boost to work with.
They have all this, but the Graviton is gone, and Lunatic High now can be in a much better position to actually deal with this. Now they have the self-destruct to throw in over the top. S499 can have to hope that they get some form of pickoff here, but they don't really have a comp that gets random pickoffs, and that's kind of the problem when they're going against a team that has decent ults compared to them. They don't have any X factor here. They just have to grind it out, which is possible, but still very difficult, especially the way that these sorts of maps, these assault maps, tend to work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's important. We saw it against Sweet Time actually kind of hurting him a little bit there as well. Zonda gets a little bit out of position, and Miro's able to charge him into the wall and pick him up. Miro's just had a lot of punishment so far. You can see what Guru's trying to do to him. But there's always healing forthcoming there as well. You got to give it to Dean, doing his job in the backline, keeping that healing coming. Even a sleep dart on towards Bacon Jack there as well. So this is going to force a regroup here. Bacon Jack gets desuited. Not ideal at all.
You know, just thinking about the previous thought, and Thought Expert and all the rest, I do wonder if teams are sort of playing this a little bit wrong, not having any form of real burst here. Because even if you go into an ult v ult fight on last, the odds that you do it flawlessly, not great, especially the more enemy ults that get involved. So this is just seems difficult for S499 to actually turn their favor unless they just get enormous, say, self-destruct to open things up. Other than that, Lunatic High now loaded for bear, all ultimates up. Gonna be pretty rough here, even though 4 minutes are left on this assault.
Yeah, it's like a self-destruct or a good Earth Shatter play. That's kind of it here as well. Being forced to put their nose to the grindstone, like they've got no way to force a man advantage. That's the big point here as well. Now, Bacon Jack's often eating hooks here as well. He's happy to do that, preventing, you know, Litagion from finding a squishy target. But Lunatic High have 6 ultimates to sit on right now as well. So if they just play smart and at least give themselves the space to use those ultimates, they'll be fine. But Litagion's put up against the wall here, and Miro might even be caught out. He's forced to use an Earth Shatter that doesn't really get what he needs it to. And now it's going to be the attack visor coming in over the top with the nano boost here.
Gura right now looking to tear this open, but while he's doing that, Eska's doing the same to his team in the back, and even though S499 actually has a little bit of a man advantage here, again, it's not quite enough. Respawn's gonna be coming in here for Lunatic High. They do get 2 more, so now it's starting to turn a little bit more in their favor. They're climbing what oftentimes looks like the impossible mountain, but Respawn's gonna be coming in again, so they're gonna have to deal with this extra respawn wave.
Yeah, but I mean, Bacon Jack's doing so much work here, it really is. And also Gura as well in the back line there, dealing with Eska well. You can see Eska's had to run back in and get some health, I guess, not even trying to sort of refresh. Toby already switching over towards the Tracer here. So this is Lunatic High already moving into a bit of a stall fashion here, and they are going to be able to push S499 back, but it's getting rough. If they hold out for 2 minutes 35, they will win the map, but it wouldn't have been pretty either way.
No, not at all. And for S499 though, I kind of feel like this might be their last really good window coming up, because you take a look at the defense of Lunatic High, they don't have anything super great to deal with what could be a good Graviton. If Zonda can thread the needle and set up his team here, that could be exactly what S499 needs to win this fight. So it does put a lot of pressure on Zonda. We'll see if he can live up to it. And this is about as aggressive as S499 is going to be able to get for quite a while. But here comes the attack visor from Eska. They might have lost a bit of their opportunity. He takes down Bacon Jack, and that is absolutely going to be pushing them out.
Yep, key target there, getting rid of that Diva. In fact, desuiting that Diva quite early, and that's why Litagion's more than happy to expend hooks on trying to catch out that Diva. But Bacon Jack's normally able to just to boost away there as well with the dash. So, you know, get that Diva desuited, and you dealt with pretty much the biggest threat on the side of S499. At least the only thing you're going to struggle to really answer here. Same goes for S499. Obviously, Rujehong's still at large here, but Zonda has a Graviton, looking to try and get a shield over towards his Lucio now and look for an opportunity to let this one go here. I think it was an attempt at Earth Shatter coming in, self-destruct, also following up. Won't find anything at this stage.
Zonda right now staying in there, gonna have to back out, still holding on to the Graviton. So S499, it's pretty clear that they're being judicious in the use of their ultimates here. They want to save this up for one major push, and actually, taking a look at this, they actually are going to have a very big advantage going to the next fight. There's no Blizzard, of course, since there's no May or any sort of breaker to stop 6 ultimates from just washing over Lunatic High like a storm. And actually, this is a very poor situation for Lunatic High. They're going to have to batter down the hatches and hold on, because a storm is coming. Will S499 be able to complete the map and force another set of rounds? We're about to see.
Yeah, it needs to be a nano visor here, I think, at this stage. Eska needs to get a lot of damage down now as well, because obviously nano boost available, but who's going to get it? Maybe Miro. Good Graviton up in the corner. That's perfect. 3 players getting stuck together, and a bite grenade on top of it. Beautiful. Rujehong was actually the candidate for the nano boost here. Litagion finds Realman, but it's a 2-for-1 trade so far in this fight. Now, Rujehong has to stay alive at this point so long. Litagion comes back in, finds Zonda. Not enough damage to kill him, though. Oh, no. Off the edge goes Bacon Jack there as well, and Miro trading his life for that one might not be worthwhile here. Looks like S499 have the point taken. They're going to have map number 1 under their belt. Lunatic High not fast enough to refresh.
Well then, so they had 1:20 left on their time bank there. Or no, they didn't. I'm telling you, it was 20 seconds left. It updated towards the very end. I'm losing my mind. So both teams will get another attacking round here. S499, 20 more seconds, which can be vital. I mean, for Volskaya, that works out to being about an extra attack. So they get a buffer of 1,
and
effectively.
It's important to know as well that this is a weighted best of 5 series. So yeah, Lunatic High obviously come in with a 1 map advantage. So
okay,
if S499 had actually managed to win that map with more than a minute of time, that would have ended it. But now if you finish the map with less than 1 minute remaining, they give both teams 1 minute now. So this is now the whole game. Yeah, if S499 had been a bit faster, it would have been a different story. But now the whole game hinges on this first point hold. Both teams have essentially the same amount of time. 20 seconds is, it may be the difference here as well, but really all you're wanting to do is get that point. It's unlikely you're going to be able to get much more done. We might even see a full draw and over to King of the Hill because that first point seems to be so easy for teams to take. But notice that Zonda here switching over off the Zarya, going for the Roadhog here, just for that early pick, just to relieve the pressure.
And the one thing that's really worth noting here, particularly for first point on Assault, is that the attackers don't have quite the advantage they normally do. So you look at when you have a full 4 minutes, right? If you go in and you trade out, say, 3 for 3, you have respawns coming in, you can win the next fight relatively easily. If that fight takes too long here for Lunatic High on their attack, they might not get the ability to overwhelm with respawns. They might just outright lose. So they have to be pretty judicious on this attack and be a little bit more careful of trades than I expected. But Ru Jae-hong just knocking Reinhardt off. Stealth Diva is stealth. And I like this attack so far from Lunatic High.
That's insane. I mean, I don't know why you don't expect that to happen. Miro charges Yik off the edge there as well. So he just, I guess, accepts that he's going to go one for one on that particular trade. And it's a D-suited Diva. This is a good advantage in this fight for Lunatic High. They should actually be able to take this first point now. Guri gets hooked in. It's all going right for the Korean squad here. Lee Taejun finds that kill, gets Realman after. I tell you what, the tanks have really been doing some serious work here. Bacon Jack's just trying to stay alive. That's another hit hook from Lee Taejun. That's all you need to do now. This will give them that first point. They won't get any more for it there. There's no chance of a second. They'll probably attempt to backcap, but they probably won't even have enough time to trigger overtime on that particular point.
No, not at all. And I think the reason why Miro does like taking those trades, by the way, it just comes down to the entire, for an attacker, especially on first, you do like trades. It usually works out well for your team. I think he's learned to take it. Now, they have a little bit of extra time because they grabbed the point, but now it's only 18 seconds. They have to get on there soon. And with Bacon Jack getting that early pickoff, it makes things a little bit rougher here for Lunatic High. They're still going to have to dive the point, go for the miracle. 9 seconds remaining. Let's see how this final push goes down.
Yep, whole hog there for Lee Taejun there as well, but he's not connecting the hook, so this will be difficult, especially with the Diva still suited up. He wants to get her desuited, but now time is ticking down. We do have actually a player on the point. Ru Jae-hong is up on that point on Anna, so we have an overtime. Self-destruct comes in, doesn't find anything. Now, responsive self-destruct, that won't find anything either. So both teams trading out Roadhogs here. It's Zonda to go down. Yik falls. This could be nasty. Lunatic High seem to actually make some progress here, and now we're actually seeing Ru Jae-hong with a nano boost. So does Gura, but of course defensive matrix is still a thing. Gura can't find anything. Tries to hold the attack visor, but gets taken down by Esker, and surely not an overtime take. That would be ridiculous here. Now sound barrier even being used.
It might be happening right now. Every kill going the way of Lunatic High. Respawns are coming in. S499, they're trying to get back in the point, but their positioning right now is very poor. All momentum in favor of Lunatic High. They're about to get the second tick. They're so close right now. A final Earth shot coming down from Yik. Gura looking for the cleanup, gets one pick off, but it's not enough. And that is actually insane. Lunatic High coming in. If the overtime push it, actually, but they were down someone to begin with, so they had to roll in 5v6 Uber and still manage to take it.
That was incredible stuff there as well. And Gura, well, I was pretty sure Gura had a chance to jump onto the point there. Instead, he goes off to his left instead of just throwing himself at her and triggering a little bit more overtime. It is easy to reinforce in that overtime period, but that is just ridiculous stuff. I have got to say, Ru Jae-hong had an incredible map. The first play, knocking S499 off the balcony, especially getting Yik down on towards the low ground. No shield for his team up on the high ground whatsoever. And for some reason, I don't know why, they weren't even expecting Ru Jae-hong to come from the stairs. I'm like, mate, that's exactly what he's trying to do. He wants to knock you off. And then I think it was Lee Taejun hit like 4 hooks in a row, and it was done and dusted now. So you are like, you're taking this all the way to the bank if you're Lunatic High. You don't even want to let S499 get the first point, but even if they do that, if they do it in overtime, they're screwed. They're not going to have enough time really to go even on towards a second anyway. So you got a minute 20. Just don't make a stupid mistake and you're going to be fine.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the case for us, or Lunatic High. All they have to do is rope-a-dope this just a little bit. S499 has all sorts of insane pressure on them because, as mentioned, for Lunatic High, it was crazy that they were able to go from A to B in a minute to begin with, but to see that happen twice in the same series would actually be insane. But for S499, that is the only path they can traverse right now, the only path that will lead to a victory here in this first map. We'll see how it goes down, where, again, they're going to take the brute force approach. They're not really doing too much in the way of subterfuge. They are going straight onto the point, D.Va versus D.Va, and going to be making Lunatakai come to them as both teams engage in this poke war.
That's the hook on a Bacon Jack there as well. He's still going to be able to get away with it. Oh, he almost knocks Toby off the edge. That could have been absolutely devastating for Lunatakai. Now, Yick, he's going to trade the 1-for-1. Both Reinhardts go yet again. We're seeing that happen all the time, and Eska's getting focused down, but Bacon Jack has to give up the high ground. Ru Jae-hong is still alive on the point here, and Bacon Jack is very, very low. Tries to get the extra damage on towards Lee Taejun and does it. Then put to sleep. Then woken up pretty much straight away here as Eska wants to shut him down. Almost gets the D-suit, but Eska falls to Zonda. Somehow S499 are retaking control for now.
They are starting to flood onto this point. The respawns will be in soon. And this is where that extra 20 seconds definitely helping them out here. They would be under a little bit more pressure, but now they should be able to comfortably take this. Do have a nano boosted D.Va coming in towards the end, and I don't know if I like that out of Lunatakai. In fact, I'm pretty sure I dislike it heavily because you stop and think about it here, Uber. It's not the end of the world for them if they lose this point. They can just save that to repel a mere one attack on the next. Now they're not going to have it. Now S499 is going to have a whole lot of ult momentum going to the next attack, and oh my goodness, is this going to happen?
Oh, God, no. Surely not. A Graviton Surge available, Self-Destruct available. This is huge for S499 now. Lunatakai have got to be so careful. They've got to toe the line. It's going to be a nano-boosted Reinhardt coming in. Wall comes up. We have a Maze switch coming out here for Lunatakai. Lee Taejun on that one for the moment here. And it's going to be a sound barrier now as Bacon Jack wants to try and shut down Eska. And it's looking pretty good for S499 right now as well. Self-Destruct here for Bacon Jack. It could be happening. One's going to come out here from Ru Jae-hong. He finds Zonda at the very least here. The Graviton Surge was already used, and Eska's going to be struggling to stay away. He gets a sound barrier though. He's staying alive for now, but Bacon Jack wants to go 1v1. He completely shuts down the Soldier 76 on his own, and there's a self-destruct to go, but they're going to be in overtime here to try and take this point.
I love how Bacon Jack is keeping Eska out of this fight. Eska not able to get anything done. However, unfortunately, while that's going on, the respawn advantage starting to get very severe here for Lunatakai. Late self-destruct onto the point for Bacon Jack. Right now, he just has to buy time. He can't really leave. Overtime ticking away. Will he get back on the point? No, he will not. Whew.
Okay, that was way too close for Lunatakai there. Really, it looked like a decent start to the fight, but Bacon Jack did so much work pretty much on his own. The D.Va is ridiculous, and you can see what he was doing to Eska there in that last stage. You cannot do anything against the D.Va if she gets in your face with Soldier 76. You don't win that fight. You can't. You have to back away. Eska was forced to run out the front door, completely bundled out of town by that D.Va. But Ru Jae-hong also doing the same. That's the good thing about D.Va. You can both take one, and it's okay. And he was pretty huge there as well in that moment. So the fact that... Okay, so the fact that, first of all, the fact that Lunatakai finished the whole map in, what, like a minute? A minute? Literally a minute,
1 minute.
Right?
It was, well, they get an extra 30 seconds for capping point A, so it's a minute 30 effectively.
Right,
but still, they had a minute to start.
That's reciprocated as well by their opponents in under 2 minutes. So that's ridiculous. The fact that they almost finished the map there as well was crazy. You can see how deep these teams are digging to get it away, and might be smiles on the face of Lunatakai there as well, but they are definitely not comfortable victors of that first map. Still, only one more map potentially to be played here as Lunatakai have that one advantage.
The one thing that just annoyed me about Lunatakai there that actually made that entire potential comeback from S499 possible, where it didn't need to happen, is that everyone was dead for Lunatakai, aside from the D.Va in front and an Ana way in the back. Why are they still trying to contest that when they know that they have such an enormous advantage and have to repel just one fight? If they had kept that nano boost for the last fight, it makes their odds of getting 1 or 2 kills much greater and lets them repel it way easier. They still ended up repelling it in the end, but it was involved way too much drama for the advantage that Lunatakai should have had going into that final fight.
It's messy. It's just super messy from both sides here. This is far from the clean, crisp, solid Lunatakai that we're used to seeing. And maybe, you know what, maybe I just got to see them at their peak, you know, at some of their best games. But I'm not really sure, really. I think Jae-hong played really, really well, though, on that D.Va there as well. I think, you know, maybe he's just a really good D.Va player. Maybe Dean doesn't have that in his pool. I think Dean does fine on the Ana. I think, you know, you can make that one work for you. But the D.Va play here is just taking center stage in Gibraltar to be our potential final map. This is going to be interesting.
It will be interesting, and Gibraltar getting into it. Remember, there is that 1 game upper bracket advantage. We weren't sure if they'd have it to start with, but they absolutely do. I still think it's one of the fairest ways of running things here in a double limb bracket, because you can't really run bracket resets. It would take a really long time. Although, I will say that for some tournaments, bracket resets are super epic. It's just for Overwatch, that could mean that your tournament is running into the wee hours of the night, so it's not always super practical.
It can be less than ideal sometimes. I mean, yeah, GSL style as well also gives a bit of an interesting feel to it. I don't love map advantage in the final, but obviously you need to sort of reward a team from going through the upper bracket in some way, shape, or form, right? So that's fine. It's fine here for Lunatic High. If they win out here, then okay, they have my vote. I don't know whose map pick that was. I just don't. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by Lunatic High if I'm trying to compare them to S499. I think both teams played well. But it was chaotic stuff. We did see individual brilliance. We did see strong individual plays here from both sides. It's just that I'm just not used to seeing this Lunatic High. This one that maybe is not so assured, because every time I used to watch them, it has been that way. But things have changed.
I think things definitely have changed. One thing I want to note before we get too far removed from it, though, I was a big fan of the Reinhardt Wrestling League on Full Sky, where you just had Reinhardts dropping each other into the brink. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, like, as an attacking Reinhardt, there's probably some value in doing that, I guess, if you just get rid of the defender's shield. I'm not really sure like what goes through players' heads when they do that. I think ideally you don't want to go off the edge, right? But, you know, we saw both teams do it, so it's like, well, maybe they're just satisfied with that state of affairs. But anyway, we're going to be into it. It's going to be Ru Jae-hong on the Widowmaker here as well. This is super interesting. This is pretty much exactly the Misfits attacking comp on this map.
And Misfits attacking comp did work out. And here's the key to this comp is that Eska's going to be really creating a lot of distraction in the back as Tracer, and if you're looking at Tracer, you're not looking at the Widowmaker, or vice versa. So either way, you have a lot of sight lines and a lot of threats to worry about, and eventually, one of the threats might end up getting you as Eska gets that back line, finds Gura early on, and that's what they're looking for. A lot of people were looking at Ru Jae-hong, not everyone's looking at Eska. It's two quick picks here from Lunatic High, and S499 not doing a good job at dealing with this multi-threat attack.
Oh my god, Ru Jae-hong is so good at snipers. This is unbelievable what he just did there. Just wrecked Zonda, completely sent him packing, and Bacon Jack also going to get taken down. This is why he was so damn good at Anna's EP. His aim is just ridiculous for a low-sense player, and one by one, he and the rest of his team are shredding through S499, and even the Genji for Lee Taejun is not something we see very often at all. This is such a different comp, different change of pace for Lunatic High, and they look not the same as they used to be, but something else entirely. Oh my god.
Ru Jae-hong just piling on, man. Finds the Lucio, keeps the momentum going. S499, if they had any illusions of having a good hanger defense here, they might have to let them go to the wayside because Ru Jae-hong has been a monster. Now, they are trading back a few extra kills here, but the payload getting a whole lot of progress as this goes on. Now, here's the real problem here for S499. Gura needs to be able to sustain against this Widowmaker. If he keeps losing the Ru Jae-hong, that is an enormous cannon of DPS down, and smells bad things for S499.
Yeah, Ru Jae-hong with a difficult angle now from the top of the shuttle, but doesn't really seem to bother him. Robert just gets absolutely trashed there. That's what I'm talking about. Ru Jae-hong now all over this one, like moss on a rock ZP, and I'll tell you what, there's a lot of coverage there. I'll give you the big tip. Beautiful stuff there. And honestly, Lee Taejun can do whatever he wants, but he just has to be a distraction, if anything else. Earthshatter comes out here from Yik, trying to make something happen with that one, and there's a shield up there as well with the Reinhardt. Makes it a little bit harder for Ru Jae-hong here. He does need some backup from the rest of Lunatic High. And Miro back on the Winston as well. It's just like the dream. We waited through a show match to get to the ZP, but it's been worth it.
Absolutely, and Miro and Winston, again, it's his bread and butter. He's a specialist on Winston. I think that he gets more out of it, even in situations where you don't normally run Winston, than other players, and that's the joy of being a specialist. And God, it is so bad to be a Lucio right now, at least against Ru Jae-hong. We've been seeing this over and over again. Early picks, finds Zarya right in the dome. This is a Widowmaker exhibition, and I'm happy to be a part of it right now.
This is disgusting. This is not even remotely legal in Germany, let alone the rest of the world. Ru Jae-hong going absolutely nuts here as well. Not being challenged out is the main thing. Bacon Jack can't really deal with him alone. He's got the rest of Lunatic High to worry about, and if he tries to deal with Ru Jae-hong, he's going to allow the payload to move forward. The problem is for S499, now they need to focus on this payload, which gives all the space that Ru Jae-hong's ever going to need. He finds Zik. Eska gets the pulse more on towards Zonda. It's all too easy for Lunatic High pushing through the hangar phase. 4 minutes 44 on the clock here. An uncharacteristic miss from Ru Jae-hong as he tries to chase down these supports. He finds Realman. This guy is on fire.
All right, so for Realman, T is going to be seeing Ru Jae-hong in his nightmares the way this is going on. Just gunned down at every possible opportunity right now. I mean, at this point, it's part of Realman as well, right? Where you probably should be respecting the sightlines a little bit more. Lucio can abuse it more than he's probably doing right now.
There's no other way to get back unless he went up the stairs.
Yeah,
I think he was already too far. Like, he's done anyway.
Oh my goodness, and Ru Jae-hong right now, still lost space looking for it. Gura already falling to Genji in the back. Taejun getting to work on that Genji, creating a 6v5 advantage, now a 6v3 as Eska gets involved. S499 nothing they can do about this right now. The momentum just completely against them.
Yeah. Incredible stuff here so far. Guru now waiting for his team to try and set up, and you can see Bacon Jack switching to the Winston, presumably to try and address this threat, but he's still playing into a team with a Zenyatta, and he hasn't been getting on top of Rujehong at all, so it's a moot point, essentially. Zonda's hoping to break in with a Graviton Surge here as well. This will be desperate because there's already a Transcendence up in the middle of that one, and there's Rujehong again. Finds Gura and Bacon Jack there as well. He's not being threatened. Zonda has got no chance of even getting any damage on, and that's his third for Rujehong. Insane stuff. 3 minutes 27 on the clock, and this is a new and improved Lunatic High, and now people are realizing perhaps why Rujehong is not playing support anymore.
So I gotta say, after seeing their Gibraltar strategy here, I understand why they weren't running this particular comp on the other maps to a point, and yet on the same note, very clearly, they are much more comfortable with a lot of their old comfort picks, and even though it is a bit of a change-up for Rujehong, and they used to be in the Ana, it's snipers in general, and now, effectively, Uber, all we've done is gone and given Rujehong a bigger gun, so...
Yeah, and credit to the Observer here as well. They were stuck on Rujehong for 99% of that round, and I guess it's okay that they did that as well. Eventually realized he had to switch off a little bit later on, but people saying that Jaehong is still more impactful on Ana, I don't really know how you can be more impactful than that, to be quite honest with you. And in this comp as well, there are better picks than Ana, I think, seeing the Zenyatta, of course, being picked up in that instance there as well. So that was nasty. That was all sorts of filthy. Hard to argue with that impact. You don't see players have that impact normally. That's not normal, and you shouldn't be allowing that to happen. And if you do allow it to happen, then you're going to lose.
You know what it reminds me of, honestly? It reminds me of very, very old school Taimu videos, but the difference is that Taimu was running with a Widowmaker that was far more powerful than the Widow that you have now. Widow did get recently buffed, but it's still, you don't get anywhere near as much from body shots. Teams are also a lot better at dealing with it, but tell that to Rujehong in that last fight or last map, where he was going off, getting every shot they needed. It was pure beauty to watch.
This is why Misfits came up with this composition. First of all, it suited them quite well to roll, and perhaps that's the same thing with Lunatic High, but also that your Tracer and Genji and your Winston give you a ridiculous amount of space to work as Widow. That's what she needs, right? Now they're going to switch back, right? This is much more standard from them, and this is fine, in my opinion. And you can see the S499 don't actually have a strat like we just saw from Lunatic High up their sleeve. So you have to sort of, again, grind it. They don't have any like one-hit kill potential, no pick power at all. You know what I mean? So they don't have nearly the same toolkit that Lunatic High had on their attack.
So we've been sort of theory crafting this all throughout the broadcast, but I think that's something that teams in Overwatch are going to have to really think about a little bit harder as time goes on, where you need to have that pick potential on at least one character just to open up chances of winning fights easily. You don't want every fight to be a solid grind. I mean, you could win that way, but it's rough. Lunatic High, they're going to drop right down here. Yik falls. Gura falls. Should be a clean and easy sweep. Yeah,
that's pretty impressive here as well, that Lunatic High recognize they want to hold forward. And I love that we're seeing May here from Eska. Really, really like this. Now with Lee Tajan obviously playing the 76, there's a bit of a role switch. They're going to play close to choke point, CP. They're going to get up in the face of S499, and they've got the comp that actually allows them to be aggressive without taking too many risks, right? You can isolate the enemy team, you can find those key targets as well. It's still essentially a 2-2-2 comp that Lunatic High are playing here, and this is what I'm wanting to see. This is now what I feel is actually going to work in this meta instead of what everyone thinks is going to be good, right? Instead of triple tank. We're seeing them completely depart from it, and it's working quite well right now. There's going to be a Blizzard, there's going to be a Nano Boost here. Lunatic High have a lot of tools for this next fight.
Lunatic High is in a great position right now, and don't forget, they're also playing the house money. They have such a big edge and time bank that even if they were to start the fold here, they would still probably be in the lead. But Eska, tell that to him, goes to the backline, finds on immediately, is able to hold on to the Blizzard right now. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't have to use it here just yet, but does use it later in the fight, and it's going to zone the rest of S499 right out, leading them to their doom. Blizzard in front, a wall in the back. Nothing but pure death, as Lunatic High now 2 minutes away from this first hold on first.
Yeah, I mean, buying this much time on this point of the map is not even necessary for Lunatic High to do, right? But it's going to mean that now, even if S499 breeze through the map, they're actually going to have less time than Lunatic High. Even if the shuttle phase doesn't exist, even if they just smash for the last phase, they're still going to struggle for time here. So Rujehong, tricky, trying to boost himself up on the ledge, actually. I think you can do it with the rock formations there. Lee Tajan falls to Gura, though. That's the first pick. There's a self-destruct available here. Gura has attack visor now. He's threatening Dean off the edge. Nano Boost's going to come in on the ground here, and that's a big Graviton.
Grauton does come out, and it's 2 quick kills here from Lunatic Eye. They're pushing it right back, and Gura has been very hesitant to use attack fire visor. Does use it towards the end of the fight, but a sound barrier, well timed, going to ruin Gura's day. What should have been a bonanza for him ends up being nothing but famine. Has to walk back. A minute 14 left here, and S499 going to have to look for something big on this next fight. It is a must-win situation for them now, and we'll see if they have what it takes, but it's not looking good.
Esker needs to hit about 3 ice spikes to pretty much have his ultimate ready to go here, as well as the time that would take there. So that's nasty for this next fight, especially because attack visor is going to be available, and Rujehong is dominating this high ground, stripping the health from Bacon Jack and forcing him back almost in a 1v2 there. So this is such a strong position for him to hold, and S499 are struggling to deal with him even there. So that's like the first line of defense. The second is his Blizzard from Esker, and attack visor is the third from Lee Taijun. So everything they need is available to them, but now Yik going to come forward with the nano boost there, trying to find Miro, but can't quite finish him off. Miro still gets a charge throughout the chaos there, eventually falls down. Gura finds Dean. There's that Blizzard though.
The Blizzard comes down, but it might be a little bit too little too late. It does get multiple people frozen. Unfortunately, too many people on Lunatic Eye are dead to really capitalize on it, but if you're Lunatic Eye, you're laughing, you're happy over this. Of course, we can see them right now. They're not laughing, but they should be laughing here because they have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left here for S499. An enormous time advantage for Lunatic Eye. Even if they get completely crunched in the hangar phase, they're in a very good spot right now.
This is really good though. This is how S499 are going to have a quick shuttle phase. You see them pushing straight up. They deny that high ground immediately from Lunatic Eye, right? They get up there, they push them off the balcony, and now Esker's trying to flank, but super hard situation for the Tracer to navigate here as well. Just gets booped out in the end by Sinclair. So notice that Lunatic Eye's setup is less than optimal, and there's going to be a self-destruct available as well, which can punish poor setups or too much clumping or not enough, shield utilization. And that's the Graviton here as well. This is good for S499. They need to keep it running.
They are trying to keep it running. And mostly for Lunatic Eye, swapping to that defensive Tracer. Well, they were on it for a moment. They just swapped now to the Soldier. I was going to say they took some pointers from Misfits, but fight still underway. In comes the Earth Shatter here from the defense, and Lunatic Eye going to be firing right back. Grauton, Earth Shatter hitting their mark. It's a lot of ultimates to expend to stop S499, but it will give them some very necessary stabilization here on the defense. A little bit upset that Eska got off the Tracer because I do like seeing a good defensive Tracer in my time.
Yeah, it could work on this map really well, but you don't have a 76, right? If Taijun wants to play the Roadhog and just sort of force, 5v6s and just stagger out spawns and stuff like that, it's fine. Because obviously May's not really good on this part of the map. It's a little bit too open for her. She can't make use of choke points and fight up close to the team. So I prefer to see this. The 76 on top of the shuttle is really annoying to deal with when he has the Bardic field. It's super hard to shake him off the top there, especially now you only have a Diva that can really challenge that position.
Rujehong right now just looking for extra poke, looking to build up that next Grauton. Here we go though, Soundbear out here from Lunatic Eye, charging that S499 once again. It's 2 kills coming out. Yik getting hooked in and murdered by Taejun at the very end, and now Uber, there's 50 seconds left. Lunatic Eye, one more team fight away from winning it all here at the APAC Invitational. S499 down to their final opportunity.
Yep, Lunatic Eye about to tick into some pretty big ults here as well. Miro's going to have an Earth Shatter. There's going to be a Nano Boost available. Esker potentially attack visor not far behind. This is perfect for them. Timing has been in their favor. Yes, S499 have ultimates, but to make use of these, they need to be on even footing, and they need to be on, I guess, the same level as well. They don't really have great sight lines to make use of Guru's ultimate here, the attack visor. The self-destruct might be able to cause some chaos, but there's nothing to set it up here. So less than optimal sit-up here for S499.
S499 time quickly running against them. This is where they need to get the first pick, but there's Miro, 6 HP, withstands long enough to drop the hammer, sets up for 2 kills. Miro, what a hero towards the end. S499 still in this fight though. They're going to drop the self-destruct on top of it. Here's the problem though. Lunatic Eye Respawn's going to be coming in here in just a minute, and they still have Taejun up in the back on Roadhog. Finds Realment, and Lunatic Eye overtime will fade, and they will win the map. But I was going to say, I think there might be another map here. It could be best 4 out of 7 because people are not celebrating, which you would expect if they had just won.
Good to know, of course, but best of 7 sort of would make a bit of sense here. So fine, we can accept that. Lunatic Eye, that was obviously pretty nice for them there as well. They managed to maintain control inside that shuttle phase, and Bacon Jack there, his last play, he sort of ultimates around a corner, sends the self-destruct there, but doesn't quite know what's waiting on the other side for him. So very, very easy for Lunatic Eye to avoid that one, especially since he didn't really know where the positions were. So a little bit over aggressive. This was Jaehong there as well. You can see how much damage a nano boosted fully charged Zarya does is actually quite filthy. And the Graviton there was very, very nicely timed to set that one up.
Alrighty, so best out of 7. This would be, assuming that is the case, and it wasn't just a very nonchalant another day at the office reaction coming in from Lunatic High. This is going to be quite the comeback for S499. I don't think we've actually ever seen that in Overwatch, to see a team, because we haven't had very many best of 7s. Usually we just have best of 5, so to have a team come back and win 4 straight, that would be Overwatch history.
Yeah, especially against a team like Lunatic High now, and as dominant as they're looking at this stage. Look, and that's fun Overwatch to watch as well. What we saw from the attack there of Lunatic High, bucking the trend, going with triple DPS of some description at least, and actually really putting a lot of pressure on the enemy team. And there are a lot of teams, you know, even some of the top teams can't deal with that level of threats. Like there's a Tracer, there could be a Genji behind us, then there's a Widow belting our face in, not to mention the Winston following up dive. So when you put someone like Ru Jae-hong in the pilot seat there of that Widow, like anything is essentially possible. Now, the next map may not be one that's conducive to that particular setup there, but there are a multitude of different maps where you can run that lineup on. Misfits have been happy to run it on very many different maps. Get a good dive going, get Miro back on that Winston. This is what I want to see from Lunatic High.
Lunatic High feels like they've just been gaining strength as the series has progressed. And again, I look at their Gibraltar attack and I just think, why not incorporate some of your classic heroes into other more common situations? So we do know what the next map is going to be. It is going to be Hollywood. This is a best out of 7, ladies and gentlemen, but I gotta say the road for S499, very long indeed. And, you know, given how Hollywood is and how we've seen dive comps succeed on point A to start things off, I really would like to see if Lunatic High ran a similar comp to what they ran in Gibraltar and see if it'll work for getting through the cafe. It's not entirely analogous 1-to-1, but I think dive comp can actually work pretty darn well here.
No, you're right. It's not analogous 1-to-1, especially because Widowmaker's sight lines on Gibraltar are a lot more forgiving as an attacking Widow. Here on Hollywood, to have a decent... It's just hard to have decent sight lines in general, really. And if you want them, you have to be quite deep in enemy territory to do so. So it would be a little bit riskier to play that one here. You can just play a rolling pick comp, really. Throw a Roadhog in there and, you know... be interested to see. I don't think Miro goes for the Junkrat here. That makes no sense whatsoever. He'll probably just be tanking up here as well. But yeah, seeing a Winston hover here for Dean, so that would be nice to see. We'll see what he pairs it up with. I don't love Winston Diva going together, especially because one of them usually just gets hooked mid-air as they're trying to charge. But we'll see what they've got cooking up here as well. This could be something a little bit special for us now, as S499, Zonda is not playing Zaire anymore. He's done with that. He's actually going over towards a Roadhog, which, from what we've seen from him, is definitely not his preference.
Doesn't seem to be, and from Lunatic High, I'm not entirely convinced of what we're seeing from the offense here. I think there's a few, well, absolutely not convinced. I have Dean messing around in the Bastion, so we'll see how that works out. But take a look at the defense coming out here from S499. It's literally as standard gets here in this map. This is probably the most common composition we have seen on this patch in the last few weeks. It's the power comp with your tanks, where you try and just win the shield war, backed up by a soldier, Lucio, and Ana. Does it get more started than that? Lunatic High is coming out here with this Reaper, so offensive Reaper going to be a thing.
They're hiding it though. Look at Esker's positioning. He's making sure he's not being spotted here. So he wants S499 to engage on Lunatic High, and then he wants to get into the back line or at least try and punish their tanks from being too far forward. So this could work. They haven't seen Esker yet. They only know now, I guess in a few moments, and that's it. Look at him straight from the backside there as well. The sneaky man coming straight through, put to sleep immediately. But Zonda takes down Lee Tajun, so still need to be careful. Esker essentially going to get taken out of the mix here, not be able to do too much. But Miro and the rest of his team come back in. He's eventually taken down, and this is it. Bacon Jack. So much work on Diva. She is so strong. He's able to take those 2 targets down with consummate ease. Now, I don't know if Esker stays on the Reaper here, but you saw what the plan was.
I gotta say, Bacon Jack has been one of the most impressive players that we've seen in this tournament with that Diva. It was a great double kill coming in. As the fight was going against S499, he was able to bring that back towards the very end, almost very nearly got a triple kill as it was wrapping up. So Bacon Jack being the hero for S499, pushing Lunatic High back, and oh no, Taejun hooked right in from Zonda. And this is a very nice reestablishing defense here from S499. A lot to be said for Bacon, but it works out, and now Lunatic High gonna have to find a way of coming in here once more.
Yeah, so Esker's obviously in that building, needs to stay safe. Oh, he gets the kill on Gura, that's big, but maybe carried himself over the edge a bit further than he would have liked. Waits on the sound barrier, now he can re-engage with the rest of his team. They're trying to find out where that self-destruct is, and Bacon Jack straight over the top gets 2. Finds both Dean and Esker in that fight. It may not be enough though now, as even the sound barrier coming out on S499, they don't have a chance to use it, because by the time they get up from the Earth Shatter, it's already decayed away, and Zonda gets blown straight out the back door. Now Gura coming in, gonna have most of this damage just pretty much shielded straight off there with Defense Matrix.
It's another Nanovisor that unfortunately ends with sad results. And Nanovisor, one of the trickier comes up. I actually like how tricky it is to set up. It's nowhere near as forgiving as the Nano Blossoms of the past. You really have to be looking at it. Look at this for Luntakai. The momentum still keeping forward. Rujehong going in deeper. Leonardo DiCaprio would be proud. Never has Lucio been dived this far deep. Cavalry has arrived, going to be forcing back, but one space spot here by Luntakai. They get the point and keep the momentum moving forward.
I've never heard so many one-liners in a sentence. That was great. Well, yeah, I mean, Luntakai at least can push past that sort of first choke here. I don't think S499 really care that much about that. They won't really plan to use a Mei or throw tanks straight in towards the gap and sort of plug it. So they'll allow the payload to move up a little bit more. You see that's Baker Jack now. He needs to set his mind on establishing the high ground, or at least preventing Lunatic High from taking it. They don't run a 76 here, so it's not as impactful, as Esker would rather play boots on the ground for the moment and maybe just get up behind him on a big building. So he could go up on top of the saloon right now or drop down with a Death Blossom that could be quite deadly. I don't know if it'd be a nano boosted Reaper though. That's the interesting part. He teleports across the gap though. I think Dean's going to give him the nano boost. This could be nasty. Bit of a throwback here, ZP. Let's see what he gets done.
Oh my goodness, is this E-League all over again? The Death Blossom into the back line from Eska doesn't quite get as much as you might think, but does create enough of a disruption for the rest of the Luntakai. They're still keeping the payload moving forward, and that's really all you need. I mean, you don't have to get all the kills from that particular combo. You just need to do enough to win the fight and let the rest of the team win it for you, and they do just that. And for Luntakai, this is a blazingly quick time here thus far.
Yeah, this is very, very, very good for them now as well. They didn't get stalled out in front of the Gulcher Studios. They've got awkward spawns for S499. This is Rujehong going to go in. Maybe even a self-destruct now to catch them would be big. And look at this. They're just going to roll straight on through. Straight out of nowhere, Miro comes in with a charge. Now this is bad. There's no one on the payload right now, so keep that in mind. Payload's not going anywhere for the moment, but Rujehong, you cannot heal through Diva's damage up close with Biotic Field down. It's not enough.
No, not at all. And S499, they have been on the ropes. Now, they do have a lot of ultimates coming up. Effectively, almost a full 6 if you can just hand one more Fire Strike. But Luntakai, they have a lot in their chest as well. This is going to be one epic ultimate showdown. And what is the prize coming up here? From Luntakai, it would be a blazingly fast time. For S499, it could be buying themselves as much as 3 to 4 minutes. This next fight, everything at stake here for S499, a must-win proposition.
Zonda coming straight through now as well. He sees his self-destruct off screen, and Rujehong gets the kill towards Realment, but eventually is taken down, desuited by Zonda. Good Earth Shatter to interrupt that one. Fire Strike blocked out by Bacon Jack, but there's not much that can be done to save Zonda now. It's going to be a self-destruct coming in straight up on high. Everyone from Lunatic High making themselves scarce and not giving him the chance. And that payload's still racing forward towards the end. Sound Barrier being used, but only for 2 players. It's Bacon Jack and Realment against the world. Esker tries to get himself a heal, but Yik comes straight through with the hook, with a hammer, should I say, swinging. Litation has the hook. At least he's waiting on that cooldown for another pick.
This fight was absolutely massive for S499. They needed to fight ult for ult and push back Luntakai, and they've done just that. It wasn't flawless by any means, but the respawn is right there. They're able to come back in, and now this is turning into just this long, protracted engagement here from Luntakai, where they just need to back out and regroup. And that's, again, you think about what was at stake there, but S499 buying themselves as much as 4 minutes, potentially, before it's all said and done. If you look at the after effects of the fight,
yeah, absolutely. Bacon Jack now as well in a decent position. This is where things get a little bit tougher for Lunatic High. Esker now on the 76, so no more Reaper shenanigans for him, although it could be effective if he manages to flank through. And Zonda drops first here. This is not what you want if you're S499 losing that first pick now. And look at that, Esker going to run through there as well. Good sleep dart, important sleep dart, potentially going to keep the game safe now for that team. But Esker was able to stay healed for the most part now, straight into the Biotic Field, gets himself the health back as Bacon Jack couldn't fire at him. And now Sound Barrier here for Lunatic High. Might have to be a self-destruct here for Bacon Jack to secure this.
Bacon Jack, Diva explosion coming out, gets Roadhog towards the end. I gotta say, Bacon Jack has definitely converted a fan of me here today. Gets the double kill, moving into the back line. Diva play being sublime, really good tracking towards the very end, and it's going to buy S499 even more time. And remember the situation that was going on here when you did have that big ult v ult showdown. It was about 4 minutes left in the game. Now Luntakai looking at only 1:30 left. That was the importance of that fight way back when, and now you have to look for something big soon as S499 continues to pile on the damage.
I have no idea how Zonda caught Dean there. That is pretty unbelievable, considering that there was a Reinhardt shield supposedly in the way. But yeah, this is good for S499. they spent a lot of their ultimates in that last fight because Zonda got picked off so early. They were sort of forced to dig a bit deeper into the pockets and come up with something to stop them. But Lunatic High have an Earth Shatter. They have a self-destruct of their own here. Try and make that one work. You can see that Letasion was trying to knock the self-destruct of Bacon Jack away earlier with the whole hog, but it didn't work. So now Zonda being forced back. Got to respect the Diva at close range. She will shred a Roadhog, and Lunatic High just jockeying for position for now.
Lunatic High is still looking for something, and they're not going to find it there. Zonda with the hook, but there it is. It is the Diva explosion coming up from Rouge Hong, taking down 2, and what a big 2 it was. Lunatic High with a huge resurgence here, pushing through off of that Diva self-destruct. Wow.
Roadhog is insane. I don't know how Zonda got that pick. I mean, it's pretty impressive that Lunatic High still won that fight, lacking Esker there as well, as he was somehow picked from the herd by a hook. Okay, 40 seconds on the clock is okay. This is a long map, and now it's a bit of a struggle, actually, to push through the entire thing as an attacking side here. You can see Lunatic High look awfully different when they play that more standard comp. It's like either they don't like it, or I guess the other Misfits comp they were playing was harder for S499 to deal with here as well. This is not like super convincing stuff. Toby, they're hovering Torbjorn. You never know what he's going to go for in this situation here, but Lunatic High should play Mei in 3 tanks, play something solid, standard, robust, and see how it gets you on that first point. That's my opinion.
I agree with that opinion going forward here. This is a case where they might be playing with the house money in a way bigger than we've seen in most Overwatch tournaments, because again, best out of 7, somewhat unprecedented, but even still, why really open the door here for S499 when you can just slam it right in their faces with a good, solid defense here? Now, Lunatic High's attack time on Hollywood here was not world-breaking. It was heading to be a world-breaking time up until S499 was able to win that big Ultimate Showdown fight. But still, not the worst position to be here for Lunatic High, and first point holds do happen on Hollywood, and it does look like the Symmetra will be for real.
Yep, okay. This is fine. Okay, I prefer to see this. No, okay, it's not going to be Symmetra anyway. I was going to say, prefer to see it over Torbjorn. I get tilted when I see it, but alright, it's going to be, yeah, standard. Very, very standard. Now, it's okay to play 76 here, because if you want Mei, you have to forfeit 76 unless you risk playing a 2-2-2, where it's just not enough tanks right now, so okay, that's fine by me. This Widow pick's interesting. I don't know if Bacon Jack are going to come out with it. Maybe, as he does seem to be the flex player, could go for that one, and he does come out with it. Quick switch, though. Was hoping to catch Esker as he was cheekily standing on the street.
Esker right now just standing around for a moment, looking for his prey. And for S499, there's got to be a sense of urgency here. They don't need to just find a way of getting to the end of this map. They want to do it with a bit of a buffer so they can win the next round. Early hook coming in here. A lot of pressure going in onto Miro. Miro, though, backing out, getting full healed by Dean, and Lunatic High able to deal with this rush pretty darn well. Yik is already down from the offense, and Lunatic High just going to counter push this in a fight that, for a moment, could have looked real bad for Miro.
Yeah, he managed to bring it back there. Good buy to grenade, actually. It was the healing from Dean that really kept him alive there. Dean's doing a great job on this Ana. Obviously not, in my opinion, the best Ana player in the team, but he's doing exactly what was required of him there. So I really have no qualms about that one there. And you notice that we're seeing Divas not really get a lot of attention paid towards him. Bacon Jack had a lot of free time to do work there. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any targets to isolate and burst down after Miro got healed up. So we're going to go again here, pushing straight back in. Dean does have the nano boost available.
Right now, Diva looking to go in, but getting all sorts of damage from that hook, having to back off. But even in that case, where you've done that much damage to Diva, you've still neutralized the threat from the hook. She's no longer in the fight, has to back out, and Miro living life on the edge and falls right off that edge. The biotic grenade stopping Dean from keeping back up. And now it's going to be S499 looking for a bit of a resurgence here. Zonda finds his way to the back. Here comes a whole hog. The cleanup crew coming in for S499.
Yeah, Roadhog things, right? Zonda gets the flank, one-man flank. Almost has 3 kills, was put to sleep briefly there, but he'd already gotten 2 kills and opened that fight up pretty much on his own there. So, nicely done by him. Toby, no, it was Miro. Yeah, dropping his Reinhardt shield earlier on. I'm not really sure to what end that was, and this is risky. Zonda managing to find Miro. Zonda's the last person Miro wants to find in that situation there. Doesn't want to go there. Now a lot of ultimates are being expended here for S499, so if you can back away as Lunatic High, that's actually pretty worthwhile. You force 2 extra ultimates from them, 3 in fact, and you don't really lose anyone on that point. That's okay.
S499 I think was a little bit gun-shy, or not gun-shy, but trigger happy, I should say.
Yeah.
The opposite analogy I was looking for there. And the reason is that I think they just wanted to make sure they got that but they were really close to having it anyways without dropping the sound barrier and doing all the rest. And in fact, they could have built up a much bigger ult advantage from middle. I understand why they did it, I just don't know if it was optimal. Lunatakai, though, going to be pushing back, and S499 actually saying, you know what, that's fine, we're getting back out, we're not going to deal with this here just yet, as Miro ends up taking a nap.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension from Miro there, does get caught out, but this is good for Lunatic High. This is much nicer now, they can establish, and remember, S499 could have had a full bank of ultimates here or something like that, but they'd expended a couple more than they really needed to take the first point. That gives Lunatic High a sense of ult advantage. When you draw 3 ultimates out, you have better positioning as defenders, you have that advantage, and of course, you actually have decent ultimates to work with yourself. So, yeah, huge waste for S499, and we'll actually see that manifest into potentially something even nastier now if they don't manage to get inroads in this fight.
Oh, and what an Earth Shouter coming in from Miro, setting the stage with Lunatic High. It's 3-0 to start out this fight. Absolutely ruthless stuff. The hammer doing its job, and as a result, Lunatic High, now they're going to take this fight, they're going to keep good positioning, and S499 invested some ultimates there into a losing fight, so that it's a little bit painful.
Okay, so Esker needs to be dealt with here. Someone needs to challenge him, right? Gura can shoot at him, but Esker can always back away when he's getting low and hit the Bardic field, right? They have a Diva. Bacon Jack could get in his face, but that's responded to on Lunatic High side of things as well. We see this happen so much right now, currently in Overwatch, is that teams get stuck attacking on this map when the defending 76 can get good position. That's exactly what we're seeing here. Esker now as well, getting enough damage done, forcing the entirety of S499 back here, and no one's going to get out alive.
S499 time very quickly starting to not be their friend. They only have 2.5 minutes here. And don't forget, they have to win at least 2 fights outright to bring this a second and get extra time. So realistically speaking, with them holding 3 ultimates right now, this is a must-win fight for them. This is their window to keep this game going. If they get wiped out here, the odds of even capping second go far down. So for S499, a lot on the table, and oh, just getting knocked off the table. Rouge Hog with a beautiful self-destruct, taking down 2. Farewell, S499, now in more trouble than ever.
Yeah, I mean, S499 had a chance in that fight because Esker got screwed by RNG on the lift getting up on the top of that building. He had to go around or wait or whatever it was that he was doing, and S499 actually had almost an isolation scenario while Esker was trying to get up on the top side. Doesn't get screwed this time. The platform was where he needed it to be. He's going to be up on the high ground again. How do you break this? We need to see a change now. Literally, we need to see a change a minute ago from S499 to deal with this.
The problem is for S499 is that they're pot committed to their ultimates right now. They don't want to swap up on this, even though it could be valuable. It's that sort of trap that teams get themselves into. So they're going to have to win this with the ultimates they have up right now, and it's not happening. Zonda already down. We do have Gura in the backline with the Tac Visor. Effectively takes down 2 with the 8 of Yik. Nice. They end up with 3 before it's all said and done, but here's the problem. They had to expend pretty much every ult for that aside from self-destruct, and Lunatic High absolutely is going to get another crack to defend this here at second. There's only a minute remaining. Lunatic High still has a lot of options to end this right here and even prevent it from getting to third.
And because Lunatic High have such a massive defender's advantage, this fight needs to be won by S499. If they lose this fight right now, they probably lose the whole tournament. They need to be able to push through now and not get stopped in front of here because it's such a common catch point for teams. But Esker can flank here if he needs to. He does notice there's a Diva though with a defense matrix, so he's going to hold off on using the attack visor for now, which is a very astute decision. But he can still apply pressure here just with the pulse rifle in general from this spot. Look what he can do there. Got to be careful, got to respect a little bit here the support line, but using that health quite nicely. Had some backup there as Sinclair falls to Dean, and now Esker will start thinking about letting it go and bring the Thunder down. That's all he has to do. Push away, goes low. A little bit of an overextension for him here as well, but 17 seconds for S499 to get back to the payload. It's now or never.
And for S499, that payload is quite a far distance away from where they are. They're going to have to give up all precepts of positioning. Lunatic High with 4 ultimates at the ready. This would be a true miracle for S499 to even stay alive here. And look at Rouge Hog sitting here in the back. Earth Shatter coming in. Here comes Diva Explosion in over the top. Picks up 2. Say goodnight, S499. Lunatic High on their way to becoming your APAC Invitational champions.
Yep. Overtime going to tick down. That's it. It's going to be a whole hog to come through, and it's done and dusted. 4-0 in this grand final. Lunatic High take it away. Some questions, of course, resting over this team about changes they've made to their lineup and the roster and everything, but it worked out well in the end. The Gibraltar especially was the most dominant part of their performance. It's clear to see that they're not back to their old strength, but ZP, it's enough here to get the 4-0 over S499.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, I love the set by Rouge Hong there towards the end. Of course, it was set by Miro's Earth Shatter, but that was clearly a set play. He was sitting there, and Miro was in communication with him saying, I'm going for the Earth Shatter here, get ready to throw it in. and he was going to throw that Diva explosion in if Miro caught at least 2 people, or even just 1 person. It's still a good way to start the fight, so gotta love the coordination coming out there. And Lunatic High, in the end, they come from the upper bracket, they have that 1-game advantage, and they win 3 straight. What more can you ask for here at the YouTube APAC Invitational?
Not much, really. That was impressive stuff from them there as well. And look, we have to wonder why. Like, normally we'd see sort of Miro being playing on that Diva, we'd say Jaehong on Ana, and sort of Dean on the Reinhardt. That's what it used to be. But there's been a mix-up in this team, and from outsiders looking in, there's no reason for us to maybe make sense of that straight away. And I'd love to ask these guys. I'll probably try and ask them when I'm in Korea in a few days' time. But it's a permutation that works out for them against this particular roster, and they are going to take their first LAN victory. So that's a big deal here for Lunatic High. But I mean, yeah, people saw Miro to be quite a good Diva player. He didn't actually play much Diva. I think there's a tendency of a lot of people to say Miro's the best at X hero when they see him sort of play it a little bit. I want to see more, is my point. I want to see more from this team. We're going to see more in Korea as well. So this is a great way to give us a bit of insight into how they're going to perform at Intel Extreme Masters. That's the next on their calendar. And I definitely think their opponents in Gyeonggi do need to be respecting and looking out for this team. I don't think it's at full strength CP. I don't think it's as strong as it was before, but it's definitely a new Lunatic High and one that has room to grow.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is something we should be expecting in Overwatch, since we've seen it multiple times before where teams, they're really good in one patch, and new patch hits, maybe they take a step back, but then your truly good teams, they find ways of overcoming and finding a way of adapting. And Lunatic High, clearly it's been a little bit bumpy for them here at points, but they came out looking strong in the end, and personally, I'm looking forward to seeing more of them in the future.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Both, good teams here as well. And like I said, I don't think Lunatic High have to be super crazy strong to win it out here, ZP. But there's not much left to say, really, except congratulations to Lunatic High now. They have been, getting that second place sort of slating. They haven't been considered the top team in the world for a while. There was one point. There was a brief one at that, where they were considered to be the best in the world. It was sort of at the start of APAC, and then briefly at the start of Apex as well. But there are definitely other teams that need to be looking out for. They just need to settle into this setup. I want to see more of the triple DPS setup for them. I think there are more maps that they can employ that on, and it's got to be a matter of them just practicing that comp and getting it set up well. And then I think sky's the limit for these guys, and I think that we are going to start to see teams like Misfits, like Lunatic High, start to break through this triple tank comp setup. Diva and Roadhog are very strong, but there are better options out there, or perhaps if you're good enough to use them.
Absolutely. All right, guys, that is going to wrap it us for here today. Thank you so much for tuning in. It has been a blast to cast with you, Uber. For you, it was really early. For me, it's been really late. But what are time zones when you can watch a great tournament like this? Uber, anything you want to throw out there, sell out, shout out, before we wrap things up for the night and or morning, depending your
not much, except make sure you tune in next week. Obviously, we've got ridiculously good Overwatch action happening in general. Of course, MLG Vegas, my man ZP is going to be there. I am not going to be able to join them. I'm actually going to be in Korea casting there with Jason Kaplan, D-Man, and Achilles on IEM Gyeonggi. So it's going to be an incredibly good weekend of Overwatch. Hopefully, time zones allow you guys to watch both. And I just hope that you've enjoyed this and had a good little prelude into what we can expect to see from Lunatic High next week.
Couldn't agree more. Overwatch going to be ending 2016 with a bang. No matter what region you want to look at, you will be seeing some of the best action around. And for that, thank you so much, guys, for tuning in, and we will catch you guys next time.